Chapter 79. The two of them finally had nothing to say to each other. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now, they had nothing to say to each other. It wasn't a simple difference in their standpoints, but the way they looked at things and did things was completely different. Fan Lingyue's methods were too intense. Ningchen didn't like it. Ningchen also thought too much before doing things. Fan Lingyue also felt that it was shameless. Ningchen couldn't refute Fan Lingyue. He couldn't even prove whether her methods were right or wrong. There weren't so many right and wrong in this world. The biggest right and wrong had always been the human heart. If Fan Lingyue succeeded, 100 years later, she would be a good minister who created a prosperous world in the eyes of the world. If she failed, she would only be left with a bad reputation. Unfortunately, she didn't care about this. What she cared about was, just as she said, the world was peaceful and the people were prosperous. Ningchen never doubted the sincerity of Fan Lingyue's words. He mocked her only because he didn't like her methods. The two of them finally stopped. Ningchen sighed. "Let's stop here." "Okay." Fan Lingyue nodded. It was time to stop. Although they were similar people, they weren't on the same path. They couldn't continue walking forever. "I'm very curious. How are you going to get rid of me here?" A cold wind blew past. Ningchen narrowed his eyes. He still couldn't guess what her trump card was. There were only the two of them here. Although he was seriously injured, it was more than enough to deal with a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to trust a chicken. He never liked people walking behind him, but Fan Lingyue was an exception. Firstly, it was because the two of them really had a good chat before, and secondly, it was because Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts. "You'll know soon enough." Before she finished speaking, Fan Lingyue raised her palm and pressed it against Ningchen's back. Her majestic, true qi suddenly erupted, leaving no trace of life. This palm came without any warning. It was the most unimaginable result. At this moment, time seemed to slowly stop, unable to move forward. How could? Ningchen didn't have time to say the words in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Fan Lingyue to know martial arts. He originally thought that he valued her a lot, but he didn't expect that in the end. He still underestimated her. He underestimated this girl who even deceived the world, who said that the Northern Ming's military advisor didn't know martial arts. Looking at it now, it was the stupidest thing in the world. However, after a moment of surprise, Ningchen still smiled. His smile was so bright that flowers bloomed on his face. Boom! At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the dark night like a sudden clap of thunder. The dazzling light could be seen from 100 li away. Ningchen, military advisor. Several miles away, Qing Ning and the young general, who had been paying attention to the situation, were shocked. They stomped their feet and flew toward the center of the explosion. In front of the great Xia camp, Zhang Sun stood outside the tent. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the north, and an extremely ominous premonition arose in his heart. The night was enchanting. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. Two figures, one from the south and one from the north, were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. They were like two shooting stars in the night sky, so fast that it was shocking. The cold wind was biting cold, but the two people who had fainted on the ground could no longer see this scene. There were only scars all around them, quietly telling the desolation of the night. Ningchen didn't expect Fan Lingyue to have the Book of Chaos, which could conceal any aura. Fan Lingyue also didn't expect that gunpowder, other than being ignited by fire, would also explode under great pressure. He couldn't guess her trump card, so he transmigrated into a body full of gunpowder and a few flamethrowers. He originally planned to use them to save his life at a critical moment, but he didn't expect to be hit by Fan Lingyue's palm, saving him all the trouble. Qing Ning and the young general arrived at the same time. After a brief exchange of glances, their palms collided with each other. Soon after, they swept up the figures on the ground and left in a flash of light. Not long after, the Northern Ming camp and the Great Xia camp fell into great chaos. The furious Zhang Sun and the young general almost overturned the entire tent. They poured panaceas and miraculous medicines into the mouths of the people on the bed, only hoping that they could save the lives of the people on the bed. However, the injuries of the two were too severe. The panaceas and miraculous medicines they usually used were now like dregs, not having the slightest effect. One day later, the news of the military advisor of the Northern Ming being seriously injured and in a coma spread throughout the world, shocking everyone. No one expected the military advisor of the Northern Ming to be injured at this time. This was a shocking matter. Once the Northern Ming army lost this military advisor, the threat of the army would be reduced by at least half. The Great Xia could take a breather and even free up their hands to deal with the eternal night cult and the chaos of the Seven Cities. The lords of the Seven Cities were in a state of panic. This sudden change disrupted all their arrangements. With the military advisor of the Northern Ming injured, no one could pin down most of the Great Xia's energy. Once this powerful dynasty that had been invincible for thousands of years took a breather, the lords of the Seven Cities would probably deal with them first. In the residence of Prince Yu of the southern border, Prince Yu's face was ashen. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now, he couldn't hide anymore even if he wanted to. If the lords of the Seven Cities were defeated, he couldn't escape the fate of being exposed either. He had the blood of the royal family. Now that the fate of Emperor Xia was unknown, he might still have a chance if he fought under this banner. Half a day later, a shocking battle broke out in Prince Yu's residence. Under the cover of 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters, Prince Yu finally escaped from Prince Yu's residence. However, none of the 7 ninth-level masters and 2 half-step innate masters survived. The green and red swords in the hands of Prince Yin were stained with blood. He mercilessly killed everyone who stood in his way. Since then, the masters that Prince Yu had recruited over the years were all wiped out. Not a single one was left. Soon, Prince Yu came to the light and became the ruler of the chaos of the Seven Cities. He ordered the rebel army to attack the imperial city of the Great Xia. However, at this critical moment, Emperor Xia, who had been missing for many days, appeared. Emperor Xia returned to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Without any explanation, he took back all the political and military power and immediately ordered Marquis, triumphant return, to send troops to suppress the rebellion of the Seven Cities. With the appearance of the god of war, the situation changed. The might of the 100,000 Blackwater army once again shocked the world. The 250,000-strong rebel army of the Seven Cities was as vulnerable as tofu. In 3 days, they were defeated again and again. Eunuch Pei, who was by Emperor Xia's side, made his move. He killed all the masters of the Seven Cities like a whirlwind. Even the half-step innate masters were not spared. Only then did the world discover in horror that the eunuch by Emperor Xia's side was actually a master of the innate level. No one knew how this eunuch managed to hide from the world, but there was no doubt that this old man was truly a master of the innate level. In the end, the rebellion of the Seven Cities, from the lords of the cities to the ordinary generals, was completely wiped out. Emperor Xia announced his return in such a cold and merciless way, completely shocking the world. Prince Yu's ears and nose were cut off by Emperor Xia for his crime of rebellion. He fell from the city wall and was hanged alive. His miserable screams lasted for 3 days, scaring the children into crying in the middle of the night. There was silence within the Great Xia dynasty. There was not a single sound of dissent. All of the courtiers were terrified of Emperor Xia, who sat on the dragon throne of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Only now did the people of the world, and even the people of the Great Xia, realize that the Great Xia dynasty was in such a sorry state and couldn't withstand a single blow from Emperor Xia. His purpose was to draw out the hidden dangers within the Great Xia dynasty. Now that the hidden dangers were eliminated, Emperor Xia, who had been enduring for a long time, finally showed his ferocious fangs. On the second day after the rebellion ended, Marquis' triumphant return and the Blackwater army headed east in the direction of the heavy cavalry of the Divine Sect. On the northern battlefield, the 200,000 soldiers gathered by the 13 cities quickly rushed to the camp of Marquis Taiping to provide support. They wanted to completely annihilate the northern Ming army before the military advisor woke up. In the camp of Marquis Taiping, Zhang Sun, who had been dealt with one blow after another, looked extremely haggard. She held a letter in her hand, and tears streaked across her beautiful eyes. This was the letter that Ning Chun left in the tent. When he left, he was still worried about her, so he gave her a final warning. Your Highness, if I don't come back, it means that I failed. Remember what I said to you. You must defend to the death. Fan Lingyue is unwilling to fight us head-on, so defending to the death is the best choice. In addition, Fan Lingyue is an extremely smart person. She will definitely have a backup plan. If something irreversible happens, Your Highness, remember to destroy that bridge. Horses are different from humans. They're still afraid of water. Even if Fan Lingyue finds a boat, it will be useless. In the end, Emperor Xia is very likely not dead. Your Highness, you only need to hold on until Emperor Xia comes out again. You're the Empress. No matter how ruthless Emperor Xia is, he can't just watch as something happens to you. He will definitely send troops to save you. Ning Chun presents his last words. The words in black and white were still vivid in her eyes. Zhang Sun finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes, and they fell down. Why did he always not listen to her? Your Highness. Qing Ning stood at the side, holding back her sadness, and advised. Your Highness, he is not dead yet. The letter has already reached Prince Yin. I believe Prince Yin will be here soon. Prince Yin was a Xiantian. At this time, she could only hope that as a Xiantian, Prince Yin would have a way to save his life. Although she knew that the chances were slim, although she knew that she was lying to herself, she still didn't want to believe that he would die like this. He was always so lucky, escaping calamity after calamity. This time would definitely be no exception. A day later, Prince Yin arrived. Without saying anything, he directly took Ning Chun away. Barbarian Dynasty, Princess Side Courtyard. A man sat on the bed, clutching her chest. Her small face was pale. She felt that something had happened to him, and it was a very, very big thing. She wanted to look for him, but she promised her father that she wouldn't look for him for the time being. He said that he had to keep his word. She couldn't disappoint him. She didn't want her father to worry, so she had been eating, drinking medicine, and sleeping obediently. However, she really couldn't pretend anymore, Northern Ming Army camp. Fan Lingyue was still lying quietly on the bed, her face pale. Beside her, the young general was silent, guarding her day and night. At the last moment, Fan Lingyue circulated all her true qi in front of her to protect her. The Chaos Scroll also appeared to protect her, but her internal organs were still injured by the violent explosion, and she fell into a coma. The Northern Ming Army's morale was at its lowest. Without the military advisor, no one thought that they could continue. The 10,000 soldiers led by Qing Wuyo had already arrived a few days ago. They were stationed in the army camp, silently waiting for the military advisor to wake up. Chapter 80. In the west of Xia, the invincible martial monarch and the invincible martial marquis finally met. The divine sex armored cavalry against the Blackwater army, a true battle of generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Brilliance in Wu Ho's hand clashed with desolation in Wu Jun's hand. The battle between the saber and the halberd of the war god shook the heavens and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their splendor. The invincible cavalry of the gods sect finally stopped in front of the Blackwater army. Neither side gained an advantage. After a day of fierce fighting, they had to stop temporarily. The undefeated martial monarch was injured, and the world was once again shocked. The head of the 10 marquises of the Great Xia, Marquis Triumphant Xian, was actually an exceptional expert that did not belong to the 5 strongest experts in the world. For a time, the entire world was guessing what exactly was in the palace of the Great Xia dynasty that could hide from the eyes of the world. The phenomenon of breaking through to the Xiantian realm was earth-shattering. Unless one had some kind of precious treasure, it was impossible to cover up the pillar of light that soared into the sky. The martial monarch was injured, but not defeated. Marquis Triumphant Return was unable to kill the martial monarch. In fact, there was no one in the world who could kill the martial monarch. The strength of a martial lord did not only lie in his incomparably powerful strength, but also in his almost immortal and indestructible physique. In this world, there were always some unreasonable people, and martial lords were one of them. It could be said that the Eternal Night Cult would not be defeated as long as they could not kill the martial lord. This was a problem that the Great Xia had to overcome. But no matter what, the war in the west of Great Xia was temporarily stabilized because of the appearance of Marquis Kaishian. For a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. On the other side of the battlefield, the reinforcements from the north of Great Xia were much slower than the Blackwater Army, which could travel 150 kilometers in a day. Ordinary soldiers could not compare to the Blackwater Army, which was made up entirely of warriors. Within the northern main camp, panic had started to spread. The 200,000 reinforcements of Great Xia and the 150,000 soldiers of the Taiping camp had surpassed them in terms of numbers. The unconscious military advisor became the only hope in the hearts of the northern Ming army. As long as the military advisor woke up, he would definitely be able to lead them out of this crisis. However, to their disappointment, the military counselor had yet to wake up when the reinforcement from Great Xia arrived. The commander of the Great Xia reinforcements was a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, General Zhuo. When he arrived, he took over all military power and read out Emperor Xia's decree, asking Zhang Sun to return to the palace. Zhang Sun received the order and took the unconscious Marquis Taiping away. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Zhuo to focus on defense and attack as support. When the Northern Ming army could not help but reveal the trump card left by Fan Lingwei, then he would make targeted arrangements. She believed in Ning Chen's judgment. Northern Ming's military advisor must have a hidden card. If they attacked rashly, they might suffer a great loss. Zhuo responded respectfully. After Zhang Sun left, he snorted and returned to the camp. This was his best chance to be conferred the title of Marquis. So how could he not come out? He wanted to take advantage of the Northern Ming military advisor's injury to completely crush the Northern Ming army in one fell swoop. On the second day after Zhang Sun left, Zhuo gave the order to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen were the vanguard, 30,000 shield-armored soldiers, and 20,000 archers took turns covering and following closely behind. The remaining 250,000 soldiers continued to follow, pressing towards the Northern Ming imperial court like a tide. However, something that terrified the Great Xia soldiers happened. A group of heavily armored cavalrymen appeared from the Northern Ming imperial court's camp. There were at least 10,000 of them. The flood of molten iron instantly crushed the 50,000 cavalrymen of Great Xia. Under the attack of the Northern Ming heavy cavalry, the valiant shield-armored soldiers were immediately scattered. The 20,000 archers were completely useless and were swallowed by the flood in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the 100,000 cavalrymen of the Northern Ming imperial court suddenly moved, completely pushing the Great Xia soldiers into the abyss of death. Wherever the butcher's knife went, blood flowed like a river. When the Northern Ming soldiers who were already in low spirits saw this, their morale was immediately boosted. They followed behind the 100,000 cavalrymen and crazily vented the anger in their hearts. The war lasted for an entire day and night, but it had already become a one-sided massacre. On the second day, the 35-man army of Great Xia was completely wiped out. Corpses were everywhere within a radius of 100 miles. Zhuo fled. He was scared out of his wits. In his fear, he forgot Zhang Sun's instructions. If the army was defeated, he was to immediately destroy the bridge behind him. After the great victory, the 100,000 cavalrymen of Northern Ming traveled 300 miles in a day and stepped over the most important Lu Yueqiao. From then on, they truly entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. When Zhang Sun, who was still on the road, heard the news, his face instantly turned pale. He leaned weakly against the carriage and couldn't say a word. Great Xia was in trouble. This was the thought in everyone's mind. No one had expected such a huge reversal of events. Originally, They thought that with the return of Emperor Xia and the deployment of the military god, Great Xia would be in an invincible position. However, they didn't expect such a shocking thing to happen in the northern battlefield, where there shouldn't have been any problems. The military advisor of Northern Ming hadn't woken up yet, but the backup plan she had set up had once again dealt a heavy blow to Great Xia. The 10,000 cavalrymen of Northern Ming were wearing the same heavy armor as the cavalrymen of the divine sect. They were invulnerable, and even ordinary warriors would find it difficult to contend with them. Great Xia had lost miserably and sullenly. However, the most important thing was that Great Xia had lost the initiative. The Northern Ming army had entered the hinterland of the Central Plains. The issue of provisions that they had been worrying about for a long time could be alleviated to a large extent. The Central Plains was rich and had no lack of provisions. After this battle, the Northern Ming army that had entered the Central Plains could be said to be like birds flying in the sky. No one could predict their attack route anymore. The current Emperor Xia had endured for so long, but in the end, he still made a mistake in the use of people. Zhuo Qiuxing was a talented general, not a talented commander. He was good at commanding troops and fighting wars, but he was far from good at strategizing. His only mistake had become the key to deciding the outcome of the war. After Zhang Sun returned to the palace, she went straight to Weiyang Palace. She didn't even see Emperor Xia. She didn't want to see Emperor Xia and had nothing to say to him. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia was even older. His eyes were even more ruthless. He wasn't wrong. He was the emperor of Great Xia. No matter what, he couldn't be wrong. Zhuo Qiuxing was executed by 1,000 cuts. His blood dyed more than half of the execution platform red. His shrill cries continued for an entire day. Emperor Xia was becoming more and more ruthless. He was even more ruthless than before. The entire court was silent. Everyone was in danger. They were afraid that they would be killed if they said something wrong. While the 3rd prince and the 10th prince were restraining themselves on the surface, they were moving more frequently in secret. They could see that Emperor Xia didn't have much time left. The Northern Ming army had become a sharp sword hanging over Great Xia's head. Great Xia kept organizing troops to stop them, but they were evaded time and time again. Everyone could see that the generals of the Northern Ming imperial court were trying their best to preserve their strength and wait for the military advisor to wake up. Great Xia's territory was too big. If the Northern Ming army wanted to evade, no one could stop them in a short period of time. Emperor Xia gave 3 orders at once. He urgently summoned Marquis Bai, Marquis Zhang, and Marquis Jiyu back to the capital. Apart from the necessary defense forces, each of them led 100,000 troops back as reinforcements. This was the first time that 3 marquises had issued orders at once since the founding of Great Xia. It could be seen that Great Xia was truly anxious this time. The atmosphere in the Northern Ming army also became tense. The 3 marquises of Great Xia had returned. In addition to the mobilized troops, they could gather at least 500,000 troops. This was extremely disadvantageous for them. However, they didn't dare to rashly attack the south. Every stronghold of Great Xia was impregnable. If they continued to attack, the 300,000 troops would be wiped out before the military advisor woke up. In this world, not everyone could scheme against the world with their own wisdom like the military advisor. In the east of Great Xia, in the number 1 shrine of Evernight, the martial lord was sitting high above. The 3 generals below him were kneeling respectfully. Every one of them was at least at the peak of the 9th rank. Some even showed signs of breaking through. After the divine sect's heavy cavalry took down 2 cities, they completely destroyed them. Wherever the flames of war passed, not even a blade of grass was left. The martial lord was injured and returned to the number 1 shrine to recuperate. The 3 generals followed him back. The 30,000 heavy cavalry also returned to the borders of Great Xia to await orders. The valiance of Marquis Kaixin and the Blackwater army was unexpected. This military god of Great Xia rarely showed himself. They only knew that he was a powerful figure, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. The martial lord's injuries weren't serious, and he recovered quickly. His special constitution had an unimaginable self-healing ability. The reason he returned to recuperate was to ensure that his body would be in perfect condition for the next battle. The great Xia's Marquis Kaishian was a formidable opponent. He needed to treat him seriously. "Is that woman from Northern Ming still not awake?" the martial lord asked from above the main hall. Reporting to the martial lord, according to the news, Fan Lingyue is seriously injured. There's no possibility of her waking up in a short period of time, a red-clothed general reported respectfully. The martial lord frowned. Without that woman, the Northern Ming army was no different from a toothless tiger. This was very bad news for the divine sect. Once Great Xia seized the opportunity to destroy the Northern Ming army, they would definitely gather all their forces to resist the divine sect's invasion. In a direct confrontation, the divine sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. Take a divine heaven pill and send it to the Northern Ming camp. Have that woman wake up as soon as possible, the martial lord ordered. Yes, the red-clothed general stood up and left. Military advisor of Northern Ming, don't disappoint me. After the red-clothed general left, the martial lord closed his eyes and softly muttered. The divine sect wasn't ready to start an all-out war with Great Xia. At this time, he didn't want anything to happen to Fan Lingyue. In the Northern Ming imperial court, a green light streaked across the sky. After appearing for a short while, it turned into a streak of light and flew away. Half a day later, in a desolate area of the Northern Ming imperial court, the green light appeared once more. With a wave of his hand, he threw the person in his hand into the lake. He had heard that the Northern Ming imperial court had a heavenly lake, so he came here. As for whether or not he could save this kid's life, he had to try first. Boom! At this moment, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying intent quickly descended, as if angered by this intruder. You name. The rumbling voice seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens. A powerful pressure stirred up the surrounding winds and caused the void to tremble. Great Xia, Prince Yin. Prince Yin stood in the wild wind. His young face was indifferent. He was not moved at all. His green clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. This was the legend of Great Xia. Chapter 81. There was only one Khanate master in the Northern Ming imperial court, and that was the imperial preceptor. What was the most precious thing in the Northern Ming? The imperial preceptor and the heavenly lake. The imperial preceptor was just an idiot in the eyes of the imperial preceptor. But that idiot was really good at fighting and was one of the 5 strongest people in the world. There were 3 disasters and 5 tribulations in the Khanate realm. It was a punishment from the heavens and also a training for martial arts. The strongest person could go through the 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations. When they reached the peak, they could summon the dragon gate that had disappeared for a long time. Currently, the 5 most powerful people in the world had basically all gone through 5 tribulations and experienced 3 of them. Among the 5, the dean of the Tiansong Academy, the martial lord of the Eternal Night sect, the abbot of the Dewy Temple, and the imperial preceptor with the golden staff of the Northern Ming imperial court had already shown themselves. The only person who hadn't shown himself was also in the Eternal Night sect. It was said that he was a peerless cultivator who could rival a martial lord. Those 5 were recognized as the strongest people in the world. They were also the earliest Khanate masters. Any one of them could easily beat up a new Khanate master. The 3 disasters and the 5 tribulations weren't on the same level. Although the legends of the Xia dynasty were geniuses, they hadn't cultivated for long and hadn't gone through the 5 tribulations yet. The imperial preceptor didn't care. Ningshun needed to go to the heavenly lake to recover. Before that, he just needed to stop that idiot. The imperial preceptor landed beside the heavenly lake. The imperial preceptor went forward and grabbed the profound condensation sword. He didn't pull it out, but took back a part of his power. Boom! At that moment, a golden light suddenly struck down from the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens. With a light kung sound, the green sword flew out and blocked the sudden attack in the air. He had already said that this idiot had nothing but martial prowess, let alone any sense of shame. The green sword flew into the imperial preceptor's hand. The Imperial Preceptor slashed at the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. With a boom, it crashed toward the person who was hiding his head and tail. "You've angered me." A furious voice was transmitted from the sky. Immediately, a large hand came pressing down. The 5 fingers were like 5 mountains, while the palm was like a golden sky that covered a 10,000 feet radius. Facing the giant palm, Prince Yin was not scared at all. He clenched his right hand, and the red sword flew out. Then, the cyan and red sword merged and pointed to the sky. A beam of cyan and red sword light shot into the sky and broke the giant palm. Clang! An old figure appeared, smashing down on Prince Yin with a golden staff. There was no warning, but it was still blocked by the green sword. The sword had a sword aura, so it was much faster than a person's reaction. This kind of sneak attack was meaningless to him. Northern Meng's golden staff Imperial Tutor is still so shameless. Prince Yin said indifferently as he swung his sword and knocked away the golden staff. "Kid, you're not big, but you talk big." The golden staff Imperial Tutor took 2 steps back and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden staff Imperial Advisor made a grabbing motion with his right hand. An invisible force broke through the restrictions of space and attempted to grab Ning Chun out of the heavenly lake. Prince Yin moved his feet, and the red sword slashed through the air. With a bang, it cut off the force that was heading towards Ning Chun. In the next moment, Prince Yin moved again. He swung his sword and slashed towards the golden staff Imperial Tutor. Boom! The sword and staff collided. A fierce wind roared and surged. Around the two, the ground cracked and rocks flew everywhere. Cyan and red breath at the same time, absolute chi. Prince Yan's spirit shivered. His body moved, and he used his shocking martial arts again. His 2 swords were like lightning, extremely fast. The cyan and red swords danced and dazzled the eyes. In that instant, countless swords flashed past. The golden staff Imperial Tutor's pupils constricted. He retreated again and again, but he still could not avoid the lightning-like swords. In the blink of an eye, he was injured by 3 swords. The golden staff Imperial Tutor was furious. The humiliation made him lose his mind. He was actually injured by a junior. This was an unbearable humiliation. The golden staff Imperial Tutor raised his golden staff Imperial Tutor. Thousands of golden rays illuminated the world. The golden staff Imperial Tutor mobilized the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to send the junior in front of him to hell. Prince Yin glanced at the figure in the heavenly lake and could not help but frown. Was this lousy lake even useful? With a wave of his left hand, the cyan sword turned into a ray of light and entered the sword frame. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and the Ning Yuan flew out. The black light made people's hearts palpitate. Prince Yan's figure flashed and slashed towards the golden staff Imperial Tutor. Immediately, the light on the golden staff Imperial Tutor disappeared. Even the wind and clouds that were being pulled by the golden staff Imperial Tutor quickly stopped. Sealing sword. The golden staff Imperial Tutor was shocked. Didn't this sword go missing? How did it fall into his hands? In the moment of shock, the red light flashed past. The golden staff Imperial Tutor immediately reacted and retreated 10 meters. At this moment, a painful groan was heard from the heavenly lake. Immediately after, silver and yellow lights flickered and swallowed the spiritual chi in the heavenly lake. The 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared and floated above the cyclone in his dantian. Vaguely, the 2 pages of the heavenly book were broken into pieces and lost their light. When the heavenly book exploded, it automatically protected its owner and barely saved Ning Chen's life. The broken pages of the heavenly book kept absorbing spiritual chi. The 2 cyclones also spun violently and kept expanding. In Ning Chen's body, the 4 heaven reversal pills that he had taken earlier also exploded with medicinal power that was far from being used up. They destroyed and regenerated crazily. The heavenly book, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pills worked together and finally unleashed their power. After the destruction, The power of regeneration took over and quickly repaired Ning Chen's almost destroyed body. Ugh! The painful groan was heard again. Ning Chen's body began to tremble. Every part of his body was regenerating. With the help of the three heavens, he returned to his original state. Gradually, the heavenly book quieted down and the heavenly lake calmed down. In the blink of an eye, the sky dispersed and Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he first opened his eyes, there were no ripples, no spirit, and no emotions. After a moment, emotions poured into his eyes. His memories returned, and he gradually understood everything. "Let's go." Prince Yin waved his two swords and made two moves at the same time. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and left with the awakened Ning Chen. The golden staff state preceptor blocked the two rays of sword light with an ashen face. He looked at the two people who disappeared, but it was too late to chase after them. In the northern Ming camp, the red-clothed warrior under the martial monarch sent a divine heaven pill to help Fan Lingyue wake up earlier. The young general sent the pill to the military advisor's tent. After a while, he walked out and thanked the red-clothed warrior and the martial monarch for their good intentions. The red-clothed warrior left without stopping. The battlefield in the east was still unstable, and there was a possibility of another war breaking out at any time. He had to go back and wait for orders. Another 7 days later, the three martial monarchs of the Great Xia each led their army from afar. They didn't return to the imperial city, but went directly north to intercept the northern Ming army. The three martial monarchs arrived almost at the same time. After several encirclements, they finally succeeded in blocking the path of the northern Ming army in front of Heaven's Gate. This was the most impregnable pass of the Great Xia. If the army wanted to go south, this was the only way. The three martial monarchs led the army north through Heaven's Gate and spent a lot of effort to force the northern Ming army into a dead end. 300,000 against 300,000, no one had the upper hand. Comparatively speaking, Northern Ming had the advantage of 10,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 iron cavalry. Their chances of victory were much higher. However, the Great Xia didn't seek victory. They only sought to delay. As long as they delayed the Northern Ming army, the Great Xia army would arrive continuously until the Northern Ming army was completely wiped out. The Northern Ming army obviously didn't want to go head-to-head with the three martial monarchs of the Great Xia. They tried their best to stall for time while waiting for an opportunity to break out. However, the martial monarchs of the Great Xia weren't idiots like Zhuo Qiuxing. Every one of them was good at war and strategizing. The three of them worked together and naturally wouldn't give the Northern Ming army any chances. Step by step, they didn't rush and surrounded the Northern Ming army in a triangular formation. The Northern Ming army was in a desperate situation. Behind, left, and right, there were martial monarchs of the Great Xia guarding. In front of them was the impregnable pass of the Great Xia. The only choice was to force their way out. However, this would definitely result in heavy losses. At this critical moment, an unexpected order was given from the Northern Ming commander's tent. They were to break through the pass immediately. The beautiful figure that walked out was still as beautiful as before. However, her face was even paler. The impregnable pass was over 100 feet long and was made of molten iron and goldwood. Without a mechanism, it was impossible to open it with human strength, unless it was an innate expert who could use the power of heaven and earth. However, there were no innate experts in the Northern Ming army. The strongest person was the young general. He was at the peak of grade 9, but still wasn't an innate expert. With the impregnable gate and the Great Xia soldiers guarding Heaven's Gate, the Northern Ming army would have to lose at least 100,000 soldiers to have any hope of breaking through this impregnable pass. No one knew what the Northern Ming military advisor was thinking. Similarly, no one knew when the Northern Ming military advisor woke up. 10,000 heavy armored cavalrymen were in front and 100,000 Northern Ming cavalrymen were behind them. Fan Lingyue stood in front of the formation and looked at the immortal pass in front of him. "Begin." "Yes." The young general respectfully accepted the order. Immediately, the aura around his body started to rise and soar. The next moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky, shocking the entire world. The three martial monarchs of the Great Xia were also shocked. As if they had thought of something terrifying, they hurriedly ordered the army to stop at all costs. However, it was already too late. The young general who had reached the innate realm quickly passed the demonic tribulation of the three calamities and five tribulations. Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the impregnable pass. He mercilessly killed all the guards and the three consecrated experts. The gate of Heaven's Gate, which had not been broken through for 1,000 years, slowly opened. Under Fan Lingyue's order, the Iron Hove stepped into the impregnable pass and destroyed all resistance. After the Northern Ming army entered, the gate of the impregnable pass closed with a bang. The three martial monarchs of the Great Xia, along with the 300,000 soldiers, were locked outside the pass and had no chance of entering. Find a mechanism diagram and kill everyone who knows about it. After entering the pass, Fan Lingyue coldly and mercilessly ordered. Yes, the young general accepted the order. Leave 50,000 people behind to guard the pass. You stay too. Fan Lingyue narrowed his eyes and continued to look at the territory of the Great Xia. Yes, the young general was startled. In the end, he still nodded respectfully. Chapter 82. The news of Xia's gate being breached was like thunder. Behind this, the Northern Ming military advisor once again played a terrifying role. The Northern Ming army was previously forced into a corner by the three martial marquises of Xia and retreated all the way to Heaven's Gate. Who would have thought that such a shocking change would occur at such a crucial moment? The young general beside the Northern Ming military advisor breaking through to the Xiantian stage was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that it sent chills down everyone's spine. It was impossible to suppress the Xiantian stage for a long time. When one was about to break through, it was extremely difficult to even suppress it for a day. So, was this really a coincidence? No one in the world would believe that such a terrifying coincidence could exist. Not only did the Northern Ming army, which was already in a desperate situation, manage to break through the encirclement, but they also completely blocked the three martial marquises of Xia and their 300,000-strong army outside the gate. At this moment, even a fool would know that something was amiss, but they couldn't guess what the problem was. In the entire Northern Ming army, only one person knew the truth. Even the young general was kept in the dark most of the time. The Xia's Heaven's Gate was the #1 pass in the Central Plains. Its terrain was unique, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Fan Lingyue, who had long since woken up, had been waiting for an opportunity to take down this pass without shedding a drop of blood. The reason why she had been hiding was partly to show weakness to the Xia and partly to wait for the Eternal Night cult to make their move. The Eternal Night cult and the Northern Ming Imperial Court were now in the same boat. Once the Northern Ming army was defeated, the Eternal Night cult would have no choice but to bear the full fury of Xia alone. Therefore, the Eternal Night cult would definitely do anything to wake her up. In the Eternal Night cult, there were many miraculous doctors and elixirs, but there was only one thing that could definitely wake her up: the Divine Heaven Pill. Just like the Xiantian Pill in Xia's Imperial City, the Divine Heaven Pill was a panacea that only the Eternal Night cult had. It was even more precious than the Xiantian Pill. The Eternal Night cult had a long history, and its foundation was beyond imagination. Even so, the number of Divine Heaven Pills there could be counted with one hand. At this moment, she needed a Divine Heaven Pill to help her break through the impenetrable defense of Xia's gate. The Eternal Night cult did not disappoint her. They sent someone to deliver a Divine Heaven Pill, but the one who consumed it was not her, but Yang Hong. Yang Hong had followed her for 7 years. He had the right to take the Divine Heaven Pill, and he had to take it. Yang Hong had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for a long time. Originally, he was already showing signs of a breakthrough. All he needed was an opportunity. Now that he had taken the Divine Heaven Pill, he naturally succeeded in stepping into the Khanate stage. The 3 martial marquises of Grand Xia came at the right time. In order to deal the greatest amount of damage to Grand Xia, She asked Yang Hong to forcefully suppress the arrival of the Xiantian phenomenon. Although it couldn't last for long, it was still possible to do so for 7 days. There were no accidents in the plan. The 3 martial marquises of Xia were rejected outside Heaven's Gate, and Xia's strength was immediately reduced by nearly half. Now, she only needed to completely destroy Xia's resistance in the shortest amount of time, and the 1,000-year-old Xia would not be far from destruction. The only unfortunate thing was that the internal strife in the Great Xia had been quelled by Emperor Xia while she was unconscious. Otherwise, the current situation would have been even more advantageous to her. Speaking of which, Ningchen had already ruined many of her plans. Fortunately, he was dead. Without this variable, she would have a lot less trouble in the future. Northern Ming Royal Court, Flat Moon Plains. 2 figures walked one after the other, neither hurried nor slow. With the heavenly tomes, the heavenly lake, and the heaven reversal pill, do you still need this thing? Prince Yin walked to the front and asked indifferently. It's been a long time, and I've already gotten used to it. Furthermore, it would be a waste not to use this trump card. There's no need to rush it, Ning Chun replied indifferently from his wheelchair. Scheming is just a small trick. Prince Yin frowned and reminded him. Huh? Ning Chun laughed softly but didn't reply. He wasn't Prince Yin, and he wasn't strong enough to suppress everything. Scheming was still necessary. Senior, where are you going? Ning Chun asked a moment later. I don't know. I'm just walking around, Prince Yin said calmly. Why don't we take a trip to the Northern Ming Royal Court's capital? Ning Chun thought for a moment before suggesting. Sure, Prince Yin replied. After a simple discussion, the 2 of them changed directions and headed in the direction of the Northern Ming Royal Court's capital. The Northern Ming Royal Court's territory wasn't small. However, most of it was grasslands and deserts. In addition, the climate was cold and resources were scarce. This was why it was so poor. In the past 7 years, under Fan Ling Yue's governance, the Northern Ming Royal Court's situation had gradually improved. However, it was still far inferior to the powerful and rich Great Xia. It was said that the Northern Ming Royal Court's capital was a city built in the desert. It had more than 1 million people, and it was the most prosperous and rich place in Northern Ming. On the way, Ning Chun was a little worried as he asked softly, Senior, will Imperial Preceptor Golden Staff spread the news that I'm alive? No, that idiot doesn't even know me. How can he know you? Furthermore, although he's shameless, he cares a lot about his face. He definitely won't mention such an embarrassing matter to anyone, said Prince Yin with certainty. That's good. Ning Chun nodded. He was prepared to give Fan Lingyue a surprise. So how could he expose it now? Senior, what realm are you at now? Ning Chun asked the question he wanted to know the most. The peak of the 4th tribulation of the 5th tribulation realm, said Prince Yin honestly. Hearing this, Ning Chun unconsciously smacked his lips. What a powerful realm. Senior was about to catch up to those 5 old monsters and become the 6th monster in the world. Compared to this senior, he realized that any so-called genius or heavenly pride was laughable, let alone a martial trash like him. He was handsome, talented, and also good at fighting. Walking together with such a senior really made him unhappy. He thought of Wild. In this world, only Wild would seriously and cutely say that he was good at fighting. Wild is very good. It's just that he's been restricted by the barbarian king, said Prince Yin. Ning Chen's heart trembled. How'd he know what he was thinking? This wasn't the first time. Could it be that there was still a mind-reading cultivation method in this world? Prince Yin didn't say anything else. He continued to walk forward step by step. He also didn't know what the current situation in the Great Xia was like. Ningchen was worried. Ever since the 2 of them had come to this godforsaken place, they hadn't encountered a single person in a long time. In fact, let alone a person, they hadn't even seen a ghost. Perhaps they would only be able to ask about the situation of the 2 dynasties once they reached the Northern Ming capital. Hopefully, the Great Xia hadn't been destroyed yet. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in the Great Xia. It was just that Fan Lingyue was too scary. And since he hadn't died, it was very likely that Fan Lingyue wouldn't die either. How could a peak 9th grade martial artist be killed so easily? Fan Lingyue was too patient. She could use anything to scheme against him. If it wasn't for the heavenly book protecting him, he would have been killed before the gunpowder could explode. Of the 2 pages of the heavenly book, Fan Lingyue had shattered one, and the gunpowder had shattered the other. It was now hanging above his chi si in a mess. It looked like it would be very difficult to recover. After leaving Sword City, the senior had already told him that the life scroll in his hand was a heavenly book. Moreover, it was the beginning of the heavenly book. At that time, he was very surprised. Later on, he didn't think much of it. Now, after being saved by the heavenly book, he realized that this thing could also be used as a bulletproof vest and shield. He hoped that all the heavenly books in the world would be in his hands. His hopes were plentiful, but reality was harsh. The senior also told him that 2 volumes of the heavenly tomes had already fallen into the hands of the Eternal Night cult. Therefore, before he could voice out his wish, it had already been shattered. He had a good memory. The Eternal Night cult not only had 2 heavenly books, they also had 2 innate stage martial artists. Although he had died so many times without dying, he believed that if he didn't have eyes and went to the Eternal Night cult to snatch the heavenly book, he would definitely be beaten to death. Just by looking at the Eternal Night cult Son of God, one would know how terrifying the experts in the Eternal Night cult were. Ningchen and Prince Yin continued to travel north. Finally, 2 days later, they encountered a very large tribe. The tribe was very lively, as if there was some important activity going on. Prince Yin wasn't very interested, but Ning Chun was. He turned his wheelchair and went into the crowd. Anyway, the sword rack was still with him. Don't follow me if you dare. Disabled people will be taken care of no matter where they were. Ning Chun sat in the wheelchair and cut through all obstacles. He was invincible. In a short while, he was at the front of the crowd. Prince Yin followed him unhurriedly. Wherever he passed, the crowd unconsciously opened up a gap for him. After he passed, they squeezed tightly again. In the open space in front of him, a group of young men were struggling to snatch an embroidered ball. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. He immediately knew what was going on. It was another one looking for a groom. Ning Chun moved his wheelchair slightly to the back of the crowd, using half of Prince Yan's body to block it. What he was most afraid of now was a groom search. Northern Ming's culture was very open. The groom sat on a high platform. She looked a little shy. She was very fair and beautiful. She's a good match for the senior, Ning Chun said secretly. This lady's dress showed that she wasn't an ordinary person. She must be the daughter of a high-ranking member of the tribe. The senior was so handsome, and the young lady was so beautiful. It could be said that they were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. While Ning Chun was lost in his thoughts, the young men in the open space in the middle were about to go crazy. Whoever had the embroidered ball would have a bloody nose and a swollen face in the next moment. Punching and kicking was not allowed, but it couldn't stop someone from playing dirty. There were so many people who could see clearly who was playing dirty. There was a time limit for the groom search. It was impossible to let this group of young men fight endlessly. Time passed little by little. It was about to end. The embroidered ball was still flying in the air. It flew here and there, and then it flew to Ning Chen's side. Then it fell into Prince Yan's arms. Ning Chun was stunned. The lady on the high platform smiled. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 83. Ning Chun admitted that he was just letting his imagination run wild, but he didn't expect that his imagination would come true. However, after a short moment of surprise, Ning Chun gradually calmed down. He knew that Prince Yan only cared about the sword, and he couldn't accept this girl. In the open space, the young men all looked unconvinced, but they didn't dare to act presumptuously here. On the high platform, the beautiful girl walked down shyly. She went forward and hung the red ribbon in her hand on the arm of the person she liked to show her feelings. The crowd immediately clapped. This was the most beautiful pearl of their tribe, and she deserved the warmest blessings. The show is over. Let's go, Prince Yin said indifferently, looking as calm as ever. He turned around without a trace of reluctance, as if what had just happened hadn't been reflected in his eyes at all. The red ribbon and the embroidered ball slid down and fell to the ground silently. They floated in the wind and rolled, but they still couldn't make the person turn around to look back. Ning Chun sighed inwardly and also turned his wheelchair to leave. In this world, lovers couldn't always be together, let alone heartless people. Senior was a Xiantian, a diviner. He was a peerless genius who had entered the fourth tribulation of the Xiantian realm in less than 30 years of cultivation. How could he be tied down by worldly feelings? The beautiful girl was stunned. Looking at the red ribbon and the embroidered ball on the ground, she couldn't come back to her senses. Men, stop them! At this moment, an old man with a white beard walked out and said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, more than 10 big and sturdy grassland men rushed out and quickly chased after the two. However, just as they were about to approach the two, they felt an irresistible force and were all sent flying. Warriors! The old man with a white beard narrowed his eyes. He knew that these two people weren't simple, but the Chiu tribe's reputation couldn't be tarnished either. He couldn't just let this matter go. Ming Chung, stop them! The old man with a white beard shouted with a serious expression. "Yes, sir." Before he finished speaking, a man in black with a machete at his waist appeared. He stamped his feet and turned into a black shadow that swept towards the two. Clang! The sword and saber met, blocking the path of the black-clothed man. Ning Chun exerted force in his hand and pushed the former away. He frowned unconsciously. Seeing the scimitar in the black-clothed man's hand, he suddenly remembered that when Zhang Sun was attacked, the assassins had used scimitars like this. In this world, there are not many people who use scimitars, and the moon-shaped scimitar in the hands of the black-clothed man was even rarer. On the other side, the man in black moved again. His machete slashed across like a slanted moon, silently approaching. Bang! There was a loud collision, and the dust and sand around the two of them were thrown into a frenzy. However, there was a clear, cracking sound, and a very obvious crack appeared on the wheels of the wheelchair. Ning Chun frowned again. He focused his left hand into a finger and aimed it at the man's chest. In the instant of contact, 70% of the force was withdrawn and 30% penetrated the man's body. The black-robed man let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. He retreated a few steps and then spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes withered. "Senior, we won't be leaving for now," said Ning Chun. "What's the matter?" Prince Yin stopped and asked. "Yes," Ning Chun nodded and answered. He wanted to confirm whether the assassins of Zhang Sun had anything to do with the black-clothed man in front of him. Moreover, his wheelchair was almost broken and needed to be repaired. The wheelchair that Mr. Liu of the Academy had made for him had been destroyed in the explosion. The one he was sitting on was bought with Prince Yan's money from a merchant in northern Ming. Now it seemed that it was indeed very fragile. The wheelchair creaked. The two of them turned around and walked back to the white-bearded elder. "Greetings, old sir." Ning Chun smiled brightly and bowed in greeting. "Arrest them," the white-bearded elder shouted with a darkened face. More than 10 men struggled to get up from the ground and immediately surrounded the two of them. They looked fearful and did not dare to move forward. "No need to arrest us. We won't resist," Ning Chun said with a smile. "Yeah, you decide how to deal with them." The white-bearded elder looked at the woman not far away and said in a low voice, "Take them back to the tent first." Pei Yin, who had been silent, said softly. Ning Chun and Prince Yin did not have any objections. They obediently followed the escorting men to the tent where they were locked up. Most of the tribes on the grassland lived a nomadic life. They lived in tents that could be easily moved. Ning Chun and Prince Yin entered. Looking at the furnishings, it did not look like a place for prisoners, but more like a place for guests. It seemed that the girl had a good heart. Even if she was angry, she would not go too far. Speaking of which, half of the fault this time was on them. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They only followed the clothes of the Romans, but still could not accept other things. "Why did you stay?" Prince Yin walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He asked calmly. "I felt that the machete in the black-clothed man's hand was very similar to the weapons used by those who assassinated the Empress," Ning Chun answered seriously. At that time, he had suspected many people, including the royal court of northern Ming, the Eternal Night sect, and the one in the West Palace. Now it seemed that it was the people of Northern Ming who did it. Since it was done by the royal court of Northern Ming, it must have something to do with Fan Lingwei. Can you confirm it? Prince Yin asked with a trace of coldness in his eyes. The possibility is very high. That's why I asked to stay. Ningchen nodded. His expression was also very ugly. During that assassination, if Qing Ning had not risked her life to protect them, he and Zhang Sun would not have been able to escape. Thinking about it now, he still shuddered. Don't hurt them by mistake, and don't let them go by mistake, Prince Yin said calmly. Understood, Ningchen replied. Outside the tent, the white-bearded elder looked at the black-clothed man beside him and said in a heavy tone, Ming Cheng, can you tell where they came from? I can't, but the young man in the wheelchair is very powerful. I am not his opponent. As for the man in green, I can't feel the aura of a warrior. He should be just an ordinary person. Ming Cheng expressed his opinion. Could they be from Xia? The white-bearded elder asked. We can only know after testing them. Ming Cheng thought for a while and said, but they shouldn't have any bad intentions. If the young man didn't hold back just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here. The white-bearded elder nodded and said, it's better to be careful. Although the Pei tribe does not agree with the war between the two dynasties, Northern Ming and Xia have already started fighting. We can't be the ones who invite the wolf into the house. Yes, Ming Cheng nodded and replied. Inside and outside the tent, everyone had their own schemes. However, the person who should be paid the most attention was ignored by the four of them. Why was it so easy to forget a woman's happiness? Pei Yin fell in love with the man in green at first sight, especially the tranquil and calm aura on him. It made her feel an unprecedented peace. Grandpa, Pei Yin walked over and respectfully greeted the white-bearded elder in front of the tent. Yin, have you taken your medicine? The white-bearded elder asked with concern. His granddaughter had been suffering from heartache since she was young. She had to take medicine every day to ensure that it would not relapse. I've taken it, Pei Yin replied with a gentle smile on her face. Where's third brother? Pei Yin looked around and found that Ming Cheng was nowhere to be seen. She could not help but ask. In the tent, the white-bearded elder turned his head and glanced at her. In the tent, Ming Cheng, who just walked in, looked at the young man in the wheelchair and the man in green who was drinking tea quietly beside the table. He felt strange, no matter how he looked at it. The man in green, who did not have any chi of a cultivator, was the one in charge. As for the young man, he seemed more like a junior. He was not a cultivator, but he could still maintain the appearance of a man in his 20s. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little strange. May I know how I should address you? Ming Cheng lowered his attitude and asked politely. Ning Fan, this is an elder in my family. He doesn't like to talk to others. So, I won't introduce him. Ningchen replied with a bright smile. I'm Pei Ming Cheng. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Ning. Ming Cheng bowed respectfully and thanked him. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. We were also in the wrong earlier. I hope Brother Pei won't blame us for being rude. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, It's not appropriate for me to ask about my sister's matter. I can only wait for Yin Er to make the decision herself. It's not that the Pei family is deliberately making things difficult for her. It's just that the matter of choosing a groom is an extremely serious matter in our tribe. Brother Ning's attitude just now really made my sister feel a little embarrassed. Ming Cheng explained the seriousness of the matter. It was the custom of the Pei family for the past thousands of years. The people of the grassland were not so cunning. The men would snatch the embroidered ball, and the women would only wear the red ribbon if they were willing. Both parties were willing. Today's situation had never happened before. Yin Er was the granddaughter of the patriarch and also the pearl of the entire tribe. Her reputation was extremely important. Today's matter was indeed the fault of the two men in front of him. Hearing this, Ningchen glanced at Prince Yin, who was still calmly drinking his tea. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Senior, can you say something? Brother Pei, we really didn't consider this matter properly. We're new here and aren't familiar with the customs. I hope Brother Pei can give us a solution. While speaking, Ning Chun poured himself a cup of tea. Why should he be thirsty when his senior was drinking tea? Ming Chung thought for a moment and said, Let your senior marry Yin heir. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Ningchen spat out his tea and coughed nonstop. His face turned red from choking. This matter was very unreliable. You should think of a way to get some information and then send a message. Cough, cough. Brother Pei, although the seniors of my family haven't gotten married yet, marriage is still a big matter for two people. Your Miss Yin heir and my senior both need to think about it carefully. There's no rush. Ning Chen's head hurt. What should he do? If it was a matter between men, he could just send a message if he couldn't think of a solution. But now that it involved a pure and innocent girl, his intelligence was not enough. Should he write a letter to Zhang's son and ask? This thought suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Immediately, he shivered and immediately dismissed this suicidal thought. Chapter 84. Ning Chen admitted that he was a very dangerous person. He would never provoke people he couldn't afford to offend. For example, Zhang's son and Zhang's son. Everything in the world had its weakness. Even if he reached the Xiantian realm, he still wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang's son. Moreover, he was still far away from the Xiantian realm. After recovering his cultivation, his confidence had increased a lot, but it also depended on who he was facing. He couldn't beat Zhang's son, and he couldn't afford to offend him. In the end, he could only bully outsiders with his 7th grade cultivation. Ming Cheng could tell that Ning Chen was stalling, but he didn't point it out. He also needed time to test their background. Yin Er's marriage wasn't a small matter. How could it be decided just like that? Brother Ning, may I know why you came to the Pei clan? If there's anything you need help with, just tell me. Ming Cheng asked casually as if nothing had happened. We're just passing by. It's nothing, Ning Chen replied with a smile. Where are you going, Brother Ning? Ming Cheng continued to ask. The capital, Ning Chen said honestly. I've long heard that the capital of northern Ming is a miracle in the desert. I've always admired it, but I've never had the chance to see it. This time, I came with the elders of my family to see it. Brother Ning, are you not from northern Ming? Ming Cheng asked in surprise. Ha! Ning Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, An country is a small country. It's not worthy of Brother Pei's attention. Ming Cheng frowned, but he didn't ask any more. He had never heard of an country, but in this world, there were countless big and small countries. If he continued to ask, it would be rude. Brother Ning, have a good rest. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Ming Chen cupped his fists and said politely. Ning Chen also cupped his fists and said sincerely with a smile, Brother Pei's saber technique is good. If there's time, I must ask for your advice again. Anytime, Ming Cheng replied. After Ming Cheng left, Yin Imperial Prince drank the tea in his cup and said calmly, You're quite patient. Ning Chen chuckled and said, I've just arrived here. How can I ask for information so quickly? It's better to leave an honest impression. However, this Pei Ming Cheng was a little impatient. He asked too many things he shouldn't have asked. Not everyone can be as scheming as you, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chen was speechless. He was forced to do this. He also wanted to be pure, but how could he be pure? The world was so chaotic, and people's hearts were so unpredictable. If he didn't learn to hide a knife behind a smile, others would stab him in the back first. Is there really such a place as an country? Prince Yin asked casually. Who knows? The world is so big, and there are so many countries. Who knows? Ning Chen replied indifferently. Ha! Prince Yin chuckled. Indeed, he was full of nonsense. He wondered how Wu Yo had brought this brat back to the Weiyang Palace. Senior, how should we deal with that lady? Ning Chen was put in a difficult position. This was the most important thing right now, and everything else was still manageable. It's up to you. You're the one who wants to watch the show, and you're the one who wants to stay. Naturally, you'll be the one to resolve this matter. It was rare for Prince Yin to say more and push all the responsibility to the younger generation. Hearing this, Ning Chen was furious. This matter couldn't be settled like this. Who was the one who took the embroider ball? Who was the red ribbon for? So what if they were Xiantian? So what if they were Legend? Could Xiantian and Legend casually make things difficult for the younger generation? Senior, you're shirking responsibility, Ning Chen argued, unwilling to take the blame just like that. So what if I am? Prince Yin replied calmly. Ning Chun was dumbfounded. This was too arrogant. How could he be like this? He thought of a saying from his previous life. Only a strong country could have diplomacy. Senior had demonstrated this point incisively and vividly. So what if he was? Such a domineering and arrogant statement. What could he do? He didn't dare to do anything. Senior, you win. Ning Chun clenched his teeth and complimented him. Huh. Prince Yin didn't care. He continued to drink the tea in his cup calmly. The tent quieted down. Ning Chun calmed down and thought about how to solve the problem in front of him. First, there was the trouble of Senior, and second, there was the assassination of Zhang Sun. He wasn't good at Senior's matter, but Zhang Sun's matter shouldn't be difficult to investigate. There weren't many people in the entire northern Ming imperial court who used this kind of scimitar. They might even be from the same faction. He only needed to know some clues, and he could follow them until he found the final target. He had Prince Yin, a nuclear weapon, by his side. No matter how strong the faction was, they could be chopped up like vegetables. Just as the two of them were thinking, a beautiful woman opened the tent flap and walked in. Ning Chun felt a headache coming. He looked at the woman and then at Prince Yin. In the end, he decided not to be a third wheel and leave enough space for the two of them to talk. You guys talk. I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat something. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chun hurriedly turned his wheelchair and slipped out of the tent. At this moment, he had the urge to stand up and run. Bring some back for me, too, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chun staggered and almost fell down. He quickly stabilized himself and gritted his teeth. Definitely. The tent flap fell. Ning Chun wiped his cold sweat and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He was in a good mood. In his eyes, other than that uncute Fan Lingwei, the rest of the people in the northern Ming imperial court were still very cute. The herdsmen were already busy with their livelihood at the beginning of the year. After winter and spring came, there were already patches of green on grassland. Although it was still not enough to herd horses and sheep, it was not as desolate as before. Night was coming. The people in the tribe were preparing dinner. They were killing sheep and starting fires. People came and went in front of every tent. It was very lively. Ning Chun was so envious that his heart itched. He turned his wheelchair and went over, wanting to get familiar with them. However, he was mercilessly given a cold shoulder by the men of the grassland. They knew this young man. He had just offended the most beautiful pearl in their tribe. He was a very bad person. No one in the world knew how thick-skinned Ning Chun was. Even if others ignored him, he would still approach them with a smile on his face. He would help with fetching water and helping with the fire. In short, no matter how strong the enemy was, he wanted to be as pleasant as the spring breeze. The maidens and ants of the grassland quickly accepted this diligent, laughing, and kind-hearted young man. The men of the grassland forced their wives and mothers to gradually change their attitudes. Little brother Ning, you don't know. At that time, that wild wolf was less than a zhang away from me. Its eyes were wide open like lanterns, but I was not afraid. I threw myself at it and killed it with a few punches and kicks. In front of the bonfire, a man was bragging. Big brother Ahu, you're so awesome. Next to him, Ning Chen's face revealed a look of worship as he complimented. Little brother Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. At that time, he was so scared that he couldn't even walk. It was the tribe's divine archer, Ashuei, who shot an arrow through the wild wolf's eye and saved him. At this time, Ahu's wife came over to deliver the mutton and ruthlessly undermined him. Ahu scratched his head in embarrassment and argued with a lack of confidence. In the end, it was me who killed it. It would have died even if you didn't kill it. Ahu's wife replied, Big brother, Ahu is still very awesome. The first time I met a wild wolf, I was so scared that I almost peed in my pants. Ning Chun promptly saved the situation. Oh, little brother Ning has also met a wild wolf? Sure enough, Ahu's attention was attracted and he asked curiously. Yes. At that time, little brother's legs weren't crippled and I hadn't practiced martial arts. After I saw a wild wolf, I was so scared that my face turned white. Even after the wild wolf died, I was still vomiting. Ning Chun said with a bashful face. Ahu laughed heartily. He felt that this little brother was very much to his liking. He was honest, simple and honest, and he was also very down to earth. Ahu's wife also smiled with good intentions. The people of the prairie were all afraid of meeting a wild wolf. One or two was still okay, but a pack was a bit scary. Being scared by a wild wolf wasn't a shameful thing. Big brother Ahu, is there anyone in the tribe who could do carpentry? Little brother's wheelchair is a bit broken. I need to find someone to fix it. While speaking, Ning Chen's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment as he asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Ahu and Ahu's wife both laughed. Just find your big brother Ahu. He's the person who's the best at carpentry in the tribe. Ahu's wife laughed. Ning Chen was startled. He turned his gaze towards Ahu and saw Ahu proudly nodding his head. He was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that this simple and honest man actually had some skill. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who said Zhang Fei didn't know how to embroider? This big and rough man could actually do fine carpentry. Big brother Ahu, then I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen politely saluted and said, Little brother Ning is too polite. Ahu laughed and casually said. While the two people were chatting, the bonfire crackled and popped. The aroma of mutton also began to gradually spread. Ning Chen's gaze also moved to the mutton on the bonfire. His mouth was drooling. Mutton with his hands. He wanted to taste it in his previous life, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Come, little brother Ning. I'll give you a leg of mutton. Ahu's wife was a relatively careful person. She saw Ning Chen's greedy look at a glance and handed over the leg of mutton that was roasted first. Then I won't be polite. Ning Chen's face was smiling like a blooming flower. He took the leg of mutton and ate it happily without fearing that it was hot. Your elder won't come out to eat? Ahu asked strangely. He's not hungry. Ning Chen was busy eating the meat. He didn't have time to explain. He directly solved the problem with 3 words and then continued to wolf down the meat. Oh, Ahu didn't doubt him. He used a knife to cut a piece of roasted meat and handed it to his wife. He also began to eat in big mouthfuls. The 3 of them sat around the bonfire. Ahu's wife, Ahu, and Ning Chen slowly ate the meat in big mouthfuls. After a while, only the bones of the half of the goat were left. Ahu's wife ate a little, Ahu ate a leg, and Ning Chen ate the rest. After eating, Ning Chen thanked the enthusiastic Ahu and his wife and prepared to return to the tent. As he walked, he felt that he had forgotten something. He thought for a while, but couldn't remember it. Since he couldn't remember it, it shouldn't be important. Who cares? Chapter 85. Early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. In the open space in front of the tribe, the sound of swords clashing could be heard, attracting many people to come and watch. In the field, the people fighting were Ning Chen and Ming Cheng. The ink sword danced in the sunlight, blocking every angle of the scimitar. Ning Chen suppressed his cultivation to the same 6th grade as Ming Cheng, but he still had an overwhelming advantage. Prince Yin was also watching from his side. He was not surprised by this result. Although Ning Chen had not been practicing martial arts for a long time, the number of battles he had fought was not less than anyone else. Most of his opponents were people with higher cultivation than him. In terms of battle experience, he was already very rich. In a martial arts competition, there was nothing more than cultivation, foundation, and moves. Other than that, experience was the most decisive factor. In the middle of the battle, something unexpected happened. The moment the sword and the blade clashed again, there was a crisp sound. In the next moment, the wheelchair under Ning Chen shattered and flew in all directions. Ning Chen frowned at this sudden situation. His ink sword was on the ground, and he turned his right hand, flying backwards. In the next moment, the scimitar came towards him. It was as cold as the moon and as fast as lightning. Facing the unavoidable blade light, Ning Chen's left hand clenched his fingers. With a clang, he caught the scimitar. Taking advantage of the momentum, he let go of the scimitar and pointed his sword finger at Ming Cheng's shoulder. Ning Chen's finger strength penetrated his body. After succeeding in one move, he did not continue to attack. His right hand patted the hilt of his ink sword, and he immediately retreated from the battle. At the same time, Prince Yin waved his hand, and a chair flew out of the tent, landing right where Ning Chen had landed. This move was done so casually that no one noticed it. No one would think that this young man, without any martial arts aura, was actually one of the most terrifying Xiantian masters in the world. In the field, the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand had already fallen to the ground. The numbness in his shoulder did not dissipate for a long time, and he could not even lift it up. Brother Ning's swordsmanship is brilliant. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Ming Cheng was not a petty person. A loss was a loss. His left hand gradually raised the scimitar, and he admitted defeat seriously. Brother Pei, you're too courteous. Ning Chun sat down in his chair. With a wave of his hand, the ink sword and scabbard flew back to him. With a clang, the ink sword returned to its scabbard and stabbed into the ground. I've seen Brother Pei's saber technique. Although it's as swift and fierce as lightning, it's mostly just for show. It doesn't seem like an orthodox martial art. Ning Chun frowned and pretended to feel that it was a pity. That's impossible. The Qing clan saber techniques are the most orthodox martial arts of Beimeng. How can it be just for show? As expected, Ming Cheng fell for the trick and immediately denied it. At this moment, Ning Chun and Prince Yin sighed in their hearts. Too inexperienced. I lost because my skills were not good enough. Brother Ning, please don't slander the Qing family's saber technique. Ming Cheng did not know that there was a trap and continued to speak with a solemn expression. Brother Pei, please don't blame me. I was rude. Ning Chun bowed and apologized. His attitude couldn't be more proper. Seeing Ning Chen's sincere tone of apology, Ming Cheng's expression became a little better. He no longer cared about the former's rude words. After the fight and the show, the crowd applauded cooperatively and then dispersed. Everyone went back to their own homes and did their own things. Brother Ahu, don't forget my wheelchair. Ning Chen couldn't move. He could only sit on the chair and shout at Ahu, who was far away. I know. Ahu also replied in a loud voice. For the whole morning, Ning Chen sat in the open space outside in a daze. He couldn't go anywhere. The beautiful grassland scenery made him want to vomit. Do you want to get up and take a walk? Prince Yin walked over and asked lightly. No, you do your thing. Ning Chun refused without hesitation. Then you continue. Prince Yin turned and walked towards the tent. Senior, what did you say to that girl yesterday? Ning Chun couldn't suppress the fire of gossip in his heart. He couldn't help but shout at the former's back. When he went back to the tent last night, he happened to see Pei Yin walk out with red eyes. This made him very curious. He thought about it until midnight and almost couldn't sleep. I didn't say a word. Prince Yin replied without turning his head. Ning Chun was stunned. Then he couldn't help but say, damn. No wonder the girl almost cried. He originally wanted to leave some space for the two of them. Why didn't the senior reject him tactfully? If not, he could have rejected him directly. Yesterday, he found out from Ahu that this Pei Yan's identity was not ordinary. Her grandfather was the leader of the Pei tribe, which was the overall boss of this area. He was very powerful. He had a good impression of this girl. She was a little weak and seemed a little sentimental. However, she was still a kind and good girl. Such a gentle girl was more like a lady from a noble family in the Central Plains than a girl from the grassland. He also heard that this Pei Yin was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She liked the culture of Great Xia very much. He also heard that this Pei Yin had a heartache disease. She was like the original version of Lin Daiyu. He also heard that this Pei Yin's mother died right after giving birth to Pei Yin because of heartache. He also heard that this Pei Yin might not live past 25 years old. Moreover, more than one doctor said so. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the more indignant he felt. Yesterday afternoon, he had painstakingly collected information outside. He had even sacrificed his face and wanted to find out Pei Yan's birth characters. However, this senior of his just stayed in the tent and drank tea for half a day. At this moment, a little girl's voice sounded in the grassland. Her tone was anxious, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Mrs. fainted. As soon as she finished speaking, the white-bearded elder in the tent, not far away, immediately walked out with a gloomy expression. He quickly walked towards Pei Yan's tent. Following behind him were the doctors from Ming City, the grassland, and a large group of people. Ning Chen thought hard. A heartache disease should be a heart disease in his world. Furthermore, this girl was born with it. The possibility of her being cured was really negligible. The Caltra crystal flower had a miraculous effect on heart meridian injuries. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. As for whether he would take out the Caltra crystal flower if he had it, only the heavens knew. There were no assumptions in this world. Therefore, this girl was probably incurable. Although it was cruel, this was the reality. Inside Pei Yan's tent, the doctor was checking her pulse. His expression became more and more serious, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. "How is Yan Er?" the white-bearded elder asked anxiously. "Patriarch, I've already tried my best." The doctor sighed softly and continued. Mrs. Body was already extremely weak. Before this, I suggested to chase away the bad luck for her because I wanted to see if a miracle would happen. Now, it's no longer necessary. How could it be? The white-bearded elder staggered and his face turned pale. Yan Er hasn't gotten married yet. How could she just leave like this? Chase away the bad luck. Yes, chase away the bad luck. At this moment, this was the only thought in the white-bearded elder's mind. He could not care less about other things. He immediately calmed himself down and ordered. "Men." Yes. A few men walked into the tent. "Go and bring Mrs. Wedding Dress here. Tonight, Miss will get married. Also, take care of those two people." Yes. The men accepted the order and left. At the side, Ming Cheng's face showed a hint of worry. "Patriarch, isn't it a little inappropriate to do this? That young man called Ning Fan is very strong. It's better not to offend him. We can't care so much. Yan Er's matter is the most important." The white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. Ning Chun, who was outside the tent, had no idea about what was happening inside. At this moment, he was still waiting for his wheelchair to be ready. The sun rose from the east to the south and then to the west. Ning Chun was sitting there. Just as he was about to go crazy from boredom, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the tribe had gradually become a little unusual. A few young ladies from the grassland were walking around with all kinds of things in their hands. There were even red candles and red paper that were only used during festivals and weddings. Ning Chun did not take it seriously at first. Later, he felt that something was wrong. A thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but open his mouth wide. Forced marriage? It can't be, right? The matter had become big. Ning Chun had a headache. The Yin Prince of Great Xia was actually forced to get married. Who would believe this? "Little brother Ning, your wheelchair is ready." Just as Ning Chun was having a headache, he suddenly heard Ahu's loud voice coming from not far away. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now, he could quickly run away. However, when he saw the wheelchair, he almost cried. He was wrong. He should not have believed that Zhang Fei could embroider. How is this a wheelchair? This was clearly a chair with wheels. "Big brother Ahu, thank you." Ning Chun gritted his teeth and thanked him. Little brother Ning is too polite. Ahu is a careless person. He very happily accepted Ning Chen's thanks. Ning Chen sat on it. He felt that it would not fall apart in a short period of time. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He would make do with it. He would buy another one in the royal city of the northern Ming imperial court. "Big brother Ahu, what are they doing?" Ning Chun pointed at the young ladies from the grassland who were busying themselves and asked in a low voice. Ahu looked around and immediately lowered his head. He said in a low voice, "I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone that I told you." "Of course." Ning Chun nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. "I heard from my wife that Miss Pei Yin is seriously ill. The clan leader is going to drive away the bad luck from Miss tonight," Ahu said in a low voice. "Fuck, is that true? Don't fool me." Ning Chun pretended to be surprised. "How can it be fake? It's absolutely true." Ahu patted his chest and almost swore. "Big brother Ahu, you can go back first. I definitely won't say that you told me." Ning Chun said gratefully. Ahu left in satisfaction. Ning Chun immediately turned his wheelchair and came to Prince Yan's tent. The first thing he said when he came in was, "Senior, Ahu said that you're going to be forced to marry. Should we run?" In the tent, Prince Yan glanced at Ning Chun indifferently and said, "This is the solution you have been thinking about for the whole day?" Ning Chun was a little ashamed. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. Why should he be ashamed? He was not the one who caused this. Hurry up, surround the tent. Don't let them run away. At this time, the unique, rough voice of a man from the grassland sounded from outside. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. There were at least 100 people. All right, it's too late to run now. Ning Chen sighed helplessly. He was very unhappy. Why did he have to fight all day long? Chapter 86. The curtain of the tent was lifted, and a few burly men walked in. They looked murderous and unfriendly. The men of the grassland had seen blood before. Once they were serious, they would exude an oppressive aura that was different from ordinary people. However, this was only for ordinary people. The two people in the tent could not be said to be murderous, but they were the kind of extraordinary people who would not even blink when killing. Ning Chun turned a wheelchair around and stabbed the black sword into the ground. He did not hide his displeasure. You want to fight? Who's afraid of who? The white-bearded old man walked in. Ming Chung walked in, and even the doctor came in. Seeing the calm young man in green, they frowned. Take him away, the white-bearded old man shouted. Yes. The 7 burly men went around the wheelchair and directly grabbed the young man in green. Ning Chin's displeasure grew. Did they think he was invisible? He patted the black sword with his right hand, and a wave of true essence spread out. The burly men were forced to take a few steps back. Let's talk nicely. Ning Chun was guilty, and he did not want to make things worse. He suppressed his temper and said, Ming Chung, you hold him back, the white-bearded old man shouted. Yes. Ming Chung helplessly pulled out the scimitar at his waist and took 2 steps forward. He said to Ning Chun, Brother Ning, sorry for the offense. Ning Chin's expression gradually turned cold. He gave him face, but he did not want it. Clang! The black sword was unsheathed. Frost condensed on the sword, and snowflakes surged. The temperature in the tent dropped. The tense atmosphere spread, and a fight was about to break out. At this moment, Yin Qin Prince, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Okay, put your sword away. Yin Qin Prince walked out of the tent and said lightly, Go and see what's going on. Okay. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes, put his sword back into the scabbard, and followed him out. When the two of them walked out, Ming Chung broke out in a cold sweat. They had underestimated the young man in the wheelchair. Even if there were 10 more of them, they would not be able to stop him, let alone him. Patriarch, we can't use force. Ming Chung advised again. The white-bearded old man snorted coldly, then turned and walked out of the tent. In Pei Yan's tent, Ning Chun and Yin Qin Prince looked at the beautiful girl lying on the bed and got the truth from the doctor. Senior, is there any way to save him? Ning Chun asked via voice transmission. Caltrop flower, Prince Yin said calmly. So there's no hope? Ning Chun asked in a low voice. With your blood and my help, I can extend her lifespan by 3 years. Like I said before, you can do whatever you want with her, Yin Wang said calmly. We'll do our best. Ning Chun nodded and made a prompt decision. After he finished speaking, Ning Chun turned around and looked at the white-bearded old man who had just entered. He said, We can extend Miss Pei Yan's lifespan by 3 years. As a trade, all the enmity from before will be forgotten. The white-bearded old man was stunned, and so was everyone else. Ning Chun didn't urge him, but waited patiently and coldly. The worry of the people present was in stark contrast to the calmness of the two. Zhang Sun's words that day were vividly reflected at this moment. Ning Chun was the most heartless person in the world. If it weren't for the fact that they were the ones in the wrong, who lived and who died would have nothing to do with him. She wasn't on man. Are you confident? The white-bearded old man asked with a trace of distrust in his eyes. It's up to you to believe it or not, Ning Chun said indifferently. The white-bearded old man's expression changed again and again. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I agree. You can all leave. Yin Wang stepped forward and arrived in front of the bed. The white-bearded old man and everyone else hesitated, but they still couldn't decide. It's not too late to back out now. Ning Chin also turned his wheelchair and arrived in front of the bed. Get out. The white-bearded old man finally made up his mind. He drove everyone out of the tent and then followed them out. Poor parents. Ning Chun sighed softly. Then, he used his sword finger to cut his arm. Drops of blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto Pei Yan's chest. He had the heaven-reversing pill in his body, and he had also soaked in Northern Meng's heavenly lake. It could be said that he was a living primer. At the same time, Yin Wang turned his palm and condensed qi. Xiantian power wrapped around the dripping blood and quickly entered Pei Yan's heart meridian. In an instant, the medicinal power spread and began to nourish Pei Yan's extremely weak heart. After about 10 breaths, Yin Wang stopped. Ning Chun wiped his hand, and a silver light flashed, stopping the blood on his arm. Then, he looked at Pei Yin on the bed and waited for her to wake up. After half an hour, Pei Yin woke up. She looked at the young man in green in front of her and said weakly, "Can you tell me your true identity?" "Great Xia, Yin Wang said lightly. Pei Yin was stunned. Then, she closed her eyes weakly. A drop of tear fell silently. "Thank you." Ning Chun and Yin Wang went out. The white-bearded old man immediately entered the tent. When he saw Pei Yin waking up on the bed, he couldn't help but cry with joy. "Let them go." The old man's voice came from the tent. Ming Chung and the others heard it and automatically made a path for the two of them to leave. "Let's go." Yin Wang walked in front, his green robe fluttering in the wind. "Okay." Ning Chun responded and followed him. The two of them left unhurriedly without any reluctance. No matter how beautiful the grassland was, they were just passers-by. It was enough that they had seen it. The mountains have no foundation. The waters have no foundation. The grass is desolate. The clouds are faint. The willows are green. The cuckoo is unbearable to hear. On the grassland, there was a voice saying goodbye. Ning Chun turned around and saw a woman in a red wedding dress sitting in front of the tent. She was holding a peepa in her arms. Her face was pale, and her red lips were red like blood. She was like a rose blooming in the cold wind. She was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look at her directly. What a pity. Ning Chun sighed softly, but didn't say anything. Then, he turned around and continued walking forward. Yin Wang's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in his expression. He walked step by step without any hesitation. The grassland was very big. The two of them walked all the way north without stopping until they reached their destination, the capital of Northern Meng. This was a city in the desert. From afar, it looked like a holy city floating on a yellow sea. It was very shocking. After the two of them entered the capital, they found that the lives of the people here were very different from the grassland outside. They were somewhat similar to the people of the Central Plains. They did all kinds of small businesses. They worked from dawn to dusk. Ning Chun glanced at the majestic palace building in the distance and sneered. It was said that after the death of the Northern Meng Emperor, the palace was in chaos and several princes fought for the throne. It was also at this time that Fan Lingyue appeared out of nowhere and swept away all resistance. He helped the previous emperor's infant son to the throne and ended the internal strife in the Northern Meng Empire. This meant that the emperor of Northern Meng was only 7 years old this year. Northern Meng's sand sword is about to appear. I want to go take a look. Let's part here. Yin Wang's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Ning Chun was startled. Then he nodded. Since Senior didn't let him go, it meant that he wasn't strong enough. It might be dangerous if he went. How do I contact you? Ning Chun asked. No need. I will look for you. Before he finished speaking, Yin Wang's figure had already disappeared. He was rushing towards the north. Ning Chun opened his mouth and finally shook his head helplessly. He was hoping that Yin Wang could do this with him. Now, it seemed that he had to rely on himself. It was a little difficult, but he couldn't keep waiting. The situation of Great Xia was already very dangerous. Zhang Sun was still having a headache. He had to do something. When he had just entered the capital, he had already inquired about the current situation of the war between the two dynasties. The Great Xia's Heaven's Gate had actually been broken through by Fan Lingyue, and Northern Meng's army of 300,000 marched straight in, even blocking the 3 martial marquises of the Great Xia outside the pass. This was the worst news. Since the war between the two dynasties, Great Xia's losses had reached a terrifying number. However, Northern Meng's army was almost unharmed. Beijing Plains and Yingguei cities 200,000 soldiers, Zhuqiusheng's 350,000 soldiers, and the 300,000 soldiers in the hands of the three marquises were no longer a threat. Great Xia's 850,000 soldiers couldn't stop Northern Ming's 300,000 soldiers. The biggest difference was that Northern Ming had Fan Lingwei, but Great Xia didn't. This was a woman who could single-handedly create an era. She was already invincible. Ning Chun didn't want Fan Lingwei to know that he was still alive, because he didn't want to confront her directly. He was also full of fear for such a woman. Ever since he came to this world, he had suffered a few big losses and even suffered serious injuries. Fan Lingwei was behind all of them. She wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill her. It was so simple that he could ignore everything. The Qing clan was a pawn that could be used. Based on the scimitar in Ming Cheng's hand, he could basically conclude that the group that assassinated Zhang Sun back then was from the Qing clan. Then, he could also conclude that the Qing clan was also a hidden pawn of Fan Lingwei. He wanted to go in and see what kind of place the Qing clan was. The Qing clan was in Northern Ming's capital. In this imperial land where there were as many aristocratic families as there were dogs and nobles everywhere, it wasn't very eye-catching. However, the Qing clan was different from other aristocratic families and nobles. The Qing clan wasn't really a clan with a single surname. There were very few direct descendants of the Qing clan, and they weren't allowed to marry outside, causing the number of descendants to dwindle. In a situation where they had no choice, the Qing clan set a rule that those who made great contributions to the Qing clan could be bestowed with the surname Qing. Regarding the traditions and rules of the Qing clan, Ningchen only had one word to say. Pooh! Incestuous marriage, I won't kill you all. However, this also gave him a lot of convenience. For the continuation of the bloodline, the Qing clan didn't reject any true experts. In the future, as long as they made enough contributions, they could be bestowed with the surname. He didn't have the slightest interest in this surname. Moreover, he went in to stab a knife. The Qing clan was very big, so big that it was shocking. Ning Chun entered the Qing clan in a very high-profile and arrogant manner. He directly fought his way in. His cultivation of 7th grade immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Qing clan. A 7th grade martial artist under the age of 20 was really rare. This young master is here to be a guest elder. Call someone who can talk. Ning Chun held a broken iron sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He spoke arrogantly to a group of people who had fallen in front of him. Chapter 87. Ning Chun did not use the ink sword because he did not want people to recognize him. As for his appearance, with the beard and scars, who would recognize him? He was not Panin, who was unforgettable. Moreover, everyone in the world knew that he was already dead. If there were still people who linked him to Panin, he would really have nothing to say. Soon, the butler of the Qing family walked out. When he saw Ning Chun with a ferocious face and an unshaven beard, he could not help but frown. Such an ugly person. May I ask your name? The butler asked politely. Jade-faced gentleman, by Yu Tong. Ning Chun raised his head and said arrogantly. The wriggling scar on his face made him look somewhat scary and disgusting. Brother Bai, why have you come to the Qing mansion? The butler held back his disgust and continued to ask. Didn't I say it? I am here to be an honored guest. Ning Chun did not see his face and continued to do whatever he wanted. He said arrogantly, with his nose up in the air. After some thought, Ning Chun added, I am also here to marry that little girl, Qing Wushuang. He knew that the Qing family had a misty named Qing Wushuang. At that time, he was puzzled about how there were so many thick-skinned people in the world. The Qing family of Wushuang City had Qing Wushuang, and the Qing family of Beimeng had Qing Wushuang. However, as soon as Ning Chun finished speaking, a clear and cold voice resounded from within the estate. Men, throw him out. While the voice was speaking, a girl with a cold expression walked out. When she saw the ugly man in the yard, her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of disgust. You are Qing Wushuang, Ning Chun said with surprise. Only, this surprised expression appeared too ferocious when paired with the scar on his face. Missy. Before the butler of the Qing family could persuade her, 9 men dressed in black had already walked out and surrounded Ning Chun. Come, I've been itching for a fight recently. Little girl, I will teach you a lesson after I take care of these bastards. Ning Chun pulled out the broken iron sword from the ground, turned his wheelchair, and walked 2 steps forward. Fortunately, he had bought a sturdy wheelchair as soon as he had entered the city. Or else, he would not be able to fight today with that thing made by Ahu. The sword was a broken sword. As soon as Ning Chun injected a strand of true qi into it, he felt that the sword showed signs of cracking. He hurriedly withdrew his true qi and wrapped it around the sword. Ning Chun's arrogance infuriated everyone present. The 9 men in black attacked with machetes in their hands. Their machetes were ruthless, and every strike was aimed at the vital points. Qin Wushuang's cold face did not show any trace of pity. It was already unforgivable for this person to trespass into the Love Mansion, yet he still dared to speak rudely. He must be tired of living. The 9 of them worked together and unleashed a chain of attacks. Each attack was fiercer and more dangerous than the last. Ning Chun laughed out loud and swung his sword to block the attacks of the 3 people in front of him. His expression was incomparably savage as he said, "Good timing." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chun's rank, 7 aura, was fully unleashed. His sword momentum was unreasonably large. The 9 of them were soon no match for him. One by one, they were sent flying, covered in blood. When she saw this, Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer. Moving her lotus steps, she instantly arrived before Ning Chun and pressed her palm towards the latter's chest. At this critical moment, Ning Chun sent out his finger. The finger and palm collided with each other. With a bang, a violent wind emerged around the 2 of them. It was a battle of foundation and strength. The corner of their mouths were dyed red. Instantly, the frightening power shattered the stone floor beneath them and sent gravel flying everywhere. The evenly matched battle had shocked both of them. Ning Chun's eyes became cold. Indeed, the Love Mansion was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he would still charge in. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also shocked. Yet, she did not dare to withdraw her power. Ning Chun gave a cold sneer and unleashed his power without giving in. The brilliant battle had attracted the attention of a few important figures in the Love Mansion. Immediately, a powerful palm appeared and separated the 2 of them. When the dust and sand had dispersed, a middle-aged man appeared. He looked at Ning Chun and said calmly, "You want to marry Wushuang? I wanted it before, but now I don't want it anymore." "In the future, it'll depend on my mood," said Ning Chun arrogantly. The middle-aged man frowned. "It doesn't matter if you want to or not. If you want to enter the Love Mansion, you must first pass the Love Mansion's test and abide by the Love Mansion's rules." "What test? What rules?" asked Ning Chun suspiciously. "The test is very simple. Defeat an azure-robed disciple. As for the rules, we'll talk about them after you pass the test," explained the middle-aged man. He then turned and walked towards the back of the mansion. "That's exactly what I was looking for." Ning Chun raised his broken iron sword and followed. After the 2 of them left, Qin Wushuang suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. She had actually lost the previous battle by half a point. "Miss," the steward immediately went forward with a concerned expression. "It's nothing." Qin Wushuang waved her hand, but a trace of dread flashed through her eyes. Just now, she had truly underestimated this young man called by Yutong. She had already taken half a step into the 8th grade martial path for a long time, but she did not expect to suffer a hidden loss at the hands of this person. There were not many people with such a foundation in the entire Northern Ming. Ning Chun followed the middle-aged man into the back of the Love Mansion. He immediately saw 4 blue-robed old men. Each of their auras was more terrifying than the other. The weakest was of the 9th grade realm. "I've entered a den of thieves," muttered Ning Chun in his heart. His face subconsciously revealed a brilliant smile. However, he had forgotten that he was now an arrogant fool. He had also forgotten that his face was extremely ugly. As a result, this smile became somewhat terrifying. The 4 Love Mansion's elders could not help but feel a burst of irritation. How could there be such an ugly person in this world? "Which one of you wants to go first?" or all of you together?" Ning Chun pointed with his iron sword. Qing Wushuang walked in. The first thing she saw was the former's savage appearance. This time, she did not say anything. Instead, she walked to the side of one of the blue-robed old men and whispered a sentence. "First Elder, keep him." First Elder was startled. He frowned and asked why. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense that the young man in front of him was only at the 7th grade realm. Although he was already outstanding among the younger generation, it was not to the extent that the Love Mansion would do anything to win him over. "I lost just now," said Qing Wushuang honestly. Hearing this, First Elder's eyes narrowed. He tried hard to digest the shock that this sentence brought to him. He knew better than anyone else Wushuang's strength. She was already about to enter the 8th grade. Coupled with the Love Mansion's special cultivation method, she would not be at a disadvantage even if she faced a real 8th grade expert. He did not expect that she would lose to such an ugly person today. "Old 7, go test him." First Elder's thoughts turned, and he said, "First Elder, this is not in accordance with the rules." The middle-aged man who brought Ning Chun in frowned and interrupted. According to the Love Mansion's rules, if one wanted to enter the Love Mansion, one only needed to defeat a blue-robed disciple. If it was an elder, it would be too difficult. Ning Chun was also a bit stunned. He was just saying, they really planned to send a 9th grade old man? Did they still have any shame? He only needs to be able to withstand 5 moves, First Elder said lightly. The middle-aged man frowned again, but did not continue to argue. The 4 elders were in charge of the guest elder assessment. He could not interfere too much. 7th Elder was a slightly younger old man, but no matter how young he was still an old man. Ning Chun was indignant. If he was also a 9th grade expert, he would definitely beat this guy until his mother could not recognize him. The problem was that he was only a 7th grade expert. A rank 9 old man bullying a rank 7 disabled person. How could they do such a thing? Who's afraid of who? "Come on," Ning Chun suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. "Young man, please." 7th Elder walked out and smiled. "Old man, I won't be polite." As he spoke, Ning Chun slapped his wheelchair and flew out. He stabbed his sword forward, starting the battle. "Young man, you are always too impatient." As he spoke, 7th Elder leaned to the side and reached out to grab Ning Chun's right hand that was holding the sword. However, he felt the sword turn in the air and went straight for his throat. Clang! The sword and palm collided. 7th Elder exerted force, and the sword broke into pieces. The poor quality of the sword was clearly shown. 3 tails of silver were gone. Ning Chun was reluctant, but before he could feel the pain, 7th Elder waved his hand again. The broken pieces of the sword turned into rays of light and shot out mercilessly. Ning Chun, who was still in the air, did not have time to dodge. The dark yellow vortex in his energy sea-spun, and the thick earth energy quietly took effect. His whole body suddenly fell, avoiding the rays of light. 7th Elder frowned and reached out to grab Ning Chun again. However, Ning Chun slapped the ground hard and bent his body into a strange angle. He condensed his sword fingers and pointed at his heart meridian. Bang! The 7th Elder raised his arm to block the attack. His cultivation of the 9th rank exploded, and he shook off the fatal blow. Ning Chun flew back and returned to his wheelchair. He looked at the old man who was approaching him and smiled brightly. "It's already been 5 moves." 7th Elder stopped and snorted softly. He turned and returned to his seat. This guy's moves were so strange. There were no signs to be found. It was as if every move was thought out at the last moment. Everyone present could see some clues. This young man was indeed not simple. "Bai Yutong, from today onwards, you are a guest of the Qing family. All the rules will be taught by Wushuang herself," First Elder said, deciding the result of this battle. The Qing family needed such a strong person with potential. On the side, Qing Wushuang did not have any objections. She wanted to accept this person, so naturally she would teach him. "Come with me." Qing Wushuang glanced at Ning Chun and said indifferently, "Little girl, don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, this young master will teach you a lesson," Ning Chun muttered, but intentionally or unintentionally, he didn't conceal it, allowing everyone present to hear him clearly. Qing Wushuang's eyes flashed with coldness. She sneered, "If you want me to be obedient, wait until after your surname is Qing." In the backyard of the Qing family, Ning Chun was led into a small, independent courtyard. Qing Wushuang threw out a sentence and did not want to see this ugly face for even half a second. "Tomorrow morning, go to the main hall and wait for me." Her departing figure was so cold that Ning Chun did not care. He entered his room and closed the door. Soon after, he wearily closed his eyes. Pretending in front of others was always the most tiring thing. The Qing family's strength had shocked him. Just the Qing family alone had 4 elders above the 9th rank. Moreover, it seemed that this was not all of them. He had not expected the Qing family, which had always kept a low profile, to have such a deep foundation. Now, what he wanted to do was even more troublesome. Chapter 88. What Ning Chun wanted to do, only he knew in his heart. It was a very crazy and bold idea. Fan Lingwei didn't know that he was still alive, so he wanted to give her a big surprise. However, before that, he had to find a way to stab the Qing family in the back. He couldn't take it lying down. In this world, he could be bullied, but he couldn't bully Zhang's son. Qing Wushuang wasn't a simple woman. She could endure what ordinary people couldn't. He heard that the Qing family had a young master named Qing Wuyo, who hadn't appeared in the residence for a long time. He didn't know what kind of role the Qing family played in Fan Lingyue's hands, but if he could destroy it, it would cause some trouble for Fan Lingyue. Qing Wushuang wanted to recruit him now, so it was the best opportunity. The Qing family was deep, and it wasn't a secret that Qing Wushuang and Qing Wuyo didn't get along. This kind of thing wasn't rare in any big family. Moreover, since the appearance of the military advisor in Northern Meng royal court, the status of women rose sharply. If Qing Wushuang wanted to rise, she naturally had to step on Qing Wuyo. The current master of the Qing family was a very low-key person. Perhaps it was because of her personality, or perhaps it was because of the situation. In the era where Fan Lingyue was in power, it was destined that any big shot in Northern Meng would be overshadowed. This also caused the younger generation of the Qing family to be dazzling, completely overshadowing the previous generation. Other than Qing Wuyo and Qing Wushuang, there was also an extremely mysterious eldest daughter, Qing Wuan, the direct descendant of the Qing family, 1 son and 2 daughters. In the past, the position of the next master would belong to Qing Wuyo, but it wasn't the case now. Not to mention Qing Wuan, who had never shown herself. Qing Wushuang alone wouldn't sit by and watch the position of the master of the Qing family fall to someone else. A peaceful night passed. On the second day, Ning Chun arrived punctually at the main hall of the Qing family. Qing Wushuang also arrived quickly. Her face was still as cold as before, and one could even see a hint of disgust. Ning Chun expressed his understanding. Last night, when he smiled at the mirror, he also disgusted himself. There was a saying, "I'm ugly, but I'm gentle." Second Mississippi, Ning Chun decided to perform well, greeting her brilliantly, respectfully, and with a good attitude. Qing Wushuang frowned, not used to the former's change. If it wasn't for this face that disgusting, she would also like to have a good relationship with a young expert with potential. "Well, did you rest well last night?" Qing Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement, comforting herself that no matter how ugly the face was, she could get used to it. Unconsciously, her tone became slightly better. "Not bad. I just like a little girl to accompany me." Ning Chun grinned. Qing Wushuang snorted coldly in her heart, but her tone remained calm as she said, "I will arrange for a maid to accompany you tonight." Hearing this, Ning Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little dumbfounded. He knew that he had gone overboard with his acting. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly laughed and covered it up. How could those vulgar rouge and powder enter the eyes of a fair-skinned gentleman like me? It would be better if second Miss personally accompanied me. Qing Wushuang's expression darkened again. This fellow hadn't even finished his sentence, and he had already reverted back to his disgusting self. "Bai Yu Tong, I don't want to hear these words a second time. All right, since you've entered the Qing family, you naturally have to abide by the Qing family's rules. Now, follow me to the law enforcement hall to do the first thing." After saying that, Qing Wushuang turned and walked out of the main hall towards a side hall in the west. Ning Chun withdrew his smile and followed behind. After the scare just now, he was a lot more well-behaved along the way. The law enforcement hall was not far from the main hall. The person in charge was the middle-aged man from yesterday. After Qing Wushuang entered, she politely greeted him, and then officially led Ning Chun to the front. Name. In front of a stone pillar engraved with names, the middle-aged man asked, Bai Yu Tong, Bai as in fair-skinned gentleman, Yu as in jade tree, Tang as in dignified appearance. Ning Chun replied seriously. Qing Wushuang endured her disgust and did not go up to kick him. The middle-aged man pointed through the stone pillar and engraved the 3 words Bai Yu Tong onto the densely packed names. Then he turned to look at the young man in front of him and said calmly, From today onwards, you are officially a guest of the Qing family. The Qing family doesn't care about your background. As long as you perform well, one day you will be bestowed with the surname Qing and enjoy all the resources of the Qing family. I hope you can cherish it. Hey! Ning Chun did not hesitate to disdain him in his heart, lying without even blushing. He dared to guarantee that there were many people secretly investigating his identity right now. However, how could it be so simple to miss a person who appeared out of nowhere? By the time they found out, he would have long run away. Even so, Ning Chun was still very serious. He nodded seriously and said, In order to marry Second Miss as soon as possible, I will definitely work hard. The middle-aged man and Qing Wushuang felt helpless in their hearts. They did not know where this person's face and confidence came from. 2 days later, the Qing family will choose 3 people from the younger generation to participate in the martial feast in the imperial palace. Do you want to sign up? The middle-aged man thought for a while and still made the announcement according to the rules. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He secretly thought that it was finally time. This was the reason why he chose to become a guest of the Qing family. Ever since Fan Lingyue came to power, the Northern Ming Imperial Palace would hold such a martial feast every year. Every major aristocratic family had a quota, and the top 3 of the martial feast would even receive a special reward from the emperor. It was said that the young general by Fan Lingyue's side was the champion of the first martial feast. However, although the martial feast had been going on for 7 years, the rules were constantly changing. In the first 3 years, the participants had to be below 20 years old. In the middle 2 years, the age limit was relaxed to below 30 years old. In the following 2 years, the conditions were relaxed again to below 35 years old. This also caused the martial feast to become more and more unfair to the younger generation. However, Ning Chun was not surprised at all. In Fan Lingyue's eyes, there was no such thing as fairness. There was only the difference between usefulness and uselessness. 7 years ago, Fan Lingyue was still at the stage of stabilizing the court. He needed to cultivate a group of obedient and talented young people. In the middle 2 years, the court gradually stabilized. What he needed more were officials with steady minds and a desire to achieve great things. In the recent 2 years, Northern Ming had already entered a period of complete stability, gradually entering middle age. A group of people with mature minds would instead be more suitable candidates. The younger generation of the Qing family had already matured. Logically speaking, the 3 spots should not be given to outsiders. However, all signs indicated that Qing Wuhin and Qing Wuyo were not in Northern Ming's capital. This also caused at least 2 of the 3 spots of the Qing family to be empty. Therefore, when he heard the elder of the law enforcement hall ask him this question, Ning Chun could not help but smile. His smile was abnormally bright. Whether or not he could poke the Qing family's sore spot depended on this. This young master is registered. After saying this, Ning Chun turned to look at Qing Wushuang. He grinned and said, Second Miss, if I become the champion of the martial feast, will you consider marrying me? This time, Qing Wushuang did not refuse. Unexpectedly, she agreed. Sure, Wushuang, don't mess around. The middle-aged man shouted with an unhappy expression. Elder F.A., Wushuang knows what to do. Qing Wushuang replied seriously. Haha, straightforward. Ning Chen laughed loudly. He turned his wheelchair and walked out. In that instant, a coldness that could not be colder flashed through his smile. Wu Shuang, you're messing around too much, the middle-aged man said with an unhappy expression. Qing Wu Shuang lightly shook her head. Elder Fa, I've carefully considered what I said just now. Among the 32 candidates for this year's martial feast, the weakest is at least at the 6th rank. Most of them are at the 7th rank. Although there are few at the 8th rank, it's not like there aren't any. These years, the requirements for the martial feast have been relaxed again and again, making it harder and harder to become the champion. If he really has the strength to become the champion, even if I marry him, it wouldn't be a disgrace to me. The middle-aged man sighed and said helplessly, you decide for yourself. This second miss of the Qing family was good at everything, but she was too calculative. She could even coldly use her own life's most important matter as a transaction. After going through the law enforcement hall, the two of them paid their respects to the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall, and the law enforcement hall. Only then did the ceremony of entering the Qing family officially come to an end. When Ning Chun returned to his small courtyard, he was already exhausted. The rules of the Qing family were really troublesome. These were only the rules of the guest elders. If he was officially bestowed the surname Qing, who knew how many tests he would have to go through? However, for the remaining 2 days, Ning Chun was much more relaxed. Qing Wushuang came once to deliver 2 swords, one heavy and one light. She told him to choose one. Ning Chun naturally didn't hesitate to take both swords. This caused Qing Wushuang to frown again. How could this guy be so greedy? This young master has always used dual swords. Ning Chun didn't care what Qing Wushuang was thinking. He arrogantly and shamelessly replied. As it turned out, this was well-founded. 2 days later, in the Qing family selection, Ning Chun stubbornly used dual swords to fight for a spot. The elders of the Qing family weren't too surprised. This brat was a bit ugly, but his strength was unquestionable. No matter which family he was from in the capital, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain a spot. The slightly troublesome part was this brat's identity. According to him, he came from the Ni country in the south. However, they really didn't know when the Ni country had appeared in the world. The world was too big, and there were as many countries as there were hairs on an ox. Not being able to name them was even more common. They also had no way of determining whether it was real or fake. The spies they sent out had already gone south, according to this brat's description. They couldn't really trust a person of unknown origin. If he wanted to become a member of the Qing family, he would have to go through many tests. Ning Chen's heart was clear about this. He was just practicing his drawing. As for whether or not he could find it, it had nothing to do with him. The Imperial Palace's martial feast was in 7 days. The entire Qing family attached great importance to it. They did their best to satisfy Ning Chun and the other 2 people's requests. Qing Wushuang didn't participate and gave her spot to someone else. Her cultivation method was special, and it wasn't convenient for her to reveal it at the martial feast. The Qing family was generous, so Ning Chun naturally wouldn't be polite. He took the opportunity to ask for a wheelchair. The one he was sitting on only cost a dozen or so taels of silver. It would probably break after a few fights. However, at this time, bad news came, causing the atmosphere of the Qing family to immediately become heavy. A 9th-rank guest elder had come to the capital's Shao family. Chapter 89. In this world, 9th-rank martial artists were not as common as cabbages. Those under 35 years old were even rarer. Ning Chun used to think that 9th-rank martial artists were worthless. Everyone he met was a 9th-ranked martial artist, and each one was younger than the last. After thinking about it, he realized that it was not because there were too many geniuses, but because there were too many geniuses in the palace. Xia Kingdom, the #1 country in the world, naturally had no lack of experts and geniuses in its palace. In fact, after he left the palace, this situation immediately disappeared. In this world, there were more normal people than monsters. Northern Ming royal court was much weaker than Xia Kingdom. The number and level of experts were also much lower. The few 9th-ranked martial artists in the Qing clan were all over 50 years old, and this was the result of many years of hard work in recruiting martial artists. It was too difficult to produce a ninth-ranked martial artist in the younger generation. The Qing clan did not have one, nor did the other clans in the capital. Unexpectedly, one came from the most inconspicuous Shao clan. The Qing clan and Shao clan were not on good terms. In other words, among the top 10 clans in the capital, there was no one who was truly friendly. The arrival of a ninth-ranked martial artist in the Shao clan was not good news for the rest of the clans. Ning Chun was helpless. He despised the Qing clan's luck. They all relied on external help. Those who were lucky got a ninth-ranked martial artist, and those who were unlucky got him. The martial arts banquet was approaching. The atmosphere in the capital was getting heavier by the day. 7 days later, the vast and magnificent desert city finally welcomed the most important event of the year. The leader of a Qing clan was Elder Fa from the law enforcement hall. Qing Wushuang also followed beside him. The other two from the Qing clan were the best among the disciples with different surnames. One of them was a 7th-ranked martial artist, and the other was an 8th-ranked martial artist. Ningchen still had that sloppy look on his face. He sat in his wheelchair and hummed a tune. His nostrils were up in the air, and he was extremely arrogant. Elder Fa was not a talkative person. As long as it was not too out of line, he would not care. Qing Wushuang even walked at the front of the group without looking back. The other two from the Qing clan had seen Ning Chen's strength. They knew that this guy was not as stupid as he looked, so they did not want to provoke him. Therefore, in the whole group, Ning Chun became the overlord. He was definitely the most eye-catching person. The palace of Northern Ming Royal Court was located in the center of the capital. Although it was not as magnificent and majestic as Xia Kingdom, it had its own unique style. The palaces rose and fell, creating a unique scene in the desert. The Qing family was neither the strongest nor the weakest of the 10 great families of the royal city, at least on the surface. The strongest family was, without a doubt, the royal Ming family. Ranked second was the Yang family, a family that had a position in the military that could not be underestimated. Comparatively speaking, the Qing family was somewhat inconspicuous, and the degree of attention they received was really ordinary. However, this year seemed to be an exception because there was an idiot in the mistress's family. The Qing family had always kept a low profile. Now, the ugly young man in the wheelchair was too eye-catching. His nose was up in the air, and he looked like he was number one in the world. It was hard for him not to be noticed. With regards to this kind of idiot, other than spitting in their hearts, everyone did not take it seriously. In the cultivation of martial arts, one's state of mind was as important as one's talent. If a person with such a bad personality wanted to succeed in martial arts, the sun would rise from the west. Of course, they didn't mean to insinuate the imperial preceptor. The imperial preceptor was a genius of his generation. How could ordinary people compare to him? In front of the palace, the people of the 10 great families were already in position. The Qing family was in the middle of the row on the right, and the leading family was the royal family, the Ming family. On the other side, the Yang family was at the front, and the Shao family was at the back. In front of the palace, the little emperor of Northern Ming sat quietly on the dragon throne. Although his face was young, he already had the faint majesty of an emperor. Ning Chun raised his head and looked at the little emperor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was this the son of the late emperor of Northern Ming that Fan Lingyue helped up? Just from their first meeting, he was more or less a little weak. Even though he tried his best to maintain the majesty of an emperor, he still felt that something was missing. He believed in Fan Lingyue, just like he believed in himself. This little emperor would be a good emperor. Unfortunately, he was the emperor of Northern Ming. It was impossible for Great Xia and Northern Ming to have peace. As long as Northern Ming wanted to go down south, the first obstacle they would face was Great Xia. The grudge between the two dynasties was a territorial issue. Unless Northern Ming gave up on their ambition to go down south, the war would continue. Northern Ming having Fan Lingyue was the greatest misfortune of Great Xia. Let's begin. At this moment, the little emperor of Northern Ming announced the start of the martial feast. His voice was a little soft and had the crispness of a child's voice. He sounded like a girl. Other than the Yang family and the royal family, the Ming family, each of the 10 aristocratic families sent out 3 young experts. Including the 8 from the Yang and Ming families, there were a total of 32 people. The rules of the competition were very simple. They would draw lots and eliminate people one by one until the top 4 decided. Then, they would fight in pairs to decide the top 3. Ning Chun was the first in the first round, and his opponent was a girl who was a 6th-grade martial artist. It could be said that he was the best of the best. The remaining 2 from the Qing family were not so lucky. An 8th-grade martial artist would meet a 7th-grade martial artist, and a 7th-grade martial artist would meet an 8th-grade martial artist. Ning Chen's smile became even more brilliant. The scar on his face kept wriggling, making the surrounding people want to hide far away. The wheelchair squeaked on the stone floor. Ning Chen came to the center of the martial feast and stabbed his heavy sword into the ground. Looking at the girl opposite him, he laughed loudly and said, "Come, I will give you a handicap of my legs." Bah! Everyone couldn't help but spit in their hearts. This person's face was already unparalleled. If you have the ability, then don't give me a handicap. The girl opposite him clearly had a good temper and was even a bit nervous. She even stuttered a word of thanks. The scene was too strange. The 10 aristocratic families, people were a bit dizzy. The fight hadn't even started yet, but they already felt that there was nothing to see. The following fight was not as they had guessed. It was extremely boring. The thick-skinned man and the stuttering girl exchanged over 100 moves before the thick-skinned man won. "I'm so tired." Ning Chun put on an act, panting as he walked back. "Don't go easy on me in the next fight," Qing Wushuang indifferently said. "Oh, you even saw through that?" Ning Chun pretended to be surprised. "Don't think that other than you, everyone else is an idiot. Whether or not I went easy on you, everyone will know." Qing Wushuang coldly replied, I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex." Ning Chun shook his head and sighed. Qing Wushuang didn't say anything else. She felt uncomfortable talking to this guy. As long as he could win, he could fight however he wanted. Ning Chun gave this martial feast a disgusting start. After the last round of competition, everyone's appetite wasn't whetted again. The Qing family's 7th rank was eliminated without a doubt. The 8th rank advanced. Including Ning Chun, there were 2 in total. The results were neither good nor bad. In the second round, Ning Chun wasn't the first. He was placed in the middle. His opponent was a 7th rank. In the end, Ning Chun barely advanced. The Qing family's 8th rank also advanced. It was an easy fight. After all, most people were still 7th ranks. In the third round, Ning Chun's opponent was still a 7th rank. After fighting for a long time, he once again won by half a move. Immediately, the whole place was filled with boos and jeers. The Qing family's 8th rank met an 8th rank expert from the Imperial Ming family and was eliminated. The top 4 came out. The Ming family, the Yang family, and the Shao family each had 1 person. 2 8th ranks, 1 9th rank, and finally the lucky thick-skinned man, Ning Chun. When the rankings came out, Ning Chun used up his bullshit and directly faced the Shao family's 9th rank. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts were also tit for tat. No one showed weakness. Then, Ning Chun admitted defeat. The banquet was filled with boos, curses, and mockery. The young people were full of anger. They had been unhappy with this person for a long time. If they didn't vent their anger, they would suffocate to death. The Shao family's 9th rank didn't win. He smoothly won a round. However, the top 4 rule was that everyone had to fight 3 rounds. The result was still unknown. The Ming and Yang family's 8th rank experts fought fiercely. Both of them were at the peak of rank 8 and could step into rank 9 at any time. It could be said that they were evenly matched. They didn't dare to hold back in every move. In the end, both of them were injured. The stronger Ming family's 8th rank expert won this difficult battle by a single move. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. In the last move, his Qi Ocean was injured. It was hard to say if the Ming family's 8th rank expert did it on purpose. However, the Yang family was the last to be eliminated without a doubt. Ning Chun was foolishly guaranteed to be in the top 3. For a moment, he couldn't react. The Yang family's 8th rank expert was crippled. Ning Qin's battle was empty. The other battle was between the Ming family's 8th rank and the Xiao family's 9th rank. The battle between the 9th and 8th ranks didn't have much suspense. The Xiao family's 9th rank quickly won, and the Ming family's 8th rank lost. Then, Ning Chun admitted defeat again. This time, the surrounding people couldn't take it anymore. All kinds of curses rose and fell. Was this a competition? This was to disgust everyone. The few people from the Qing family also felt that they had lost face. The top 3 was too shameful. However, what kind of person was Ning Chun? He was so thick-skinned that he could withstand swords and sabers. No matter how strong you were, he wouldn't fight no matter how strong you were. The martial banquet's champion, 2nd place, and 3rd place come up to receive your title. At this moment, the eunuch beside the northern Ming young emperor spoke in a hoarse voice. Immediately, the scene quieted down. Ning Chun grinned. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The wheelchair creaked. Ning Chun was on the left, the Xiao family's 9th rank was in the middle, and the Ming family's 8th rank was on the right. They climbed up the stairs and arrived in front of the emperor. "I am Bai Yutong. I wonder if I can ask your majesty to bear witness to something?" Ning Chun looked at the young emperor and grinned. "Speak," the young emperor said maturely. "The Qing family's 2nd young miss once promised that as long as I took the position of champion, she would agree to marry me. She even asked your majesty to bear witness." Ning Chun's smile became more and more brilliant. The scars on his face also became more and more twisted. Ning Chun didn't lower his voice, so everyone present heard these words. At the same time they were puzzled, they saw a black light flash by. The Xiao family's 9th rank, the Ming family's 8th rank. A sword without warning, condensed with frost and dyed with blood. It drew the most beautiful light. It was so fast that no one saw it clearly, including the 2 people who had already fallen under the feet of the emperor, who dared to rashly perform martial arts. Now that the 2 of them are dead, will the champion be me? Ning Chun was laughing. There was madness in his laughter. The black sword in his hand dripped with blood, shocking everyone present. Chapter 90. Qing Ning had said before that there were no absolutes below the Khanate stage. Even a 10-year-old child could kill a 9th-rank powerhouse who was severely injured. Ning Chun was not a 10-year-old child. The Xiao family's 9th rank and the Ming family's 8th rank were not severely injured. However, they still could not dodge this attack, because the thought of dodging did not even cross their minds. For some reason, they deserved to die. With the 2 dead, the little emperor was exposed in front of Ning Chun. How far was a distance of 3 feet? A little more than 10 meters was very close to a martial artist. However, how could the emperor not have a powerhouse by his side? When Ning Chun's sword moved, a figure appeared beside the emperor. A 9th rank, another 9th rank, and a true powerhouse who far surpassed the Xiao family's 9th rank. A powerful palm came at him, and the wheelchair shattered with a bang. However, the original figure in the wheelchair was gone. Ning Chun, who was crippled, could not dodge this attack. However, it did not mean that he could not dodge it with his legs intact. He had been in the wheelchair for many, many days just for this day. A 9th-rank powerhouse was also human. Naturally, he would have a blind spot. With a blind spot, he would make a mistake in judgment. Ning Chun took advantage of this mistake and avoided the palm. He approached the little emperor and grabbed the latter's shoulder. "Your Majesty, please grant the marriage." Ning Chun stood beside the little emperor and said seriously, "How dare you?" The little emperor frowned and shouted angrily, "Your Majesty, please grant the marriage." Ning Chun was unmoved and replied calmly. Below the stone steps, the 10 families finally came to their senses. They were all shocked. No one expected such a drastic change in such a short time. Using force in front of the palace to force the emperor to grant the marriage was a capital offense. 9 generations of the family would be executed. The people from the Qing family were shocked, especially Qing Wuxuan. Her expression was extremely ugly. This person wanted to consign the Qing family to eternal damnation. As expected, an old official in front of the palace looked angry. He looked at the people from the Qing family and said sternly, "Let him go." Qing Wushuang walked forward and said gloomily, "By Yutong, I agree to marry you. Let go of the emperor." The rank 9 in front of the palace also tensed up. Once Ning Chun let go of the little emperor, he would immediately kill him. "If I believed you, then I would have lived 17 years in vain. Little emperor, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chun grabbed the little emperor and walked step by step towards the palace. When he passed by the middle of the martial feast, he stopped for a moment and said calmly, "Qing Wushuang, go and prepare a horse. My patience is limited. I hope you can hurry up." Hearing this, Qing Wushuang frowned, unable to conceal the fury in her heart. Just as she was about to flare up, she was stopped by a voice. "Do as he says," the old official in front of the palace said angrily. Qing Wushuang snorted coldly and left quickly. Ning Chun grabbed the little emperor and walked out of the palace step by step. A large group of people followed behind him. They did not dare to get too close, nor did they dare to stay too far away. The little emperor was very stubborn. He didn't beg for mercy at all. Ning Chun admired him in his heart. This little guy was very good. It seemed like that woman Fan Lingyue had groomed an incredible successor for the Northern Ming royal court. Talent, knowledge, the way of ruling a country, anything could be learned. However, the bearing of the ruler of a country could not be lost. Otherwise, if even the emperor begged for mercy, what would happen to the subjects of the entire Northern Ming? After a large number of guards in the palace surrounded them, they had no choice but to make way. They watched Ning Chun walk out of the palace with the little emperor. Behind them, the Imperial 9th grade followed step by step, waiting for an opportunity to save the emperor. However, Ning Chun had endured for so long. How could he make any mistakes at this time? Holding the little emperor in his left hand and the ink sword in his right hand, he never relaxed for a moment. At this distance, no one could save the little emperor except for Xiantian experts. He was a 7th grade. Perhaps he could not defeat the 9th grade, but it did not mean that he had no power to fight back. Before the 9th grade made a move, he had enough confidence to drag the little emperor down with him. Everyone present understood this point. Therefore, no one dared to make a move easily. No one dared to bear this great crime that would implicate 9 generations of their family. In front of the palace, Qing Wushuang led a horse over. Looking at Ning Chun, she asked with hatred, "Who exactly are you?" "Country of an eye. White Jade Hall," Ning Chun replied with a smile. Qing Wushuang was so angry that her chest felt stuffy. Even at this time, this guy still refused to give himself away. Next, a strange scene appeared in front of the people of Northern Ming's capital. An ugly man with a ferocious face led their little emperor and walked in front. Behind him, a woman led a horse and followed closely behind. Behind them, the civil and military officials, as well as the people of the 10 great clans, followed closely behind. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. Northern Ming's capital was not small. Ning Chun led a large group of people and walked for a total of 8 hours. They walked from morning to sunset before they finally left the city. The little emperor's face had already turned pale. A journey of 8 hours was unbearable for a 7-year-old child, but the little emperor still gritted his teeth and persevered. Ning Chun admired this little guy more and more. Threads of true qi flowed through his arm and into the little emperor's body, silently helping him to relieve his fatigue. Night fell and a cold wind began to blow. The night in the desert was very beautiful. The entire sky was clean, and one could see the stars and the bright moon in the sky. The majestic group finally arrived outside the capital. "Ride your horse and wait for me at the Sand Pavilion 30 li east." Ning Chun turned to look at Qing Wushuang and said seriously. Qing Wushuang's expression immediately changed. Every word of this sentence struck at her heart. He wanted her and the Qing family to die without a burial ground. "Do as he says." The old official in the court spoke again with a gloomy expression. Qing Wushuang had no choice but to mount her horse. With a light shout, she rode east. Seeing Qing Wushuang disappear without a trace, Ning Chun grinned at the people behind him. Then he did something that no one had expected. Ning Chun ran, carrying the little emperor as he ran for his life. While everyone was stunned, only a shadow was left in front of them. If a seventh-rank martial artist ran for his life without a care for anything, he would be faster than a warhorse. The ninth-rank consecrator in front of the palace was the first to react. He stamped his foot and immediately followed. Then, the elders and young experts of the 10 great clans also came to their senses and chased with all their strength. Ning Chun felt helpless. He had no choice but to run. Staying here was just courting death. As for plan, there was no plan. This was Northern Meng's territory, and the senior was not here. Who knew what to do? He was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat when he was able to kidnap the little emperor. The little emperor kept struggling, and Ning Chun slapped the little guy's butt. He liked people who were not violent and did not cooperate. The little emperor bit his lips and tears welled up in his eyes, but he would rather die than cry. His stubborn appearance, coupled with his delicate little face, made him look like a child who was at odds with his parents. Ning Chun led a large group of people and ran for his life. He did not care about the direction. As he ran, he did not even know where he had run to. Suddenly, 2 shocking sword chi soared into the sky and collided with a loud bang. The surrounding heaven and earth could not bear the huge force and shook violently. In an instant, the world shook and a sandstorm surged. Fuck! Seeing a huge wave of sand come crashing down, Ning Chun only had time to curse before he was buried by the sand. The consecrators in front of the palace and the young and old of the 10 great clans were not any better. They were smashed into the yellow sand by this terrifying wave. In the next moment, a dark yellow light flashed, and Ning Chun carried the little emperor out of the sand. He did not say anything and ran away. Fortunately, he had the dust scroll and the power of thick earth in his body, which played a big role at the crucial moment. After 10 breaths of time, the consecrators in front of the palace came out. They raised their heads to look for Ning Chun and the little emperor, but they could no longer see their shadows. The elders and young experts of the 10 great clans also came out of the sand one after another. They were all confused and did not know what was going on. After a while, they came to their senses and their hearts sank. The emperor was lost. He was kidnapped by a 7th-rank young man. This was a great humiliation for the Northern Meng imperial court. Everyone's expression became very ugly. They knew that this time, the capital would most likely face a huge purge. Send someone to inform the military advisor of today's matter. In addition, lock up the entire Qing family in the sand dungeon. Kill anyone who resists. The consecrators in front of the palace said coldly, "Yes." An elder and 3 young experts of the Ming family respectfully accepted the order. They immediately went forward and restrained Elder Fa and the 2 young men of the Qing family. The rest of the 8 great clans did not dare to make sound. At this time, whoever asked for mercy would be courting death. Moreover, they could not plead for mercy. The 3 of them did not dare to resist and allowed the experts of the Ming family to seal their chi Cs. The only result of resistance was death. Now, the last hope was that His Majesty could be found as soon as possible. On the other side, Ning Chun ran for another 2 hours. Seeing that no one was following him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He threw the little emperor down and lay down, panting heavily. The sand was very soft. Even so, the little emperor's mouth was puckered from the pain. After resting for a while, Ning Chun sat up and looked at the little emperor beside him. He curiously asked, "What is your name?" The little emperor turned his head. His expression was angry, and he refused to answer. When Ning Chun saw this, he was immediately unhappy. Did he have any awareness of being a hostage? Was he really not going to cooperate without violence? "Little guy, it's just the 2 of us now. If I'm not happy and leave you here, I guarantee that when your officials find you, you'll be left with only bones." After saying this, Ning Chun patted his butt and stood up. He really had the intention to leave. "My name is Mingyu." The little emperor could not bear it and replied awkwardly. His voice was soft and crisp. It was very pleasant to hear. No matter how strong a child was, he was still afraid of being left alone in this endless desert. Ning Chen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. A child would not lie. It was just that the name Mingyu sounded very awkward. Today, in front of the palace, when he heard the little emperor's voice, he felt that something was wrong. At that time, he thought that it was because the child had not changed his voice. Thinking of this, Ning Chen went forward and grabbed the little emperor's arm. He injected his qi, and his expression immediately changed. He could not help but curse again. Fuck. Chapter 91. A girl. Ning Chen wasn't a doctor, so he wasn't good at checking the yin and yang qi in the meridians. However, he wasn't blind. This was clearly a girl's meridians. The little emperor panicked. She hurriedly withdrew her arm and took a few steps back. Her face was pale. "You're a girl?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "No." The little emperor shook her head in a panic, but that crisp and soft voice made the already weak denial seem even more feeble. Ning Chen sighed and didn't ask any more questions. The little emperor's panicked expression confirmed his judgment once again. Northern Ming's little emperor was actually a girl. What a pitiful and ridiculous thing. It turned out that the previous emperor of Northern Ming didn't leave behind any princes. No wonder Fan Lingyue killed all the eunuchs and maids in the palace as soon as he came to power. Fan Lingyue's guts were really big. He actually helped the little princess to the throne. Ning Chen's mind was in a mess. Logically speaking, he should use this secret to threaten Fan Lingyue and even spread the news, causing chaos in Northern Ming's court. However, this was a child after all. Once the truth was exposed, the anger of the entire Northern Ming would be focused on this 7-year-old girl. It was obvious how terrible the consequences would be. A girl in power was still not accepted in this world, let alone a female emperor. There could only be one Fan Lingyue. This was also the limit of what Northern Ming subjects could accept. Little Ming Yu seemed to have thought of something. Her face was pale as she squatted on the ground and shivered. She no longer looked stubborn and looked extremely pitiful. Ning Chen couldn't bear it. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, he couldn't do such a cruel thing. He was a human. No matter how cold-blooded and heartless he was, he still had a heart. If the little emperor had grown up, he would definitely spread the news without hesitation and cause Northern Ming to fall into chaos. However, the one in front of him was just a little girl who had just turned 7. "Get up, I won't tell anyone." Ning Chen walked forward and sighed softly. Hearing this, Mingyu raised her head. Her face was filled with shock, disbelief, and a trace of hope. "A gentleman keeps his word. I said I won't tell anyone, so I definitely won't." Ning Chen looked at Mingyu and said seriously. "Really?" Mingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with hope as she asked weakly. "Really?" Ning Chen nodded. Of course, even if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't completely give up on this weakness of his. He still had to get something from Fan Lingyue. However, these were all the schemes between adults and had nothing to do with the little emperor. Hearing Ning Chen's promise, Mingyu stood up obediently. Her impression of the former improved a lot. She realized that the ugly man in front of her wasn't completely a bad person. "If you send us back, we won't kill you." Mingyu hesitated for a moment before making what she thought was a huge concession. Ning Chen slapped little Mingyu's head and said, "Don't talk about me like that in front of me. I don't like it. Also, do you think I won't kill you just because you said so? Those officials of yours can't wait to eat me up." Mingyu cried out in pain. This emperor, just as she opened her mouth, she saw that Ning Chen's palm was about to land on her. She immediately changed her words. "I am the emperor of the Northern Ming royal court. I don't want you to die. If anyone dares to oppose this emperor will kill him." Domineering. Ning Chen gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This little emperor had a great style. "We'll talk about this later. Let's get out of this desert first." Ning Chen didn't want to continue this topic. Instead, he used the moonlight to look around. He suddenly felt dizzy. It was the same everywhere. How were they supposed to get out? Mingyu didn't dare to refute and looked around as well. Her dark eyes were filled with confusion. She also didn't know how to get out. "Do you know which way to go?" Ning Chen asked. "I don't know." Mingyu answered honestly. Ning Chen was very unhappy and said with disdain, "Emperor, you don't even know how to get to your own country." Mingyu was speechless. The Northern Ming royal court was so big. How could she know everything clearly? Forget it. Let's go this way. Ning Chun randomly chose a direction and then pulled Mingyu forward. However, after taking 2 steps, Ning Chun felt that something was wrong. He looked at the little girl and asked, "You can't walk anymore." "I can walk." Mingyu bit her lips and said. Ning Chun frowned. He squatted down and untied Mingyu's shoes. With one look, his expression couldn't help but darken. The little girl's white and tender feet already had several blisters. Some of the skin had already broken, revealing bright red flesh. It looked a bit miserable. Ning Chun felt helpless. This little girl was too stubborn. She was already in this state, but she still refused to make sound. Speaking of which, it was also his fault. They had walked for more than 8 hours today. Not to mention a little girl, even an adult wouldn't be able to take it. "I'll carry you." Ning Chun carefully put the shoes back on Mingyu's feet and said, I can walk by myself." Mingyu's face was slightly red, but she still stubbornly said, "You can either carry me or hug me. Choose." Ning Chun was angry and said angrily. Mingyu's expression changed again and again. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. "Carry me." Ning Chun's expression became a bit better. This little girl was asking for a beating. She only agreed to cooperate after he was angry. "Come up." Ning Chun paused and glanced back at him. Mingyu slowly crawled up, her face turning even redder. In this world, the distance between men and women was far beyond imagination. Moreover, Mingyu was a member of the imperial family, so she knew even more. For example, a girl's feet couldn't be casually seen by a man. For example, it was taboo for a girl to be carried or hugged by a man. Previously, when they were running for their lives, they didn't have a choice and didn't think too much about it. However, the situation was different now. In the end, it didn't conform to etiquette. How could Ning Chun know so many things? Previously, when he was in the palace, he was basically a big boss. Other than Zhang Sun and Qing Ning, he didn't care about anyone else. Just as Zhang Sun was about to teach him some rules, he had already run away. Moreover, she was just a little girl. How could she be so calculative? The night in the desert was a bit cold. Ning Chun took off his clothes and put them on Mingyu. After all, she was still a little girl, and her body was more delicate. Ning Chun felt that this hostage kidnapping was not worth it. Not only did he risk his life, he also had to treat her like an ancestor. Mingyu laid on Ning Chun's back. Feeling warm, she gradually became sleepy. However, at this time, Mingyu suddenly noticed that the scar on Ning Chun's face had opened a little. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. She reached out her small hand and gently pulled. Then the scar fell off with a patter. Ning Chun slapped the small hand in front of his face and threatened, "Don't mess around. Be careful, or I'll throw you down." Mingyu wasn't really afraid. She could also tell that Ning Chun wasn't as bad as he looked. Moreover, once a woman's curiosity rose, nothing could stop her. Although Mingyu was just a little girl, she was still a woman. Mingyu's sleepiness was gone. She reached out her small hand and carefully tore off the scars on Ning Chun's face one by one. Ning Chun saw that scaring her didn't work, so he didn't bother with her and let her do whatever she wanted. After tearing off the scars, Mingyu looked at them again. She still felt a little uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she shifted her gaze to the beard in front of her. "Behave." Ning Chun felt the little girl's gaze and helplessly reprimanded her. However, once you lose your dignity, it's hard to get it back. Mingyu was already sure that he wouldn't do anything to her. The fear in her heart faded. Mingyu's 2 small hands searched for a long time before she finally found the glued part of the beard. She carefully tore it off. Instantly, her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents with a smile. She was very cute. "You look better now." Mingyu looked at Ning Chun's side profile and said in a soft and crisp voice. "You have good taste," Ning Chun praised. The little girl really knew how to talk. "I'm a little thirsty," Mingyu said. Ning Chun reached out his hand, and a silver light lit up. Immediately, snowflakes fell. They were very small. This was the only snow in the desert. Mingyu put her 2 small hands on Ning Chun's big hands. She held the falling snowflakes and slowly accumulated a small amount of water. "Are you thirsty?" Mingyu asked. No, Ning Chen replied. Mingyu took a small sip and then put her small hand next to Ning Chen's mouth. She didn't say anything. Ning Chen drank the rest of the water. It was cool and very comfortable. Mingyu wiped her two small hands on Ning Chen's body. After drying them, she put her hands around his neck again. Can you walk out tomorrow? Mingyu asked softly. Yes, Ning Chen replied with certainty. Even if he couldn't, he had to. There was no food or water in the desert. He was still fine, but little Mingyu didn't have any martial arts foundation. She definitely couldn't handle it. Although he had rescued little Mingyu from the Beiming Imperial Palace, he didn't want her to be hurt. He could be cold-blooded and heartless to everyone in the world, but he couldn't be cruel to a little girl. Moreover, before he saw Fam Lingyue, he couldn't let anything happen to little Mingyu. A normal military advisor was already scary enough, let alone a crazy military advisor. After we get out, I'll order people to capture you. However, I won't kill you. Mingyu's eyes gradually darkened as she murmured softly. Up to you. Ningchen continued walking step by step and replied calmly. Little Mingyu finally stopped talking and fell asleep from exhaustion. Today, this little girl had been frightened too much. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't take it anymore. Ning Chun gently supported her with his hands so that little Mingyu could sleep more comfortably. When he turned his head, he saw that the little girl was still wearing the crown that symbolized imperial power. He couldn't help but frown. He carefully took it off and casually threw it into the desert. In the next moment, little Mingyu's long hair fell down like a waterfall and hung down behind her back. The night wind blew, and it fluttered gently. Occasionally, a few strands of hair would mischievously fall on Ning Chen's face. It was numb and itchy. Under the moonlight, above the desert, Ning Chen quietly walked step by step. He didn't say another word. On his back, the little girl was sleeping soundly. In her dream, there was no fear or struggle. Chapter 92. After Mingyue fell asleep, Ning Chen walked faster and faster. Under the night sky, he was like a white shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The desert was unimaginably huge. The two of them had lost their way while running for their lives and could only head in one direction now. Fortunately, although the moon might not rise from the east, it would never change its pattern of heading west. If they kept walking in the direction of the moon, they would eventually walk out of the desert. Little Mingyue was in a deep sleep. Her delicate little face still showed signs of fatigue. The little girl was indeed frightened previously. Fortunately, he was not a bad person. At least, that was what Ning Chen thought. However, he had kidnapped the little emperor of Northern Ming. The Northern Ming royal court would definitely be in chaos for a while. Fam Lingyue was only one person after all and couldn't take care of the throne. This was the best chance for Great Xia to take a breather. This woman was too powerful. If they continued to fight, no one knew what the outcome would be. The night passed quickly. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chun gradually saw the specks of oases in front of him. Northern Ming's territory was either desert or grassland. It was very barren, and only sheep and horses could sustain their livelihood. This was also the reason why the people of Northern Ming were so valiant. The end of the desert meant that they could find food and water. Ning Chun walked faster, hoping to meet the herdsmen of the grassland earlier. Little Mingyue was still sleeping soundly. She looked very cute and was no longer the awkward little girl from before. Unfortunately, Ning Chun couldn't find any herdsmen even after searching for a long time. It seemed like there was no one living in this oasis. Actually, this wasn't strange. The Northern Ming royal court was vast but sparsely populated. It wasn't easy to meet someone in the vast grassland. There was a small river in the oasis. It wasn't big, but he could see the silhouettes of fish. Little Mingwen needed to eat. After running with him for a day and a night, she was probably starving. Ning Chun gently put down little Mingyue and went to the river alone. With a stroke of his right hand, a silver light flashed and the entire river was frozen. A few small fish fell onto the ice. Ning Chun bent down and picked them up one by one. He then returned to the shore and prepared to start a fire to roast the fish. Little Mingyue woke up in a daze. She didn't know where she was. When she saw the vast grassland, she remembered that she was kidnapped. "What are you doing?" Mingyue sat up and rubbed her eyes. It was still a little cold in the morning. Little Mingyu wrapped herself in her oversized clothes and didn't want to move at all. Usually, at this time, court would have already ended. She had never slept so long before. Cooking, Ningchen replied casually as he was cleaning up the fish. How do we start a fire? Mingyu nodded and immediately raised a very practical question. Eat it raw, Ningchen threatened. John, I'm not eating anymore. Mingyu was indeed intimidated. She wrinkled her nose and looked a little worried. Goo goo. The little girl's stomach growled. Her worried little face became even more worried. Ning Chun tidied up the fish and picked up some firewood from the ground. Then he walked in front of little Mingyue and sat down. He calmly took out a fire starter. As someone who often bombed other people's residences, how could he not have something to ignite the fire on him? Besides, even if he didn't bring this thing, he was already a 7th-ranked expert. Drilling wood to get a fire was still doable. Mingyu pouted. She was unhappy that the bad guy had lied to her. After starting the fire, Ning Chun skewered the fish with a branch and slowly roasted it. At this moment, Mingyu's face turned slightly red. She shyly stood up and secretly ran away. After a while, she ran back. Of course, Ningchen wasn't stupid enough to ask about everything. Little girls also knew how to be shy. After returning, little Mingyu had already washed herself clean. Her face was also much cleaner. It was just that her oversized clothes looked a little out of place. The Northern Ming royal family's bloodline was different from the people of the Central Plains. It looked a little exotic. The little girl inherited all her mother's good points. She already showed the potential of a beauty at a young age. Ningchan was curious. It was fine now, but when little Mingyu grew up, how was she going to deceive those old officials? Fan Lingyue's health wasn't good. He probably couldn't wait until Mingyu grew up. When that time came, who would be able to hold up the sky for a little girl? Thinking of this, Ningchan was a little irritated. When did he become so sentimental? Wasn't he looking forward to Fan Lingyue's early death and Northern Ming falling into chaos? The fish is done. Be careful, it's hot. Ningchen passed the roasted fish to little Mingyu, suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart. He would talk about the future in the future. Who could be sure that the little girl wouldn't become the second Fan Lingyue? Mingyu had been watching since just now. When she saw the fish in front of her, her eyes immediately curved and she smiled like a crescent moon. The way the little girl ate was very refined. She took small bites and looked very pleasing to the eye. In comparison, Ningchun was quite unparticular. He finished the fish in 3 bites and didn't even spit out the bones. Out of the 10 fish, little Mingyu ate 2. The remaining 8 were stuffed into Ning Chen's stomach. To him, these things were just filling the gaps between his teeth. If he was really full, there would probably be no more fish in this river in the future. After eating her fill, Mingyu's mood was obviously much better. She took the initiative to get up and hurry on with her journey. She didn't feel nervous at all as a hostage. Ningchun was helpless. He had really kidnapped a little ancestor. The two of them set off together and headed south along the grassland. The grassland was very beautiful. Mingyu had never left the palace before and had never heard of such a large grassland. Therefore, she was very curious about everything along the way. Looking at the greenery that gradually covered the ground, she would run a few steps and pick up a small flower. Her smile was very bright. Ning Chen didn't care about her. It was fine as long as she was within his sight and didn't run away. What's your name? Mingyu ran to the front, turned around, and asked curiously. She still didn't know his real name. As for the name by Yutong, even an idiot would know that it was fake. Ning Chun. Ning Chun answered honestly. Mingyu thought hard and then said, Sister Lingyue mentioned you in the letter. She said that you're not a good person and we have to be careful. Ning Chun was speechless. Fan Lingyue really thought highly of him, instilling the idea of being on guard against him in little Mingyu so early. Actually, he and Fan Lingyue weren't good people. He was ruthless, but Fan Lingyue was even more ruthless. The difference between the two of them was just 50 steps and 100 steps. When we meet the herdsman, change your clothes. It's too conspicuous. Ningchen didn't argue with the little girl and instead suggested. She came out in a hurry, so little Mingyu was still wearing the little yellow robe she wore during the imperial court. It was indeed very conspicuous. Mingyu wrinkled her little nose. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. Touching her head, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Jun, where's my crown? I threw it away. Ning Chen didn't care. What was the use of that thing? It was so heavy and would affect a child's development. How can you throw away my things? Mingyu was furious. She pointed at the bad guy in front of her and said crisply, You're my hostage now. Why can't I throw it away? Ning Chan reminded the little girl of her current identity. You're a bad guy. Mingyu was so angry that her little chest puffed up. I never said that I was a good person. Ning Chan said leisurely. Which good person would do something like taking a hostage? Moreover, he was taking the emperor of a dynasty. Mingyu turned her face away and decided to ignore him. She walked in front angrily. Ningchen didn't mind and slowly followed behind her. Wherever the little girl went, he would follow. He wasn't in a hurry to travel yet. The one who should be in a hurry wasn't him, but the northern Ming imperial court and Fan Lingwei. In the end, little Mingyu was too bored by herself and took the initiative to compromise. She once again made a big concession. I forgive you. Mingyu stopped and waited for Ningchen to catch up. Ningchen smiled. This little girl was quite magnanimous. He thought that she was going to argue with him for a while. Okay, let's make up. Ningchen stretched out his hand and smiled. Okay. Mingyu put her little hand in his big hand and let the bad guy hold it. Are we going to Grand Xia? Mingyu suddenly asked. Yes. Ningchen nodded. He still had to return to Grand Xia in the end. Are you going to hand me over to the Emperor of Grand Xia? Mingyu looked a little sad. She wasn't stupid and naturally knew her value. No. Ningchen denied without hesitation. He had risked his life to rescue little Mingyu. Why should he hand her over to the Emperor of Grand Xia? Moreover, the Emperor of Grand Xia seemed to have changed into a different person. Mingyu wouldn't be able to survive in his hands. Mingyu raised her little face and asked in surprise, Then why did you kidnap me? Ningchen didn't know how to answer. He really hadn't seriously considered this question. The main reason he kidnapped little Mingyu was to make Fan Lingwei have misgivings. As for how to deal with little Mingyu, he really didn't have any ideas. We'll see. If Fan Lingwei can withdraw her troops, I'll return you to her. Ningchen thought for a while before answering. What if Sister Lingwei refuses? Mingyu was a little worried. We'll talk about it when the time comes. In any case, I won't hand you over to the Emperor of Grand Xia. You don't have to be afraid. Ningchen promised. Mingyu smiled happily. She realized that the bad guy wasn't that bad. If you send me back, I'll make you a high official. Mingyu promised very seriously. How high? Ningchen asked. Mingyu thought for a while before replying. I'll make you a great general. Ningchen thought for a while. Indeed, it wasn't low. The position of a great general in Grand Xia should be second only to the 10 marquises and on the same level as the city lords. What if Fan Lingwei wants to kill me? Ningchen asked again. I'll protect you. Sister Lingwei dotes on me a lot. I'll put in a good word for you. Mingyu patted her little chest and said. Ningchen also smiled. This little girl still had a conscience. She didn't provide for him in vain. In the future, if he really couldn't survive in Grand Xia, little Ming, you would still take him in. Okay, after the war between Grand Xia and Northern Ming is over, I'll send you back. Ningchen replied softly. Mingyu nodded vigorously. Her little hand grasped his big hand tightly, unwilling to let go. She knew that this would be the only person she could rely on after entering Grand Xia. On the grassland, the big hand held the small hand, and Yi walked alone at a steady pace. It looked so peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 93. The little emperor of Northern Ming had been kidnapped. 2 days later, this news spread throughout the world like an earthquake. The entire world was in an uproar. This was even more shocking than Xia's gate pass being breached. After hearing this news, everyone had different reactions. Some rejoiced, and some were disappointed. The war between Northern Ming and Xia had reached its most critical point. Such a thing happening now would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the war. Xia was already in imminent danger. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Xia's current predicament. Up until now, Xia's strongest force, the 10 marquises, had betrayed them. Marquis Bloodclad and Marquis Taiping were heavily injured. Marquis Jiu Marquis Zhang, and Marquis Bai were blocked outside Heaven's Gate. On the other side, the Eternal Night cult came aggressively. Their martial lords and three-peak ninth-rank generals were too powerful. Only Marquis Triumphant Return could resist them. In the southwest, there was the Du-Yi Temple. Marquis Wangchuan could not return either. As for the southeast, Minyan country was ambitious and could invade again at any time. The two dynasties had been fighting on and off for decades and had never been at peace. The Xia had always been wary of this country that was even more shameless than Jinji country. No matter what, Marquis Zhongyong would never return. Due to various reasons, the Xia, which originally had many soldiers and generals, fell into a situation where there were no generals available. The Xia, which had been invincible for 1,000 years, was defeated again and again by a woman's schemes. It was a huge irony. Now, this awkward situation was likely to change because of the kidnapping of the little emperor. The Xia needed a variable that could change the current unfavorable situation. In front of the northern Ming army, Fan Lingyue, who was still marching, received this news. Her expression immediately became gloomy, and she immediately gave the order to set up camp. It was him. He was actually still alive. That ink sword was given by her. How could she not recognize it? She didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also gave her such a big surprise. Military advisor Qing Huio knelt on the ground with a pleading expression. Qing family has made a mistake. Naturally, they have to pay the price. I know what I'm doing. Also, tell Qing Wuhan to do her job well. Don't let the cat out of the bag, Fan Lingyue said coldly. Yes. Qing Huio sighed in her heart and accepted the order. In the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king stood in the hall with a displeased expression. Not only was that kid not dead, but he had also caused such a huge commotion. Wild was holding a letter in her hand. As she read it, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. A man's way of thinking was always different from the average person. The things she paid attention to were also different. She only saw that he was at the 7th rank, and that his legs had recovered. He's at the 7th rank. A man raised his head and gazed at his father. The barbarian king didn't react for a moment. After being stunned for a moment, he remembered the agreement between them. For a moment, he was even more upset. According to this kid's cultivation progress, peak rank 9 should not be too slow. Did that not mean that his precious daughter would soon leave him? How unpleasant. In the Weiyang Palace of the Great Xia, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning were stunned when they heard the news. They looked at each other and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Without a doubt, this matter was definitely done by Ning Chun. There were many people in the world with crippled legs, but there were very few people who could fight so well while sitting in a wheelchair. Needless to say, no one but Ning Chun would do such a sinister and daring thing as standing up from the wheelchair to kidnap the little emperor of the Northern Ming. Why'd he go there? Zhang Sun couldn't understand. After King Yin took Ning Chun away for treatment, there had been no news of him. Who would have thought that once there was news, it would be such a shocking matter? Qing Ning couldn't answer either. No one in the world could understand that kid's way of thinking. It wouldn't be strange even if he blew up the Northern Ming Palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia read the intelligence sent by his spy. A smile gradually appeared on his gloomy face. After a moment, he actually laughed maniacally. The heavens were on Great Xia's side. The heavens were on Great Xia's side. Ning Chun and Little Ming, you didn't know what the outside world was like. They were still walking hand in hand on the grasslands. The grasslands were bigger than the desert. The two of them walked until they were disgusted and still hadn't walked out. Mingyu was a little tired. She asked, "How long do we have to walk?" "Tired?" Ning Chun asked. "Yes," Mingyu said in annoyance. "Should I carry you?" Ning Chun suggested. "Okay." Mingyu nodded without hesitation. Thus, Ning Chun carried little Mingyu on his back again. The little girl was very light. She didn't weigh much on his back. She probably wasn't even as heavy as his ink sword. "Bad guy," Mingyu shouted. "Yes," Ning Chun replied. He didn't agree with this nickname that the little girl gave him. "How is he a bad guy?" "When we get to the Great Xia, you have to protect me," Mingyu said worriedly. "Okay," Ning Chun nodded. I'm serious, Mingyu said. I'm serious too, Ningchen replied. Mingyu hugged his neck tightly and said softly, Bad guy, you have to do what you say. If I'm taken away by others, I won't live anymore. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into the hands of others. When that time came, wanting to die would be an extravagant hope. She might as well end her own life. As long as I live. Ning Chun didn't say the rest. He was the one who rescued little Mingyu. Naturally, he would protect her. As long as he lived, no one could take her away. Mingyu understood the meaning behind Ning Chen's words. She put her little face on his back and quietly closed her eyes. She was a little tired and wanted to sleep for a while. Ning Chun temporarily slowed down his pace. After little Mingyu fell asleep, he quickened his pace again. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves and the creaking of wheels could be heard from afar. It came from the south and was gradually approaching. Ning Chun quickened his pace and quickly walked forward. If he guessed correctly, it should be a caravan heading north. As it turned out, this was indeed a caravan heading towards the northern Meng Kingdom. When the manager of the caravan saw Ning Chun, he was a little surprised. In this boundless grassland, it was very easy to get lost and starve to death if one were to walk alone. Mingyu, wake up, Ning Chun called out softly. The little girl who had just fallen asleep was obviously very grumpy when she woke up. She pushed Ning Chen's face away unhappily and immediately buried her head back to sleep. Ning Chen had no choice but to give up. He smiled apologetically at the manager of the caravan and then requested to buy some food and clothes. When the manager of the caravan saw the big clothes draped over the little girl's body, he more or less understood what was going on. He took out a set of clothes that he had bought for his daughter and very kindly gave it to little Mingyu. Ning Chun was a little touched. However, at the same time, he couldn't help but lament that there were such kind people in every dynasty in the world. Why did they always have to fight? After the caravan had left, Ning Chun sighed softly and was about to continue his journey when he heard the rumbling sound of horse hooves coming from the southwest. It was very hurried and sounded like there were more than 20 horses. In the next moment, a cloud of dust rose as the horses passed by from afar, rushing north. Ning Chun didn't care at first, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. These people seemed to be heading toward the caravan just now. Thinking of this, Ning Chun immediately turned around and moved his feet, turning into a shadow and rushing forward. He hoped that his guess was wrong. Kill them. Take the women and the goods. Don't leave anything else behind. Just as Ning Chun arrived 100 steps away from the caravan, he heard a cold voice. The caravan was in chaos. No one had thought that they would run into horse bandits here. What merchants feared the most was horse bandits who killed and robbed. These people were inhumane and only knew how to burn, kill, and rob. However, just as the horse bandits were about to attack, a black light flashed and blood spurted out. Unfortunately, although the horse bandits were inhumane, they had run into Ning Chun, who was even more inhumane. Compared to killing, he was better at it. The black sword was as fast as the wind, mercilessly reaping the life of each horse bandit. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes as a shadow flashed past. 27 horse bandits were all killed. I'll give the horses to you, said Ning Chun, then turned and left. Only then did the people in the caravan come back to their senses. They were all shocked. No one had thought that the young man, just now, was actually such a terrifying expert. Kindness is rewarded. This was the thought that flashed through everyone's minds. If the consul hadn't kindly given the young man clothes and food, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape this disaster. Bad guy, you're really handsome, praised little Mingyu, who had woken up at some point. I've always been handsome. Ning Chun accepted the little girl's praise without hesitation. You were the most handsome just now, praised Mingyu. Ah, you really know how to talk, laughed Ning Chun. Can you walk on your own? Okay. Little Mingyu nodded and jumped down. Clothes. Ning Chun handed over the clothes the steward had given him. When Mingyu saw that it was a little girl's clothes, she hesitated. She had only worn men's clothes since she was young and had never worn women's clothes. Change into them, said Ning Chun softly. Mingyu made up her mind and took the clothes. She whispered, turn around. Ning Chun was speechless and obediently turn around. This little girl really knew how to be shy. Mingyu wrinkled her nose and made a funny face. She then took off her little dragon robe with a slightly red face and began to change her clothes. "Don't turn around," shouted Mingyu worriedly. "I won't turn around," Ning Chun helplessly replied. She wasn't a big girl, so what was there to be afraid of? After a while, little Mingyu finished changing her clothes. Her face was red as she whispered, "Okay, you can turn around now." Ning Chun turned around. When he saw her, his eyes couldn't help but light up. What a delicate little girl. Although little Ming, you also looked good in the dragon robe. Because of the way she was dressed, she was more neutral. Now, little Mingyu's crown had been thrown away, and she had changed into a girl's clothes. It was obvious that she was beginning to show the gentle beauty that a little girl should have. All in all, little Ming, you could still score above 90 points. "Do I look good?" asked Mingyu a little embarrassedly. "Yes," said Ning Chen honestly. "You really know how to talk." Little Mingyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Chapter 94. A day later, Ning Chen and little Ming-Yu finally left the grassland and arrived at a city in northern Ming. The two found an inn in the city, paid the tavern, and went straight to the second floor. Ning Chan sat in the room in a daze. He needed to think carefully about what to do after returning to Great Xia. Now that he had little Mingyu with him, he would definitely be hunted down by countless forces, especially Emperor Xia, who would definitely be even crazier this time. Little Mingyu didn't care so much. She lay on the bed and slept. After walking for so many days, she was already exhausted. Ningchen was a little worried. He knew that he couldn't hide his identity for long. Besides Northern Ming, there were at least 4 people who had already guessed that he was the one who kidnapped the little emperor. Zhang Sun, Barbarian King, Fan Lingwei, and Emperor Xia. In this world, there would always be enemies among those who understood you the most. Fan Lingwei and Emperor Xia were the best examples. Fan Lingwei was still fine, but little Mingyu was in his hands and would definitely have some scruples. Now, his greatest enemy was Emperor Xia. Once this lunatic went crazy, he would do anything. He didn't doubt that Emperor Xia had already set up an inescapable net for him to jump into. Last time, it was the Dark Shadow Squad. This time, it would probably be the Dark Dragon Squad. The lowest cultivation of the Dark Dragon Squad in Great Xia was at least the 8th grade. As for the captain, the lowest was the 9th grade, or even the peak of the 9th grade. Last time, Prince Yin blocked a 9th grade Dark Dragon Squad for him. This time, he might not be so lucky. Now, he could barely deal with one 9th grade expert. If there were more, he would have to risk his life. He didn't want to risk his life, so he had to think of a way to avoid the pursuit of the Dark Dragon Squad. At this moment, he and little Ming-Yu were in northern Ming, and no one could recognize him. However, it was hard to say in Great Xia. Back then, when he fought the emissary of the true extreme state in the palace, many people had seen him. Many of the Shadow Dragon guards who were hiding in the dark probably remembered his appearance. Great Xia and northern Ming bordered each other. After Beijiang Plains, it was Great Xia's Yingguei City and Xingqiao Pass. Yingguei City was now occupied by the northern Ming army, so it was impossible to go there. As for Xingqiao Pass, there would be countless people waiting for him to die. This was the most dangerous choice, but also the only choice. The only thing he was glad about now was that little Ming-Yu was a girl, which made things a lot easier for him. Everyone in the world knew that the little emperor of northern Ming had been kidnapped. Therefore, Qing dynasty would definitely check all the strangers who brought along a 7- or 8-year-old boy. As for the middle-aged man who brought along a little girl, no one would have the time to care about him. Thinking of this, Ningchen got up and prepared to go out by himself. He was not worried that little Ming-Yu would run away. This little girl was very smart and knew that there were more people in the world who wanted to capture her than save her. In this world, there were only 3 places where little Ming-Yu would be the safest: Beiming Imperial Palace, Fan Lingyue's side, and his side. Beiming City wasn't as prosperous as Great Xia. Ningchen spent a long time searching before he finally found what he wanted. After returning to his room, he fiddled with the mirror. However, disguising himself was not an easy task. Ning Chun spent nearly 4 hours trying, but he still did not achieve the desired effect. "You're so stupid," Little Ming Yu had woken up at some point and was sitting on the bed, curling her lips. She finally knew why the bad guy had disguised himself to be so ugly. It was not intentional. He was only at this level. Ning Chun was slightly ashamed. It was indeed embarrassing to be looked down upon by a little girl. Looking at his two hands, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, they looked like feet. "I'll help you." Ming Yu put on her shoes and jumped off the bed. She walked to the front, took over the skin wax, rubber, blades, and other tools, and carefully cleaned up Ning Chen's face. "What do you want me to look like? Just look a little older." As he spoke, Ning Chun sat there, not daring to move. He was afraid that little Ming Yu would accidentally disfigure him with a blade. Ming Yu understood tacitly. Her little face was extremely focused as she used the tools in her hands to dress him up bit by bit. After the little girl had washed up, there was a faint milky fragrance on her body. It was very comfortable to smell and made people feel at ease. This proved that when it came to makeup, women would always be better than men. After an hour, little Ming Yu clapped her hands and took half a step back. She said with satisfaction, "Take a look yourself." Ning Chun turned around and looked at the mirror on the table. He sighed in his heart, comparing goods, throwing away, comparing hands, chopping. How could little Ming Yu be so clever with her hands? The middle-aged man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes, but it did not affect the overall appearance. Instead, it gave people a mature feeling. In short, there was only one word to describe him: handsome. Amazing. Ning Chen gave a thumbs up and praised. Of course, little Ming Yu didn't know what modesty was and naturally accepted the praise. After waiting for a while, the rubber on his face was almost dry. Ning Chun carefully tore off the mask and put it away. Then, he looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat in or go out?" "Let's go out and eat." Ming Yu thought for a while and stretched out her little hand. Ning Chun naturally took the little girl's hand and walked downstairs to the main hall. At this time, it was dinner time. The tables downstairs were basically all full. There was only one empty table left. The two went up and sat down, then called the waiter to order. Ning Chun was not picky about food, but little Ming Yu was very picky. It was no wonder. She had been an emperor since she was young and was tired of eating all kinds of delicacies. It was hard not to be picky. After the dishes were served, Ming Yu didn't want to eat anymore after a few bites. She put down her chopsticks and said, "It doesn't taste good." Ning Chen's head hurt. If it didn't taste good, what could he do? "Roast a fish for me to eat," Ming Yu continued to say pitifully. Ning Chun nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, wait here. Don't run around." After saying that, Ning Chen got up and walked towards the kitchen of the inn. There should be fish in the kitchen. He would buy it himself and roast it for little Ming Yu. The kitchen was not far from the main hall. After Ning Chun went in, he stated his purpose for coming. The head chef readily agreed. This was not something excessive. It was difficult to please everyone. No matter how good a chef was, he could not guarantee that everyone would like to eat the dishes he made. Ning Chen gratefully paid the money and grabbed a fish. After carefully cleaning it, he borrowed a stove and carefully roasted it. "Is that little girl your younger sister?" the chef asked as he cooked the dishes. "Yes," Ning Chen replied. "You're a good person," the head chef said seriously. "Huh." Ning Chen chuckled and didn't say anything. If he was a good person, then there would be no bad people in the world. He was never a good person. He was just being himself. "I also have a little sister. She's 3 years younger than me. When she was young, she was very naughty. Once I couldn't help but hit her. Mother taught me that the reason why an older brother should be born before his younger sister is because he needs to grow up faster so that he can protect his younger sister. From then on, I never fought with my younger sister again." Unfortunately, the head chef's face darkened. He sighed and didn't say anything else. "My condolences." Ning Chen's expression was calm as he slowly said, "I'm fine. It's been many years." The head chef wiped his wet eyes and forced a smile. "Treat her well. She's not a burden, but an honor in this life." The head chef's voice was slightly hoarse. "I definitely will." Ning Chen nodded. The fish was quickly cooked. Ning Chen thanked the head chef and then took the fish to the front hall. Little Ming Yu was probably impatient from waiting. However, just as Ning Chun was about to enter the hall, he suddenly heard the sound of bowls and plates shattering. Feeling that something was wrong, he quickly walked over. When he arrived at the front of the hall and saw the scene inside, his expression immediately darkened. At the table before them were three finely dressed youths and a scantily clad woman. Little Ming Yu stubbornly stood to the side, unwilling to leave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ning Chen's anger immediately overflowed. He calmly walked forward. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes narrowed. Only then did he notice that there were 5 red fingerprints on Ming Yu's face. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Ning Chen coldly swept his gaze over the surrounding people who were still eating and watching the show. He icily said, "Everyone, please leave. I'm going to kill someone." The hall was in an uproar. Some people ridiculed him, while others felt that the atmosphere wasn't going to subside and quickly left. However, the majority of people stayed. Ning Chen no longer paid attention to them. He had already warned them. Bang! In the next moment, a white figure flashed. Ning Chun went forward and sent the table flying with a palm strike. At the same time, he directly stepped on one of the youth's face. He revealed his killing intent. "Speak, who did it just now? Impudent. Do you know who I am?" The youth struggled on the ground with a pained expression. "I don't care who you are. Even if the heavens came today, they wouldn't be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chun kicked the young man and sent him flying. With a loud bang, blood spurted out of the young man's mouth and splattered 10 meters away. "It's your turn. Speak, who did it?" Ning Chun coldly said as he grabbed the other blue-clothed youth. The blue-clothed youth's face was filled with fear. He trembled. "You." However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chun sent another kick flying. The hall was dyed red once more. "It's her." The last youth saw Ning Chun look over and immediately pointed at the woman beside him. The woman was shocked. Just as she was about to deny it, Ning Chun grabbed her throat. "Speak, who did it?" The dangerous light in Ning Chen's eyes grew stronger and stronger. The woman continued to struggle, but she wasn't willing to speak. Ning Chen coldly laughed and slowly tightened his grip. He liked stubborn people the most. The woman only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. Under the desire to live, she unconsciously raised her left hand and said with difficulty, This hand, crack." As soon as she said that, everyone in the hall heard a crack. In the next moment, what they saw was a broken arm. The white bone pierced through the flesh and blood, looking extremely frightening. Several people in the hall couldn't help but vomit. Their faces were pale from fright. Chapter 95. In front of Ning Chun, the woman's expression was twisted. She struggled violently, but she couldn't say a word because her throat was being choked. Blood gushed out from the severed arm. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, a Buddhist sigh sounded, "Benefactor, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Please stop." This sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Looking over, they saw a plain-clothed monk appear in front of the door. He looked young and benevolent as he slowly walked over. "On what basis?" Ning Chun turned his head and asked indifferently. "The heavens are benevolent. I hope young master can be merciful." The plain-clothed monk stopped and bowed. "The heavens are benevolent. That's their business. What does it have to do with me?" Ning Chun grabbed the woman's other arm and snapped it. Blood flowed out once more. "She slapped Mingyu, so I broke both her arms. It's fair and just. What can the heavens say?" Ning Chen's cold eyes and emotionless words provoked everyone present. Ning Chen's face was cold and terrifying, causing people to involuntarily shiver. "Amipa, benefactor, your killing intent is too strong. You've already become a demon. I can't allow you to continue wreaking havoc in the world." The plain-clothed monk's body moved, and he stretched out his hand to make a move. Immediately, a strong wind blew towards Yishiwen. Yishiwen was stunned. Clang! The black sword came out of its sheath and blocked the Buddhist palm. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly said, "Unbreakable Vajra body." The plain-clothed monk's Buddhist palm wasn't injured at all. It was as hard as steel. "You're a disciple of Dewey Temple. Ning Chen's expression sank. His luck was really good. He had met another peak Xiantian successor. Why would someone from that broken temple appear here? I, Wu Ju, will eliminate this demon for the world today. Wu Ju's palm moved, and the sound of Sanskrit rang out. The golden Buddhist light around him was as brilliant as a saint, illuminating everything within 100 zhang. Buddhist sacred art, Tathagata, illuminates the heavens. Idiot! Ning Chun snorted coldly. His black sword condensed into frost and stabbed toward the former's eyes. Wu Ju frowned and raised his palm to block the black sword, but his Buddhist technique was interrupted. Ning Chen's sword turned around and attacked Wu Ju's eyes, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Treacherous, evil, and arrogant. How can Wu Ju tolerate you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha closed his eyes. Golden light shone brightly, and the sound of Sanskrit filled the sky. A solemn holy Buddha statue appeared behind him. It was the move of the Buddha in the past. Ning Chen focused. His sword drew the frost and snowflakes in the air. His whole body was raised to its peak. Boom! The two moves collided and golden light illuminated the world. However, the ink-colored brilliance broke through the golden light and directly pierced toward Wu Ju's right eye. With his eyes closed, Ning Chun could not move an inch forward. He flipped his right palm and let go of the sword in his hand. Then, he pushed his palm toward the end of the ink sword. With a bang, the Buddha retreated. A drop of dark red blood quietly dripped down from his eyelids. The golden body had already been broken, and the silver sword chi instantly entered. Wu Ju's body trembled, and his mouth was dyed red. Righteous Buddha, where is your Buddha now? Ning Chun sent the former flying with his sword and asked coldly. Jie Wu retreated more than 10 steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. After an instant, he became dispirited. The devil showed mercy, but the Buddha found it difficult to do so. This was the greatest insult to the Buddha. Where had the Buddha of this world cultivated to? Clang! The ink sword returned to its sheath. Ning Chun glanced at the people around him and left a silver ingot to the shopkeeper. Then, he pulled little Mingyu upstairs. With a bang, the door closed. Ning Chun staggered and blood spilled from his mouth. What happened to you? Mingyu was shocked. She hurriedly supported him and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Ning Chun forced a smile. What a powerful Buddhist move. What a powerful, indestructible body. If not for this little monk's lack of battle experience, it would have been hard to predict who would have won today. As expected, the monks of the Du Yi Temple were not easy to deal with. It was no wonder that a martial Marquis of the Xia Kingdom was guarding there. Ning Chen closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing for a moment, forcibly suppressing his injuries. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, little Ming Yu's eyes were still filled with worry. The handprint on her face was also becoming more and more obvious. Ning Chen's heart flashed with self-blame. He had said that he would protect her, but he had let her suffer so much. Does it still hurt? Ning Chen carefully caressed the little girl's delicate face and gently asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. Mingyu shook her head and replied. I've let you suffer, Ning Chun said apologetically. It's fine. Mingyu bit her lips and held back her tears. Ning Chun gently pulled the little girl into his embrace and firmly promised, there won't be a next time. Okay. Mingyu finally couldn't hold back her tears. The empress of a dynasty was being humiliated here. The little girl had endured it for a long time. Ning Chun lightly sighed. He felt very uncomfortable. I almost forgot. Your fish. Ning Chun took out the grilled fish from his bosom. Fortunately, it hadn't turned cold yet. Mingyu got up from his embrace and smiled through her tears. She took the already flattened grilled fish and ate it like it was a treasure. Ning Chun pulled the little girl to the bed and had her sit on it. He sat down and immediately activated the life scroll. A silver light flowed from his left hand and entered the handprint on little Mingyu's face. Mingyu only felt a cool sensation on her face. The burning pain from before quickly lessened by a lot. Ning Chun took out an amulet from his bosom and put it around the little girl's neck. This was something he had when he woke up. It was tied together with a moon-shaped jade pendant. Zhang Sun must have put it on him when he was unconscious. Now that he had no use for it, he gave it to little Mingyu as a small gift. Tomorrow, we'll be going to Grand Xia. It might be dangerous, but I'll protect you, Ning Chun said softly. Okay. Mingyu didn't refute. She knew that Ning Chun wouldn't change his mind. Although he was very good to her and was even obedient to her, when it came to matters of principle, he definitely wouldn't compromise. Quickly go to sleep. We still have to hurry tomorrow morning, Ning Chun said as he rubbed the little girl's hair. Okay. Mingyu obediently lay down and closed her eyes. Ning Chun walked to the side and extinguished the candle. Soon after, he walked over to a table not far from the bed and sat down. After today's battle, he discovered that he was still barely able to fight against these Xiantian successors. The number of moves he had learned was too few. He only had one move that Jin Consecrator had taught him. There was one move in the life scroll. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned it, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. The price was too great. He couldn't bear it. As for the other heavenly scroll, the dust scroll, the requirements for the moves recorded in it were too high. Unless one was a Xiantian, they couldn't be of any help to him. For now, if he wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible, the best way was to obtain as many moves as possible. This wasn't an easy task. The majority of the world's cultivation methods were controlled by various powers. If he wanted to obtain them, he would have to pay a hefty price. In this world, the only person he had never seen other people's moves was Prince Yin. With Senior's talent, he didn't need to learn other people's moves. All of his moves were created by himself. Thinking of this, Ning Chun suddenly remembered the two shocking sword auras he saw in the desert that day. One of them must have belonged to Senior. Thinking about it carefully, he could roughly deduce the other one. In this world, only the sword in Sword City was comparable to a Xiantian expert. Senior went to the desert to find a sand sword. It was very likely that the sword in Sword City was also there for the same purpose. It was just that he didn't know how Senior was doing now. He said that he would look for him after he found the sand sword. But until now, Senior still hadn't appeared. He didn't doubt Senior's strength. However, the sword in Sword City was comparable to the 5 strongest Xiantian experts in the world. He couldn't help but be worried. After returning to the Great Xia, he would try his best to find out more about Senior. If he really couldn't, he would have to ask Zhang Sun for help. The night passed quickly. The next morning, little Mingyu woke up and the two of them set off. Mingyu didn't want to go to the Great Xia so quickly. Most of the time, she wanted to walk by herself. Ningchen also let her be. Only when the little girl was tired, he would carry her on his back and speed up. The speed of a 7th grade martial artist when rushing at full speed was very frightening. Moreover, Ning Chun had cultivated the life scroll, and his foundation was unparalleled in the world. His Zhen Qi recovery speed was much faster than ordinary 7th grade martial artists. He basically didn't need to rest along the way. After 2 days and 1 night, even if little Mingyu didn't cooperate, the two of them still arrived at the border between the 2 dynasties, Beijing Plains. This was the place where the war between the 2 dynasties took place. Broken spears and flags could be seen everywhere. Too many corpses of great Xia soldiers were buried in the hundreds of miles of Beijing Plains. The lonely night was cold, and the cold moon shone alone. The night in Beijing Plains was frighteningly cold. The cold wind whistled, and the yin qi was bone-chilling. Ning Chun held little Mingyu's hand as they walked through the northern plains. He looked at the corpses of the soldiers that littered the ground. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only less than 40,000 were left. It was an unbelievable defeat, turning the northern plains into a land of no return. The two of them silently walked in the city, their hearts gradually sinking. Step by step, they only saw broken spears and young faces. There was no fear of death, only reluctance to part with their loved ones. My blood, my bones from now on, may the heavens take pity on me. I hope that after death, I will become a war spirit and protect the land of Great Xia forever. Beside the fallen general, 27 words were written in blood on a broken flag. Ning Chun silently bent down and picked up the blood-stained flag, his heart heavy. Beiwu Marquis deserves to die. Ning Chen's hands cracked. The corpses of tens of thousands of soldiers could not be buried. Weiwu Marquis' sins could not be redeemed, even with 10,000 deaths. Little Ming Yu was silent. She took in the bleakness in her eyes. Facing the soldiers who used their lives to protect the land behind them, all words seemed to pale in comparison. All differences and standpoints, all schemes and schemes had disappeared along with the lives that had been lost. All that was left was the deepest respect for the soldiers who used their blood to protect their country. There shouldn't be war, Ming Yu said softly. If you are in power, you have to worry about the people. I don't know if the division between countries is right or wrong, but the existence of war is definitely wrong. Ning Chen said solemnly. Ming Yu nodded, taking Ning Chen's words into her heart. Chapter 96. Little Ming Yu was not used to the coldness of Beijing Plain, so Ning Chen carried her on his back and left quickly. He planted a seed of peace for little Ming Yu, hoping that one day she would grow stronger. He could not change Fan Lingwei, so he could only try to change the future ruler of Beiming. The world had been ravaged by war for too long and could not continue fighting. After passing through Beijing Plain, Great Xia's Xingqiao Pass was not far away. Ning Chen and little Ming Yu walked for an entire night and finally reached their destination before noon the next day. Ning Chen put on the mask that he had prepared beforehand and disguised himself as a middle-aged man. He held little Ming Yu's hand and openly walked into Xingqiao Pass. Xingqiao Pass was currently guarded by Marquis Qinghe. Before the war between the two dynasties ended, this Marquis with the highest seniority in Great Xia would continue to guard this place. Great Xia had already lost Yingui City and could not afford to lose Xingqiao Pass. After Ning Chen arrived at Xingqiao Pass, he first brought little Ming Yu to an inn and then asked the little girl to make a mask for him. Where are you going? Ming Yu asked curiously as she helped the bad guy with his makeup. To the Marquis government, Ning Chen said honestly. The old Marquis of Xingqiao Pass was Zhang Xuan's father. He had received too much kindness from Zhang Xuan's family. Since he was here, he had to pay him a visit. Oh, Ming Yu nodded and did not ask further. Once she heard this, she knew very well that she could not follow. Be careful, Ming Yu reminded him. I'm fine, Ning Chen replied calmly. Although he heard that the old Marquis was somewhat old-fashioned, he could not be impolite this time. After the mask was done, it would take about an hour to dry. Ning Chen calmed down and thought for a while before taking out a brush and ink. He took out the moon-shaped jade pendant and dipped it in the ink before gently imprinting it on the paper. Ming Yu's face was filled with worry. She had a feeling that the bad guy's trip would not go smoothly. Ning Chen saw the worry in the little girl's eyes and reached out to rub her hair. He said softly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After waiting for a while, Ning Chen took off the mask on his face and changed into his original middle-aged appearance. He then got up and walked out of the door. Wait for me to return. Ning Chen left with a solemn expression. He hoped that nothing bad would happen to him. The temporary Wuhou government in the Qing Dynasty Pass was about an hour's journey from the inn. Before Ning Chen reached the Wuhou government, he purposely found a secluded place to change his mask. When he appeared again, he was already an ordinary-looking young man. After half an hour, Ning Chen finally arrived at the Wuhou government. In front of the government, there were two guards dressed in battle armor, standing upright. I have a matter to discuss with the Marshal Marquis. I hope that the general can pass the message on my behalf. Ning Chen took out the letter in his hand and handed it over to one of the guards as he spoke politely. Wait here. The guard took the letter. He didn't say anything superfluous and didn't make things difficult for him. He turned around and walked into the mansion. A moment later, the guard returned and respectfully said, "The Marquis invites you in." Ning Chen thanked the guard and walked into the Wuhou government. In the main hall of the Marquis Manor, Marquis Qinghe sat quietly on the main seat. His face was slightly aged, and he looked to be in his 50s. However, he had a righteous aura that was very oppressive. "You're Ning Chen." Marquis Clear River sized up the young man before him and spoke calmly. "That's right." Ning Chen nodded. "You don't look like the portrait that you gave me. Take off the mask." Marquis Qinghe said indifferently. As expected, I can't hide from the Marquis." Ning Chen removed the mask and revealed his true face. He then respectfully bowed. Junior Ning Chun greets the Marquis. Not bad. Marquis Qinghe nodded. His calmness had a trace of praise. You were the one who kidnapped Northern Ming's young emperor, right? Marquis Qinghe's tone didn't have much surprise as he asked. Yes. Ningchen did not deny it and nodded. There are 2 letters here. One is from His Majesty and the other is from Wu Yu. Take a look. While speaking, Marquis Qinghe's hand moved and the 2 letters turned into a stream of light that flew towards Ning Chun. Ning Chun received the 2 letters. After opening them, he read them one by one. There was no change in his expression. He already knew the attitude of Emperor Xia and Chong Sunday. Now that he read it again, he wouldn't be surprised. Emperor Xia's letter clearly stated that once he was discovered to have entered Qingqiao Pass, he was to immediately stop him at all costs, regardless of life or death. As for Northern Ming's young emperor, he had to be sent back to the imperial city alive. As expected, Chong Sun's letter tactfully begged for mercy. Between the words and the brush, he did his best to ask for Ning Chun to hand over the young emperor voluntarily. Finally, he repeatedly warned his father not to use force. The 2 letters with completely different tones represented the final attitude of the current emperor and empress of the Grand Xia. This was unfortunate for Ning Chun, but also an honor. What are your thoughts? Marquis Qinghe asked. I don't have any thoughts. I already expected this. Ning Chun waved his hand and returned the letter. This is Emperor Xia's world. His Majesty's words are imperial edicts. This is Grand Xia's world, not Emperor Xia's. As for imperial edicts, they are meaningless to me, Ning Chun said coldly. Outrageous. Marquis Qinghe's expression immediately sank. He coldly snorted and said, Men, capture this brat for me. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 generals entered and quickly surrounded Ning Chun. Senior Marquis, I only came to visit you because you are the Emperor's father. This is my due courtesy. However, that doesn't mean that I will give up without a fight. Ning Chen's expression also sank. Then let me see what you're capable of. Attack! Marquis Qinghe shouted coldly. Clang, clang. The 4 generals unsheathed their swords, and a powerful stench of blood wafted out. These generals who had been through hundreds of battles were abnormally powerful. Each one of them was at least at rank 8. Ning Chen's expression became extremely grave. His feet moved, and he took the initiative to attack. His figure flashed, and the black sword wrapped in cloth appeared behind him. His sword light slashed down towards one of the generals. Bang! The swords and sabers collided. Ning Chun used his peerless foundation to force the general back half a step. However, at the same time, 3 sword lights arrived behind him. He couldn't get away in that half a step. Ning Chen's body trembled. His sword light turned around and knocked away 2 of the sword lights. The powerful backlash caused his blood and qi to churn. The final attack was unavoidable. Ning Chen's left hand formed a sword finger. True qi overflowed, and he met the general's attack head-on. The 2 sword fingers collided. Ning Chun was unable to use the power of the sword qi. The sword qi entered his body, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Seeing that there was no advantage in this prolonged battle, Ning Chun made a prompt decision. His sword moved, and snow filled the sky. He raised his cultivation to its peak. Flying swan feather, one sword of heaven and earth. His sword was as fast as lightning, and it once more shot towards the general who had already retreated half a step. Then with a boom, the general received the attack and retreated several steps. Ning Chun took a step forward, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, Marquis Qinghe attacked. His body was like a streak of light, and he instantly arrived in front of Ning Chun. His finger pierced through his forehead. Bang! Ning Chen's body trembled, and he was suddenly sent flying. He vomited blood, and it dyed the sky. In this moment of life and death, Ning Chun forcefully endured the pain all over his body. He took a step forward, and using the remaining force, he turned and rushed out of the Marquis estate. Chase him. We must capture him alive and ask him where the Northern Ming Emperor is. Marquis Qinghe's face sunk. Yes, The 4 generals accepted the order and quickly chased after him. Seeing the 4 of them disappear, Marquis Qinghe glanced at the darkness and sighed. He then turned and walked into the hall. Wuyo, this is all your father can do. The rest will depend on his own luck. Ning Chun immediately put on his mask after escaping the Marquis estate. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he staggered toward the crowd. The 4 generals followed closely behind him. They chased him for over 10 streets, but they lost him in front of an inn. Go in and search, said one of the generals. Yes. The remaining 3 generals nodded and walked in together. The inn's manager was just about to stop them, but when he saw that it was the 4 armored generals, he immediately shut his mouth. On the 2nd floor, the door to a room was pushed open with a bang. Little Mingyue jumped in fright, but when she saw that it was Ning Chun, she let out a sigh of relief. There will be people coming in a bit. Help me cover up. Ning Chun endured his injuries and quickly said, Okay. Mingyue saw that his expression was not right and quickly agreed. Ning Chun quickly took off his outer clothes and stuffed them into the bedside cabinet. Then he lay down on the bed. Dang dang. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Before little Mingyue could open the door, a general pushed the door open and entered. Sir. Mingyue pretended to panic and took 2 steps back as she spoke timidly. The general saw that it was a little girl and frowned. He walked into the room and looked around. When he saw the pale and sickly middle-aged man on the bed, he dispelled his doubts and turned to leave. Mingyue closed the door. Just as she walked to the bedside, she saw Ning Chun spit out a mouthful of blood. He covered his mouth and coughed. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Little Mingyue panicked. She used her sleeve to wipe the blood from his mouth, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not wipe it all away. Marquis Qinghe did not hold back in his last move. There were too many spies in the Marquis estate, so he could not hold back. I'm fine. Ning Chun gently pushed little Mingyue away and sat on the bed to rest. When he attacked just now, he really thought that he might not be able to come back. He thought that the conversation would not go smoothly and might even end on bad terms. However, on account of Zhang Sun, Marquis Qinghe would not be too ruthless. He did not expect Marquis Qinghe's attitude to be so intense. It was only after that finger attack that he instantly understood that Marquis Qinghe was acting for the people in the dark. That finger attack did not hold back, but there were many more things. The cultivation technique of Zhang Sun's lineage and the old Marquis's 10 years of cultivation. This was already his limit. The old Marquis was at the peak of rank 9 and was even a half-step in born expert. 10 years of cultivation was enough to forcefully raise an ordinary person without any foundation above rank 5. In his dantian, the 2 cyclones were constantly devouring the endless energy that was pouring in. Ning Chen's cultivation was also constantly rising. Late stage rank 7, peak rank 7, early stage rank 8, mid stage rank 8, late stage rank 8, peak rank 8. However, just as his cultivation was about to break through to rank 9, Ning Chen forcefully stopped the expansion of the cyclones and forcefully suppressed his realm. He could not break through to rank 9 yet. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable and it would affect his future cultivation. After a moment, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes and sighed in his heart. The old Marquis had given him too much of a favor. Chapter 97. Marquis Qinghe's loyalty to Great Xia had never been doubted. This old Marquis was bestowed the title of Marquis by the late emperor. He had spent his entire life guarding the borders of Great Xia and had worked hard without any complaints. The peace of Xia was fought for by generations of martial marquises. The borders of Xia were too big. If not for these martial marquises, they would have been trampled into a wasteland by the cavalry of other dynasties. As the only surviving martial marquis of the previous generation, Marquis Qinghe's prestige into Xia was unparalleled. Even Marquis Kai-Xian, who was the head of the 10 martial marquises, could not compare. However, Emperor Xia's recent actions had chilled the heart of this old Marquis. Marquis government. Marquis Qinghe stood in the middle of the hall. In front of him, 4 generals were kneeling, looking ashamed. Forfeit your salary, for 3 months. Go back, Marquis Qing has said indifferently. Yes. The 4 generals bowed respectfully, then stood up and left. After the 4 of them left, Marquis Qinghe quietly looked out of Marquis government. His calm eyes flashed with deep fatigue. The Xia, who had been invincible for 1,000 years, had fallen to the point where they had to rely on a young man to support them. How sad, how laughable. He knew from Wuyo that Ningchun had already sent the news of Marquis Beiwu's betrayal to the imperial city. However, he did not expect that Emperor Xia, in order to lure out the rebel forces within Xia, would watch as Yin Gui city was destroyed. In the end, the 170,000 soldiers and millions of civilians were completely slaughtered by the Northern Ming army. It could be said that half of Xia's precarious situation was caused by Emperor Xia's own hands. As a subject, he had to be loyal to Emperor Xia. However, he was even more loyal to Xia that he had protected for his entire life. He was very clear about what Ningchun had done. It could even be said that if not for this young man, Xia would be in an even worse state in this war. He believed in his own judgment, and even more so in his daughter's judgment of people. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. 10 years of cultivation was nothing to him. He would not be able to enter the Xiantian realm in this lifetime. He might as well help this young man this once. He only hoped that his decision this time would bring new hope to Xia and not the beginning of destruction. Ningchen didn't know what the old Marquis was thinking, but he knew that he owed him a favor that could never be repaid. 10 years of cultivation was not something that any martial artist could casually give up, not to mention that the old Marquis was already very old. Losing 10 years of cultivation would definitely cause great damage to his vitality and even cause permanent damage to his own foundation. Mingyu had been quietly guarding by the bedside, her delicate little face filled with worry. It's fine now. Ningchen woke up from his meditation and rubbed the little girl's hair. Although the injuries on his body were not light, they were nothing compared to what he had obtained. He couldn't stay in this any longer. He and little Mingwei had to leave as soon as possible. He had wasted a lot of time recuperating, and the sky outside was gradually darkening. However, this was a good thing for them. Every day at this time was the time when people who left early and returned late returned home. There were relatively more pedestrians on the streets. In addition, the sky was dark, which made it more convenient for them to leave. Let's go. Thinking of this, Ningchun put on his coat, held Mingyu's hand, and walked out of the door. Along the way, the pedestrians walked back and forth. The 2 of them didn't stand out as they walked, and soon disappeared into the night. In the next 2 days, the Qing Dynasty Pass was under martial law. The places where Ningchun had appeared were checked over and over again. No one knew that Ningchun had brought little Mingwei to another city 300 li away from the Qing Dynasty Pass, and they had stayed there for 5 days. His injuries couldn't be delayed any longer. He had to calm down and heal. Moreover, he needed time to cultivate the cultivation method that the old Marquis had given him. This was the martial arts of the Zhangsun branch. There were mental cultivation methods and moves. He didn't lack mental cultivation methods. What he lacked was the method to cultivate the moves. There were very few sword moves in the martial arts of the Zhangsun branch. Moreover, the old Marquis and the Marquis of Taiping weren't sword users. Fortunately, he didn't have to learn sword moves. He wasn't a sword fanatic like Prince Yin. He didn't mind learning any martial arts as long as it was useful. In the path of martial arts, the most taboo was to be impatient. Ningchen didn't dare to learn too much. He only chose 1 sword move and one of the 3 palms. The old Marquis only taught 1 sword move and 3 palms. He was probably afraid that Ningchun was young and impetuous and would be greedy. Any martial arts in the world had its unique way of cultivating. Ningchun spent 5 days healing and cultivating before he had a preliminary grasp of the sword move and the palm move. 5 days later, Ningchun took little Mingwei on the road again. They needed to get to the Heaven's Gate as soon as possible. After another 3 days, the 2 of them came to 5 li away from the Heaven's Gate and stopped moving forward. Ningchun looked at the mighty Great Xia Pass in front of him, knowing that this was the last problem in front of him. It was definitely impossible to force their way through. Fan Lingyue must have left a real powerhouse in this extremely important place. If they forced their way through, they would only be courting death. The only choice was to pass through the Qizhou mountain range on both sides of the Heaven's Gate. The Qizhou mountain range stretched for nearly 10,000 li, forcibly dividing the territory of the Great Xia into two halves. The place where the Heaven's Gate was located was the most gentle of the mountains, but it still took a lot of manpower and material resources of the Great Xia to build. The Qizhou mountain range was a true primitive land. Very few people dared to set foot in it. However, Ningchen had no choice but to pass through it. "Are you scared?" Ningchen looked at the little girl beside him and asked. "No." Mingyue nodded firmly. She was the empress of the northern Ming. How could she be scared by such a small difficulty? "Good job." Ningchen gave her a thumbs up. As they spoke, the two of them had already set foot on the road across the Qizhou mountain range. The mountain road was rugged, and every step was very difficult. The little girl's body was still very weak. She would be exhausted after a few steps, so most of the time, Ningchen carried her on his back. The primitive land was tens of thousands of li long, rolling up and down on the ground. Ancient trees were coiled up, covering the sky and the sun. There were also old roots that were intertwined, spreading horizontally and vertically, overflowing with the aura of time. This was a divine land that had gathered the essence of heaven and earth, nourished for tens of thousands of years. It had existed since ancient times. From time to time, there would be the roars of giant beasts and the cries of hundreds of birds. It was full of vitality. There was also a dense fog that rose and fell, flickering, and its source could not be seen. It was somewhat mysterious and unpredictable. The cold moon hung in the sky, bright and clear. Gusts of cold wind blew gently, rustling the branches and leaves. The whole mountain range was gloomy and somewhat scary. Even the roars of beasts could not hide the loneliness of eternity. "Are you cold?" Ningchen asked softly as they walked on a mountain road. "No." Mingyue leaned on his back and gently shook her head. The bad guy's body was very warm, and she was wearing very thick clothes. "If you're tired, sleep for a while. We still have a long way to go." Ningchen said. "Okay," Mingyue replied, but she was not sleepy. Her pearl-like eyes were wide open. "Do you want me to tell you a story?" After walking for a while, Ningchen saw that little Mingyue was still not sleepy. He was afraid that she would be bored, so he suggested. "Okay." Mingyue nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. "I'll tell you a story about Snow White." Ningchen recalled carefully. He did not know if he could still remember everything after not telling it for so many years. Once upon a time, there was a king. The beginning of the story was very vulgar. The middle was very complicated, but the ending was very beautiful. It was a typical fairy tale of a prince, a princess, and a bad guy. Ningchen's mouth could even make dead things come alive, let alone telling a story. Little Mingyue was very engrossed in the story. Ningchen smiled in his heart. She was a little girl after all. "Does Fan Lingyue look like that bad queen?" Ningchen took the opportunity to instill in little Mingyue the idea that Fan Lingyue was a bad guy. "You're the bad guy. Sister Lingyue is a good person." Little Mingyue's ability to distinguish right from wrong was very strong. She could tell Ningchen's intention at a glance. She pouted and replied. Ningchen rubbed his nose helplessly. His strategy had failed, and there was room for improvement. "If Fan Lingyue and I fell into the water together, who would you save first?" Ningchen once again took out his trump card. "Sister Lingyue." Little Mingyue said without hesitation. "I doted on you for nothing." Ningchen was very hurt. The little girl answered too quickly. It would have been good even if she pretended to hesitate. "Your martial arts are so good, you can last for a long time. Sister Lingyue doesn't know martial arts, so I must save Sister Lingyue first." Mingyue hugged the bad guy's arms tightly and explained softly. "Huh." Ningchen laughed softly. If Fan Lingyue didn't know martial arts, then there wouldn't be any martial arts in the world. That palm strike almost killed him. However, he couldn't tell little Mingyue these things. "Why don't you tell me a story?" Ningchen suggested. "I don't know," the little girl said with difficulty. "I'll tell you a joke." Ningchen smiled strangely. Okay. Mingwe nodded. Once upon a time, there was a eunuch. Ningchen opened his mouth and said nothing else. What happened next? Mingwe asked curiously. Nothing else. Ningchen replied. Mingwe was stunned. After a long time, she finally reacted. She hit the former hard with her little hand and said with a red face, You're a bad guy? Haha, I'm just joking. Ningchen laughed and continued. Why don't I tell you a new story? No, I want to hear a story. Mingwe pouted. What kind of story? Ningchen asked. Little Mingwe thought for a while and said, Why don't you tell me about yourself? She knew that there weren't many people in this world who could make Sister Lingwe pay attention to them. Since the bad guy was so powerful, he must have a lot of stories to tell. Ningchen didn't refuse. Wasn't it just telling stories about heroes? He was the best at it. Once upon a time, there was a young, handsome, confident, kind and cute boy who entered the palace. The story was very long, mainly because a certain someone had shamelessly added too many exaggerated adjectives, resulting in a story that could be written on a palm-sized piece of paper, taking more than 2 hours to reach the part where he fell off the cliff. You don't know how big that strange bird was when I fell down. Its wings were as wide as 4 to 5 feet. Ningchen was in the midst of telling the story vividly, but was interrupted by little Mingwe without giving him any face. You're lying. How can it be such a big bird? The other plots may be slightly exaggerated, but I didn't exaggerate at all about this. That's... Ningchen was about to explain when he suddenly heard a deep roar coming from the sky. His calm face instantly darkened. This time, there was no need to explain. Chapter 98. Above the horizon, a huge black shadow appeared. It covered the sky and blocked all the light. It was much wider than what Ningchen had described. Little Ming Yu was nervous. She hugged Ningchen's neck tightly. No matter how determined a little girl was, she was still afraid of this unknown monster. Chirp! The strange bird let out a long cry and swooped down towards the 2 people below. Ningchen's eyes turned cold. He stamped his foot and turned into a silver light. With a swoosh, he slashed at the bird's abdomen. Crash! Blood sprayed out. A long wound appeared on the bird's body. However, the bird was too big. It was more than 30 meters wide. After a painful cry, it quickly left. Ningchen landed and found that the bird had disappeared. He couldn't help but frown. What was that thing? His sword couldn't cut it open. Its body was much harder than expected. There were too many unknowns in a primitive place like the Chizhou Mountains. It seemed that he had to be more careful. Roar! Suddenly, the beast's roar shook the sky. Hundreds of birds flew away in fright. The earth shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Little Ming Yu hugged Ningchen even tighter. The nervousness on her face became more intense. Ningchen walked forward quietly. The ink sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He knew that tonight wouldn't be easy. No wonder no one entered the Chizhou Mountains. Even martial artists didn't want to try. Just the strange bird just now was enough to make martial artists below the 7th rank unable to deal with it. In the past, he met one when he fell off the cliff. Today, he met another one. It seemed that this thing wasn't as rare as he thought. There were monsters every year, but there were especially many today. Boom! At this moment, the world suddenly shook. A huge fist fell from the sky. It was as heavy as a small mountain. It was so heavy that it made people breathless. Ningchen narrowed his eyes. He took half a step back. His left hand was covered in a dark yellow light. True chi flowed through his body. He gathered all his strength into one punch. With a rumbling sound, the aftermath spread out. The ancient trees around couldn't bear such a huge force. They broke apart and flew everywhere. The owner of the giant fist revealed himself. It was actually a beast ape that was about 30 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in dense brown hair. It had an ugly appearance and looked very frightening. Roar! The giant ape roared at the sky, and the terrifying sound waves turned into a gale, blowing up the fallen leaves. A mere beast dares to be so arrogant? Kneel! Ningchen coldly snorted. His left hand opened into a palm and grabbed the giant ape's fist. The thick earth energy erupted, and he suddenly pulled it downwards. However, with a thud, The giant ape lost its balance and fell to the ground with a loud crash. For a moment, the heaven and earth shook. The ink sword moved, condensing into frost. Just as it was about to end this beast's life, it was stopped by little Mingyu. "Don't kill it," said Mingyu. Ning Chun frowned. When did little Mingyu become so soft-hearted? As an emperor, how could he be so soft-hearted? We were the ones who trespassed into its territory. It was only protecting its home, Mingyu explained softly. Fear also appeared on the giant ape's ugly face. It lowered its head to show its submission. Ning Chun was unwilling to go against little Mingyu's wishes. He withdrew his ink sword and coldly said, "Get up." Hearing this, the giant ape actually stood up, as if it could understand human language. Ning Chun looked at the path that was blocked by the big guy and frowned again. "Move aside, don't block the way." The giant ape carefully moved aside, afraid that it would make the terrifying human in front of it unhappy again. "I'll get down and walk on my own," said Mingyu softly. "Okay," replied Ning Chun. He then squatted down and put the little girl down. Mingyu held the big hand in front of her and smiled at the big guy beside her. Then, she walked forward with small steps. Ning Chun followed and thoughtfully glanced at the giant ape. This big guy should have seen humans before and even interacted with them for a long time. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to understand human language. No matter how smart a creature was, it was impossible to be born with the ability to understand human language. Even humans couldn't do it, let alone a beast ape. It seemed that there were still people who had set foot in this place. However, he didn't know who was so bold and bored to actually teach a monster to understand human language. Thinking of this, Ning Chun stopped and turned around to look at the giant ape. He shouted, "Hey, big guy, have you seen humans before?" "Woo." The giant ape nodded its head in response. "Can you bring us to take a look?" asked Ning Chun. "Woo." The giant ape nodded again in response. Ning Chun held little Mingyu's hand, and with a stomp of his feet, he turned into a stream of light and landed on the big guy's shoulder. Then he said, "Let's go." "Roar." The giant ape roared towards the sky, scaring the little girl. "Don't shout," Mingyu shouted in dissatisfaction. The giant ape immediately shut its mouth and silently took large strides forward. The trees in the primitive land were too tall. The giant ape was already 10 feet tall, but it still didn't stand out among them. It was like a child next to an adult. The giant ape's skin was rough and thick. It didn't matter if the branches and vines hit it, but little Mingyu couldn't. Therefore, the one who had the hardest time was Ning Chun. He used his true chi to protect the little girl, afraid that she would get hurt. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, not long after, they heard the deafening sound of a waterfall. The giant ape brought the two of them through the last part of the forest and stopped in front of the ancient pond. In front of his eyes, it suddenly opened up. On the precipice that was 1,000 feet high, one could only see the water rushing downwards. The water splashed, rolling faster and faster, rolling more and more fiercely. At the top, it was like a layer of smooth water, but at the bottom, it was like a snow-white jade belt. As it rushed downwards, it suddenly turned into an iceberg, a toppling snowy peak, collapsing downwards, directly rushing down towards the ancient pool below. The crashing sound of the waterfall was like 10,000 horses galloping, majestic and shocking to the extreme. There's actually such a treasure land in this mountain range. Ning Chun was shocked. He felt the two cyclones in his chi sea begin to stir, indicating that the spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. So beautiful. The little girl always had no resistance to beautiful things. Looking at the majestic waterfall in front of her, she was slightly dazed. Ning Chun brought the little girl down from the giant ape's shoulder and walked to the ancient pond. He touched the water. It was slightly cold, but not bone-piercing. "You play here. I'll look around," said Ning Chun. "Okay." Mingwei really liked this place and softly agreed. Ning Chun raised his head and glanced at the giant ape. He indifferently warned, "Big guy, look after little Mingwei. If anything happens to her, I'll come back and tear you apart." "Woo." The giant ape fearfully nodded in response. Only then did Ning Chun relax and walk to the side. He wanted to see just what kind of person was able to awaken a monster's intelligence. If someone had lived here before, there should be some signs left behind. After all, humans and monsters were different. After searching for a while, Ningchen finally found a stone house 300 meters away from the waterfall. The surroundings were already covered in weeds. If you didn't look carefully, you would think it was just a large rock. The door of the stone house had already been corroded by the passage of time. It looked like it had at least several hundred years of history. There wasn't much inside the house. There was only a stone bed and a stone table. There wasn't even a stool. It should have been turned to dust by the merciless passage of time. Ningchen stepped forward and found a piece of paper on the stone table. It was an ordinary piece of paper, but it appeared so unusual in this place. Even wood couldn't withstand the erosion of time and turn to dust, but an ordinary piece of paper could be preserved in good condition. There were a few words written on the paper. They were very clear and not difficult to understand. Encountered a little beast ape. Mother passed away. My heart was compassionate. I protected you for 10 years and left. Ji Taisher. There were only a few words written on the paper. There was no other words. The content didn't seem to be anything special, but the name signed at the end shocked Ning Chen greatly. Ji Taisher. 3 simple words, but they were more important than Mount Tai. The first imperial tutor of Xia, the head of the 3 ministers, the founder of Confucianism 1,000 years ago. He was also known as the Master. The rule that the 3 ministers were not allowed to interfere in politics was also set by the Master. The 1,000 years of Xia were inseparable from the contributions of Confucianism. Although Confucianism was gradually corrupted by power, it was undeniable that without Confucianism, Xia wouldn't have been invincible for 1,000 years. It could be said that these 1,000 years were Confucianism's 1,000 years. Even the brilliance of Eternal Night sect was somewhat suppressed by Confucianism. Eternal Night sect believed in God, while Confucianism believed in human. The two were in fierce conflict and couldn't tolerate each other. In today's world, the only orthodoxy that could be compared to Eternal Night sect was Confucianism. This was also the reason why Xia could prosper for so long. 1,000 years ago, God's ideology was so powerful. To be able to establish Confucianism under such conditions, one could see how amazing the Master was at that time. The Master opened the spiritual wisdom of the people of Xia. They no longer blindly believed in God, and this made the world more rational and less ignorant. Ever since then, in Great Xia, teachers could no longer use the word teacher casually. Those who could be called teacher were all university quizzes. Ningchen knew all this clearly, so he wasn't shocked by this. What shocked him was that he had seen the handwriting on the paper before. He had stayed in the academy for 2 months. There was also a master in the academy who looked very old. The master was very old, so old that he almost couldn't write anymore. In the entire academy, he was probably the only one who had seen the master write. At that time, his legs had just been crippled and he couldn't adapt to anything. His whole body slowed down. He learned slowly and walked slowly. Fortunately, he met the master who was also very slow. Therefore, other than chopping firewood, he liked to listen to the master's classes the most. On the night before he left the academy, he talked to the master for an entire night. They talked about many things, including many secrets that had been buried in his heart for a long time. He even told the master that he wasn't from this world. The master didn't say anything. He only wrote 4 words, "Go with the flow." It was written in the snow and disappeared with the wind. He didn't notice it at that time. It wasn't until today, when he saw the words on the paper, that he remembered. This matter was too shocking and too unbelievable. The master from 1,000 years ago was still alive. Chapter 99. The headmaster was in the academy. Ningchen was so shocked that he was speechless. 1,000 years had passed. Was the headmaster still alive? But he had never heard of anyone who could live for more than 1,000 years, not even an innate expert. He did not know how long an innate expert could live in this world. 300 years, 400 years, or 500 years. But it was definitely not 1,000 years. Moreover, the headmaster did not have the aura of a warrior. No matter when, there was no sign that the headmaster had practiced martial arts. Not 1,000 years ago, not 1,000 years later. On the other hand, the headmaster was really old. He was so old that he was like an ordinary old man with one foot in the grave. The feeling of having one foot in the grave could not be deceived. He even felt that the headmaster could not live for more than 10 years. He could not understand. If the headmaster of the academy was really the headmaster, then how did he survive the past 1,000 years? He could see that the headmaster was struggling. He was like an ordinary old man who was fighting against time and refused to leave. Why was the headmaster holding on so bitterly? Ning-chun could not figure out. He tried to pick up the paper on the table to see what was going on. However, as soon as his hand touched it, the paper quickly turned to ash. Although the headmaster's brush and ink helped the paper resist the erosion of time, it had reached its limit. After all, the human body was contaminated with too much of the aura of the mortal world. The paper, which had been close to the boundary point, could not bear it anymore. Ning-chun sighed in his heart and turned to leave. It seemed that he had to go back to the academy and ask the headmaster himself when he had time. Chirp, chirp! Suddenly, a series of shocking cries sounded in the sky. Ning-chun's expression changed instantly. His figure flashed, and he rushed to where little Mingyu was. He covered a distance of 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. He saw the giant ape grab a huge stone and throw it into the sky. In the dark sky, the huge stone hit one of the strange birds. It screamed miserably and a lot of feathers fell. However, there were too many strange birds and they were too strong. It was not a problem that the giant ape could solve with 1 or 2 stones. Okay, you protect little Mingyu. Leave the rest to me. Ning-chun looked up at the dark sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Woo! The giant ape responded with a trace of fear. Useless. The headmaster taught you for 10 years in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning-chun stomped his foot and turned into a silver light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, the sword light tore through the sky, drawing a black brilliance in the 9 heavens. Then, blood sprayed out and a large amount of blood sprinkled down. Warriors below the Xiantian realm couldn't stay in the air for a long time. As Ning-chun landed, he stepped on the body of Strange Bird. Then, he rose up again and flew towards the highest flying strange bird in the sky. This was the strange bird that he had slashed earlier. Its feathers were still stained with blood, but its wounds were gradually healing at an astonishing speed. Chirp! The leader of the strange birds in the sky screamed. The 4 strange birds circling around it immediately swooped down and crashed into the humans in the sky. A flying feather, a sword of heaven and earth. In the dazzling silver light, Ning-chun turned into a huge silver sword and pierced through the bodies of the 2 strange birds. The black sword condensed into frost and cut through the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Whoosh! There was a terrifying cry as one of the strange bird leader's wings was chopped off by the black sword. Blood sprayed out like rain. The leader of the strange birds could no longer support itself with a broken wing. It screamed miserably and then quickly fell down. The rest of the strange birds panicked and flew towards their leader in large groups. In a panic, they used their bodies to support the latter and hurriedly escaped. However, at this moment, Ning-chun's sword arrived again. He stepped on the body of the strange bird leader and cut open the other wing. Fresh blood splattered all over the strange birds below. Their screams became more and more panicked. They flapped their huge wings with all their might, desperately trying to escape. Ning-chun's cold eyes showed no mercy. The dark yellow light around his body flickered and the chi of thick earth exploded. With a heavy kick, he kicked the leader of the strange birds down. The strange birds below couldn't bear the sudden weight. They screamed in fear and helplessness as they watched their leader fall and crash onto the ground. It's your turn. Ning-chun snorted coldly and used the momentum to land on the body of a strange bird. His sword pierced through the bird's body and directly stabbed into its back. In the next moment, the black sword slashed across the strange bird's body and directly cut it in half. Seeing this miserable situation, the rest of the strange birds couldn't bear the fear in their hearts and frantically fled. They were afraid that if they were a little slower, they would end up being cut into pieces. Ning-chun landed from the sky and didn't chase after them. This warning was enough. He couldn't kill all the strange birds, and there was no need to. Of the two strange birds, one was dead and one was injured. The injured one was breathing out more than it was breathing in. Its wings were chopped off, and it fell from such a high altitude. It was already dead. Beside the ancient pond, little Ming Yu was well protected by the giant ape. Not a single drop of blood was stained on her. This made Ning Chun very satisfied. Wu, seeing the terrifying human walking over, the giant ape didn't just express its submission. There was also a trace of struggle in its eyes. The giant ape was too tall, so Ning Chun didn't notice it. He took little Ming Yu and was about to leave. Wu, the wild desire finally won over the fear. The giant ape nervously stopped the two and glanced at the strange birds in the distance with a pleading expression. Ning Chun stopped and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. Little Ming Yu seemed to understand a little. She pulled the former's sleeve and pointed at the strange bird. It seems like it wants something from the big strange bird. Woo-woo. The giant ape nodded. Ning Chun thought for a moment and walked forward with little Ming Yu. He raised his head and asked, "Where is it?" The giant ape pointed at the strange bird's head. The nervousness on its face became even more intense. Ming Yu, step back, Ning Chun said softly. Okay. Ming Yu obediently took a few steps back. Ning Chun reached out and touched the strange bird's head. He sent his true chi into it. A moment later, his eyes narrowed. It could actually sense spiritual chi. Swish! He unsheathed his ink sword and cut open the strange bird's head. As blood sprayed out, a walnut-sized green bead flew out. Ning Chun went forward and grabbed it. He looked at it carefully, but couldn't find anything. He then casually tossed it to the big guy. Take it. Woo-woo. The giant ape's nervous expression instantly turned into joy. It took the bead and ate it without saying anything. What is that? Little Ming Yu was disgusted and asked with a strange expression. I also don't know. Ning Chun shook his head. He couldn't see anything special about it. It was like a condensation of spiritual chi. He had never heard of such a thing. The probability of it appearing should be very small. No wonder this strange bird's body was so sturdy. It was obviously about to become a spirit. Roar! At this moment, the giant ape suddenly looked up and roared. Its entire body emitted a green light, and then it quickly shrank. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, the light became brighter and brighter. The giant ape also shrank until it was about the same height as little Ming Yu. Then it gradually stopped. After shrinking, the giant ape didn't look so ugly and funny anymore. Instead, it looked much cuter. Little Ming Yu's eyes bloomed with joy. She reached out and patted the giant ape's head. She was very surprised. Ning Chun couldn't figure it out, but he didn't think too much about it. The teacher could live for 1,000 years. What was so strange about this? Let's go. Ning Chun held little Ming Yu's hand. After such a long delay, they still had to hurry on. Ming Yu reluctantly looked at the giant ape and followed with small steps. Woo-woo. The giant ape grabbed the corner of the little girl's clothes and followed them. Ning Chun stopped and frowned again. He asked, "You want to go with us?" Woo. The giant ape nodded, looking uneasy. Ning Chun looked at little Ming Yu and sighed in his heart. Wasn't it just raising a monkey? As long as little Ming Yu was happy. Follow if you want. After saying that, Ning Chun held little Ming Yu's hand and continued walking. The giant ape was delighted and followed them. Ming was in a good mood. She said sweetly, "Let's give it a name." Xiao Huang. Ning Chun said casually. Ming Yu pursed her lips. She was a little dissatisfied, but she still accepted the name. Xiao Huang it was. It was a little unpleasant to hear, but it was easy to remember. After the two people and the ape left, the stone house outside the waterfall finally couldn't withstand the continuous shaking and collapsed. It completely buried the traces of the teacher's life. The cold night was still a little cold. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling the cold water on the ground. After going around the big waterfall, there was an endless mountain range. The Chizhou mountain range was very big. If they wanted to cross it, they would have to cross at least 2 mountains. They were not even halfway there. There was less than 2 hours before dawn. After walking for a while, little Ming Yu became sleepy and fell asleep on Ning Chen's back. Ningchen didn't stop and continued walking. The little ape followed behind him. They walked lightly, not daring to disturb the little girl who was sleeping soundly. The second mountain range was much bigger than the first. The moment Ning Chun set foot on it, he felt a little uneasy. A martial artist's perception was much more sensitive than ordinary people. This feeling was as if he was being watched by something terrifying. He was at the peak of the 8th rank. Something that could make him feel uneasy was at least equivalent to the 8th rank of a human, or even higher. The little ape also became restless. It looked left and right, but couldn't find anything. Ningchen walked forward silently. He became more and more alert. With little Mingyu beside him, he didn't dare to be careless. In the sea of qi in his dantian, the silver cyclone and the dark yellow cyclone rotated at the same time. Traces of vital essence flowed out and formed an invisible net around 3 steps, guarding against any accidents. The little ape's restlessness calmed down a little. It followed behind, still looking left and right carefully. After walking for more than an hour, the bright moon hanging high in the sky gradually set. The first ray of dawn was just about to arrive. The moment when night and day alternated, the world around them changed instantly. A big crack suddenly opened in the shaking world. It was like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowing the 2 people and the ape above. The next moment, the crack closed with a bang. The world returned to normal. The cold wind blew and the fallen leaves danced. In the blink of an eye, all traces were covered. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 100. The wind whistled past his ears, and his body fell faster and faster. At this critical moment, Ning Chun pulled out his black sword and stabbed it into the stone wall in front of him, stopping his fall. The little ape hugged the former's leg and barely managed to stop its body. Ning Chun looked down and saw that it was so dark that he couldn't see the end of it. The path above was sealed, and the bottom was so deep that he couldn't see the end. It was really difficult to go up and down. Little Ming Yu was also awakened by this sudden movement. Looking at the darkness around her, she subconsciously hugged the only thing she could rely on. "I'm here. It'll be fine." Ning Chun comforted her gently. "Okay." Ming Yu hugged him even tighter. "Hold on tight. We're going down." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chun pulled out the sword that was stuck in the stone wall, and his body fell down again. Just like this, Ning Chun would use his black sword to slow down his fall every few dozen feet. Little Ming Yu was protected by his true qi and was safe. After a long time, the 2 finally reached the ground. The little ape also obediently stayed on the side and watched. It didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Ning Chun took out a match and blew on it. He saw a path in front of him with a light. This was the only path. Ning Chun walked forward. After walking for a while, he gradually saw a light far away. It was very clear, but it wasn't the light of the sun. It was the unique spiritual light of a martial artist. He was also a martial artist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of light. However, this kind of invisible pressure faintly suppressed any powerhouse he had ever seen. Ning Chun was very shocked. How could there be such a powerhouse in this kind of place? There was no doubt that this person was at least one of the 5 strongest Xiantian powerhouses in the world. He might even surpass them. The spiritual light coming from the distance was very peaceful. It didn't have the slightest bit of evil. It was like a calm ocean, boundless and containing all things. Ning Chun continued to walk forward. He wanted to see exactly who this person was. If a powerhouse of this level had evil intentions, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. It didn't matter if it was far or near. After 100 steps, the space suddenly changed. Everything around Ning Chun changed. Even Ming Yu and the little ape disappeared. In front of him, a purple guqin was playing by itself. The formless sound of the great Tao spread out in circles, silently cleansing the souls of those who entered. An illusion. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the zither in front of him. The same situation had happened to him in the Great Hall of the Netherworld. It was very strange, and people couldn't tell if it was real or fake. In the end, the little white horse swallowed something to save him. In the state of consciousness, everything you see is real. Just at this moment, A violet-robed youth slowly walked out and sat by the zither, gently stroking its strings. Ning Chun was startled. Was this that powerful cultivator? At such a close distance, he didn't feel that formless pressure. "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" Ning Chun stepped forward and bowed respectfully. In the belly of Tao Tai. The purple-clothed young man stopped playing the zither and raised his head to answer calmly. Tao Tai. Ning Chun frowned. Wasn't this a mythical monster? It actually existed. Legend has it that the Tao Tai was one of the sons of the dragon. It was extremely greedy and gluttonous, and could devour everything in the world. It was a monster that had only appeared in ancient myths and legends. "Can you let me see the heavenly book in your body?" At this moment, the purple-clothed young man spoke. Ning Chun's body trembled. How could this person know that he had a heavenly book? The purple-clothed young man smiled faintly and said, "No need to be surprised. 1,000 years ago, I also had a heavenly book, so I'm more sensitive to its aura." Hearing this, Ning Chun's eyes narrowed. 1,000 years ago again? Didn't that mean that this person had also lived for 1,000 years? "May I ask for senior's name?" Ning Chun bowed respectfully again and asked. "Jiang Wangji." The purple-clothed young man thought for a moment and softly replied. It had been too long since anyone had asked for his name, so he had forgotten it. "Dao Kuei." Ning Chun's heart trembled. The person in front of him was the head of the Dao sect from 1,000 years ago. The Dao sect had existed for much longer than the Confucian sect. It could even be compared to the Eternal Night sect. However, it had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, and its orthodoxy had ended. Once the Book of Moon in the Heavenly Book belonged to the Dao sect. After the Dao sect was destroyed, the Book of Moon also disappeared. It only reappeared 100 years ago and was obtained by the Eternal Night sect. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked to meet such an old antique here. However, with the cultivation of the person in front of him, there was really no need for him to lie. Ning Chun no longer had any doubts. He activated his internal energy, and the cyclone in his dantian rotated. 2 broken pages of the heavenly book slowly flew out and floated in front of him. Book of Life, Book of Earth. Jiang Wangji's knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell the origin of the heavenly book at a glance. He was not too surprised. Everyone had their own opportunities. Obtaining 2 heavenly books could only mean that the young man in front of him was luckier than the average person. Ning Chun took back the 2 heavenly books. He finally knew the name of the other heavenly book. Book of Earth? It was much more impressive than the Book of Dust. "Is the headmaster still alive?" Jiang Wangji suddenly asked. Ning Chun's expression froze, and then he felt relieved. Dao Kuei and the headmaster were from the same era. It was not strange that they knew each other. "He should be alive, but I'm still not sure," Ning Chun answered honestly. Jiang Wangji thought for a while and said, "He should be in a place called Tianthong Academy. 1,000 years ago, he told me that he was going to build such an academy." At this moment, Ning Chun was finally 100% sure that the old headmaster in the academy was the headmaster from 1,000 years ago. If so, the headmaster is still alive. However, I have a feeling that the headmaster may not be able to hold on for more than 10 years, Ning Chun said seriously. Sigh. Jiang Wangji sighed softly. Even someone as amazing as the headmaster could not withstand the merciless passage of time. 1,000 years is too long. Ning Chun hesitated for a moment. He could no longer suppress the doubts in his heart and asked, "Senior, can a human really live for more than 1,000 years?" "Impossible." Jiang Wangji shook his head. Then he looked at the space around him and continued, "Do you know why I am voluntarily trapped in this place?" "Senior, please tell me," Ning Chun said respectfully. "Because in the stomach of the Tao Tai, the flow of time is slower than outside. I'm not as good as the headmaster, so I can only use this method to survive this long 1,000 years. As for the headmaster's method, you will not understand it, and you don't need to understand it. However, any method of immortality has a price. No one is an exception." Jiang Wangji's voice was filled with endless exhaustion. Even though he was in the stomach of the Tao Tai, he could not hold on any longer. 1,000 years had already exhausted him. Ning Chun's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Senior and the headmaster did not seem like people who were afraid of death. Why did they have to hold on so bitterly and live through this 1,000 years that was worse than death? I know you have doubts, but I can't say it now. Otherwise, it will cause unnecessary changes. The headmaster and I can't hold on for much longer. There can't be any more accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wangji got up and walked to the front of the young man in front of him. He stretched out his right hand and gently touched the young man's forehead. Immediately, a Haotian Taoism cultivation method was reflected in his mind. I know that the life scroll only has mental cultivation methods and no moves. The moves recorded in this cultivation method are the most suitable Haotian Taoism secret method besides the original forbidden move in the life scroll. I don't have many requests. I just hope that you can live well, live at all costs. Then, try your best to find the nothing scroll. Remember, don't tell anyone that the headmaster and I are alive. As for the way out, just go back the way you came. In a while, I will disturb the Tao Ye's senses again and make it think that it is time to eat. When it opens its mouth, you rush out immediately. I will also help you. As he spoke, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. The purple figure also turned into stars and disappeared between heaven and earth. Ning Chun came to his senses and found that little Ming Yu had been guarding him worriedly. Her little hands were tightly grasped, for fear that he would disappear if she could not hold him. Time was of the essence. Ning Chun did not have time to say more. He held little Ming Yu in his arms and rushed back the way they came. The little ape beast roared and quickly followed after him. The next moment, the spiritual light of the martial artist behind him became brighter, like a purple sun. Ning Chun knew that this was the senior interfering with the Tao Ye's senses. Rumble. Suddenly the earth shook. In the sky ahead, a huge mouth opened. A bright light shone down. It was extremely bright. It was the first light of dawn. Let's go. Ning Chun's aura exploded. He rolled up the little ape and turned into a stream of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, a vast power appeared out of thin air. A soft palm rushed over and helped him escape from the Tao Ye's stomach. After Ning Chun left, the huge gully quickly closed. In the deepest part of the Tao Ye's stomach, Jiang Wangji looked at the slowly disappearing sunlight in the distance and sighed softly. He had not seen this kind of warm light for a long time. He was a person from 1,000 years ago. He could no longer see the light. His existence was no longer tolerated by heaven and earth. Once he went out, he would soon disappear. He had waited for 1,000 years, hoping that he could catch up. This young man was not bad. Not everyone could listen to the soul-leaving song of Haotian Taoism. He was fine, which meant that his nature was not bad. He was not greedy and not arrogant. He was a trustworthy person. For 1,000 years, those who were swallowed by the Tao Tai had basically died. Even if they did not die, in the end, no one could pass the test of the soul-leaving song. Human greed was essentially no different from the Tao Tai. He had no time to wait. Fortunately, he had found one at the last moment. The no scroll was too important. He had to find it as soon as possible. Otherwise, this disaster would become a real catastrophe. Only those who had the tomes of arcane would have a special reaction to the tomes of arcane. The no scroll represented nothingness and destruction. It was the key to facing the disaster in the future. He and the headmaster were too old to stop this disaster. He only hoped that these young people 1,000 years later could shoulder this burden. The headmaster's divination skill was unparalleled. He believed that the headmaster said that there would be hope in the human world. Chapter 101. Under the first light of dawn, a silver light rushed out from the ground. After landing, it continued to run for more than 10 miles before stopping. The morning sun was a little dazzling. Little Ming Yu took a while to adjust to it before opening her eyes. She looked around and saw that she was back on the ground. She couldn't help but smile. The little ape stayed aside with lingering fear. Its big round eyes looked sneaky, afraid that it would fall into that dark and strange place again. Ning Chun didn't explain anything. In fact, he was a little confused. If it wasn't for the Taoist secret method in his mind, he would have suspected that this was another illusion. Dao Kuei, Jiang Wangji, who had disappeared 1,000 years ago, actually lived to this era. What was he waiting for? He didn't hesitate to pay such a big price to survive 1,000 years. Was it worth it? Go by yourself. Ning Chun put little Mingyu down and held her little hand as he spoke softly. Okay, Mingyu said obediently. Not long after, Ning Chun heard the sound of the river, so he took little Mingyu there to rest for a while. After a tiring night, he was fine, but little Mingyu couldn't fall asleep several times. She probably couldn't take it anymore. The river was turbulent and very clear. There was no human habitation in the primitive land, so the river water was very clean. Ning Chun caught a fish, roasted it, and handed it to little Mingyu. The little girl ate one, and then fell asleep in the former's arms after eating it. The little ape stayed aside and didn't eat anything. Since it swallowed the bead of the strange bird, its appetite for food had been greatly reduced. After little Mingyu fell asleep, Ning Chun calmed down and carefully sorted out the Taoist secret method in his mind. Taoism had existed for more than 10,000 years, and its methods have been perfected by generations of sages. It could be said that the methods of Taoism were the closest to the tomes of arcane in the world. Dao Kuei was the strongest person 1,000 years ago. It could be said that he single-handedly supported Taoism. After Dao Kuei disappeared, Taoism was quickly destroyed. Taoism was destroyed, and Confucianism was flourishing. Jiang Wangji and the headmaster did the best to resist the eternal night cult. The secret method that Dao Kuei passed on to him didn't require the primordial realm like the Scroll of Earth, but it still required him to be at least at the peak of the 9th rank. He couldn't practice it now. This was the wisdom of Taoism over the past 10,000 years. He needed to be patient. Moreover, he hadn't fully grasped the things that the old Marquis had taught him. He still understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Little Mingyu was exhausted. She slept all the way until noon. The little ape picked a lot of wild fruits. After a simple meal, the two of them continued their journey. For the rest of the journey, they did not encounter any danger. Ning Chun sped up again and finally walked out of the Chizhou mountain range when the cold moon hung high in the sky. From this moment on, they had finally stepped into the heart of the Central Plains and were not far from Fan Lingyue's army. Ning Chen's mood also started to become heavy. In this world, the person he was most unwilling to face was Fan Lingyue. This woman was too intelligent, too ruthless, and almost had no weaknesses. He didn't know if little Mingyu could become Fan Lingyue's weakness, but he still had to try. Although it was despicable, this was war. There was no reason to speak of. Since the beginning of this war, Emperor Xia had already gone insane. In order to completely draw out the internal problems, he had actually let the wolf into the house and watched as Yingui city was broken. It was hard to believe that such a stupid thing would happen to an emperor. He had heard before that time could turn a wise emperor into a fatuous one and a tyrant. When one grew old, the desire for power would become even stronger, and the suspicion in one's heart would also become heavier. It wasn't that there were no examples in the history of Huaxia, but no one was as extreme as Emperor Xia. At that time, he really hoped that Emperor Xia had died on that mountain, even if Great Xia would be in chaos for a while. If Emperor Xia died, Great Xia would be in chaos. If it didn't die, Great Xia would be even more chaotic. The current situation of Great Xia was much worse than before. If it wasn't for Zhang Sun, he really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Whoever ruled the world had nothing to do with him. In terms of closeness, little Mingyu was much more suitable than Emperor Xia, who had always wanted to kill him. Fan Lingyue's army of 300,000 shouldn't have advanced too far. With such a big thing happening in the Northern Ming Imperial Court, it was impossible to hide it. The hearts of the Northern Ming army was the first thing that had to be resolved. After all, Great Xia had been invincible for 1,000 years. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The cities in the Central Plains were connected one after another. It wasn't that easy to attack the imperial city. The cruelest war had just begun. Once Fan Lingyue swept away all the troubles and went all out south, Great Xia would be in real danger. Whether or not they could stop Fan Lingyue before he reached the imperial city was the key to Great Xia's survival. In any dynasty, once the imperial city was breached, it wouldn't be far from destruction. This was the spiritual sustenance of the people of the dynasty. It didn't just represent a simple city. He kidnapped little Mingyu and only temporarily delayed the northern Ming army's advance to the south, giving Great Xia a chance to breathe. As for threatening Fan Lingyue to retreat, even he himself didn't believe it. The reason was simple. She was the military advisor. She was even more ruthless than Emperor Xia. The only difference was that Emperor Xia's ruthlessness had buried the north of Great Xia, while Fan Lingyue had mercilessly taken down the north of Great Xia. In this world, the difference between a smart person and a stupid person was much greater than one could imagine. Now, he had already confirmed that the Academy's teacher was the same teacher from 1,000 years ago. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to return to the Academy. In this world, if there was anyone whose intelligence could match Fan Lingyue, it would be his teacher. The road back to the Academy was very long. Ning Chun brought little Mingyu and rushed for 2 days before they arrived. The first person he went to see wasn't his teacher, but Mr. Liu. He brought along a jar of wine that he had bought on the street. There was an imperial word on it. Old man Liu was so angry that he was fuming. This brat had said before he left that he would bring back imperial wine for him. This time, he actually brought back imperial wine. He was grateful to his whole family. Ning Chun didn't feel any shame. Emperor Xia was chasing him all over the world. Where could he get the real imperial wine for old man Liu? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll drink it myself, Ning Chun said impatiently. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? I can't let a little bastard like you benefit from it. Old man Liu snatched the jar of wine and casually threw it to the side. It was his business whether he drank it or not, but he definitely had to leave the wine behind. This is the little emperor of northern Ming? Old man Liu glanced at the delicate little boy beside Ning Chun and asked curiously. Yes. Ning Chun patted little Mingyu's little hat and said, Call me Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. Mingyu obediently called out. Old man Liu nodded and said with a strange expression, Looks like you two get along well. Of course, I've always been very popular. Ning Chun laughed. All right, the wine is here. I have to go. Next time, I might bring you the real imperial wine. After saying this, Ning Chun held little Mingyu's hand and walked out of the courtyard. He had come here to tell old man Liu that he was safe. When his legs had just been crippled, this old man had treated him well. He couldn't be ungrateful. Old man Liu looked at Ning Chun's back and shook his head helplessly. This kid was really not easy to deal with. After seeing Mr. Liu, Ning Chun returned to his old residence in the academy. The little white horse had grown fat and had also grown up. When the two met, there was no awkward silence, nor were there tears in their eyes. The little white horse wanted to express its longing, but was pushed away by Ning Chun. He hated horses that didn't care about hygiene the most. Little Ming, you had fallen asleep in the house. After rushing for a few days, the little girl was a little tired. After arriving at the academy, her spirit wasn't too good. Xiao Huang, you stay here with Little White. Don't fight. Do whatever you want. Ning Chun also left the little ape behind. Why was there always a monkey beside him? The little ape didn't dare to object and could only smile at the little white horse to show its friendliness. The little white horse proudly turned its head away, showing its disdain. Ning Chun didn't care how they got along. If they had the ability, he would tear down the academy. The academy had an innate stage principle. No matter how arrogant a monster was, he would be able to slap it down. The headmaster's residence wasn't far from here. He used to walk slowly and had to walk for a long time. Now, he could get there in a short while. However, at the headmaster's residence, he saw a person he really didn't expect. The imperial preceptor of the Great Xia dynasty, the head of the Confucian sect, and the Grand Advisor. The Grand Advisor stood beside the headmaster with a respectful expression, following the rules of the Confucian sect and performing the etiquette of a disciple. When Ning Chun came in, neither of them were surprised, as if they already knew that he was coming. The headmaster was as old as usual, like an ordinary old man in his twilight years. There was nothing special about him. Headmaster, Ning Chun bowed and said respectfully. The headmaster nodded and said, How was the journey to the north? I gain a lot. Ning Chun stood up and replied, Ask whatever you want. the headmaster said slowly as he tidied up the rice paper on the table. Are you the headmaster? Ning Chun asked seriously. Yes, the headmaster nodded and said. Ning Chun was shocked. Although he was already prepared, when he heard the headmaster admit it, he still felt that it was unbelievable. How many people in the world know about this? Ning Chun asked. 4, the headmaster said calmly. Ning Chun thought for a while. There were 3 people present. The other person, if he guessed correctly, should be the dean of the academy. Will the great Xia dynasty be destroyed? Ning Chun asked another question. Yes, the headmaster nodded. Ning Chun's body suddenly trembled. This was the result. But if the headmaster said that the great Xia dynasty would be destroyed, then the great Xia dynasty would definitely be destroyed. The people of the Confucian sect cultivated the great righteousness and were good at seeking luck and avoiding misfortune. Although the headmaster didn't practice martial arts, he was the best in the art of divination. The reason was simple. The entire Confucian sect was founded by the headmaster, and the art of divination was no exception. Is there a way to avoid it? Ning Chun asked unwillingly. Try your best, the headmaster said. Ow! Ning Chun asked for advice. Stop the war in the world. The headmaster only said 4 words. The meaning was obvious, and there was no mystery. Ning Chun still didn't quite understand. He knew that the headmaster wouldn't say useless words. Was the destruction of the great Xia dynasty not in this war? Chapter 102. The headmaster did not explain further. He had said what he needed to say. The rest was up to the younger generation. What would happen in the future was up to these young people to decide. There was not much he could do. At this moment, the Grand Advisor, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Ning Chun, can the young emperor of Northern Ming be handed over to the imperial court? Impossible. Ning Chun was stunned and immediately refused without hesitation. The Grand Advisor looked solemn and said righteously, the young emperor of Northern Ming is of great importance. I hope you can consider it seriously. As long as you are willing to cooperate, it is not impossible for you to be made a Marquis in the future. Say no more. There is nothing to discuss. The young emperor can only be in my hands. No one else can. Ning Chun refused again. His attitude was unquestionable. He did not trust anyone in the imperial court, especially Emperor Xia. He had promised little Mingyu that he would not hand her over to anyone else. He had to keep his word. After Ming, you came to great Xia. He was the only one she could rely on. If he let go, how could a 7-year-old girl live? As long as he was not dead, there was no room for discussion. The Grand Advisor frowned and said patiently, the young emperor will not be of any use in your hands. The imperial court will be the one to negotiate. You can't make a promise and can't decide anything. Ning Chun did not speak. The Grand Advisor was telling the truth. If they wanted to negotiate with Northern Ming, only the imperial court would be the most suitable. Seeing that the young man in front of him did not speak, the Grand Advisor continued, listen to me. Hand over the young emperor. Only in this way can great Xia have more time to breathe. Since you are willing to risk your life to break into the palace of Northern Ming, you must not want to see great Xia lose this war. Ning Chun did not want to refute. He looked calmly at the leader of the Confucian sect in front of him and asked, Grand Advisor, I know you are the leader of the Confucian sect, and you also know that the Confucian sect values morality the most. I want to ask, I have already promised the young emperor that I will not hand him over to anyone. Tell me, is great Xia more important or the promise more important? The Grand Advisor's expression froze. He could not answer. Reason told him that compared to a personal promise, the foundation of great Xia was of course more important. But he was the leader of the Confucian sect. How could he persuade someone to go back on their word? The headmaster listened quietly at the side. His old face remained calm, without any ripples. After a long time, he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, Follow me back to the palace to meet His Majesty. I will persuade His Majesty to confer you the title of nobility and represent the imperial court to negotiate with the Northern Ming royal court. Ning Chun furrowed his brows. It sounded plausible, but in fact it was impossible. He knew very well just how intense Emperor Xia's desire to kill him was. While Yi Futian's existence had always been a thorn in Emperor Xia's side, it might have only been because of the gunpowder incident in the beginning, but it was no longer so simple now. Yi Futian had escaped the pursuit of Emperor Xia time and time again, and Emperor Xia's anger had long since reached a boiling point. The majesty of an emperor had always been merciless and unreasonable. Ning Chun said seriously, "Great sage, do you really think this method will work? It is no secret that Emperor Xia wants to kill me. Who can guarantee that Emperor Xia will not have the intention to kill me after I return to the palace? Who can guarantee that Eunuch Pei will not suddenly attack me? Although I am not afraid of death, I do not want to court death, especially when I have to face a temperamental emperor." The great sage did not deny it. What Ning Chan said was the truth. The current Emperor Xia had indeed become somewhat unrecognizable. "I cannot promise you anything, but I can promise you that if His Majesty wants to kill you, I will help you stop Eunuch Pei." At this point, the great sage looked at Ning Chun and said with an incomparably solemn expression, "For the sake of the great Xia, I hope you can try it with me." Hearing this, Ning Chun furrowed his brows again. He was not surprised that the great sage said he could stop Eunuch Pei. As the head of the Confucian sect, he had to have some trump cards. He was just a little hesitant about whether this trip was worth it. He really did not have a good impression of Emperor Xia, and he did not believe that this tyrant, who was getting more and more perverted with age, would spare him. However, the great sage's words did cause him to waver. In the end, he still did not want to see the great Xia destroyed. "I can return to the palace with you, but you must promise me that if something happens to me, you must protect the little emperor's life. Swear on the 1,000 years of reputation of the Confucian sect." Ning Chun thought for a moment, but still agreed to the great sage's suggestion. However, he also raised his own request. The great sage did not hesitate. He nodded and said, "Fine, I promise you. Since you have decided, then do it. If you have time, you can come back to the academy more often," the teacher said calmly. "Thank you for your guidance today, teacher. This junior will take his leave." Ning Chun bowed respectfully. "Teacher, this student will take his leave." The great sage took half a step back and bowed before leaving. After the two of them left, the teacher picked up his brush and slowly wrote a word on the paper. His hand trembled, but his strength penetrated the paper. When Ning Chun returned to his residence, little Ming Yu was still asleep, so he sat to the side and waited. The great sage was about to speak, but he closed his mouth. He did not want to make the youth in front of him unhappy at this time. The two of them waited for more than 4 hours before little Ming Yu slowly woke up. She sat up and smiled when she saw Ning Chun beside the bed. "You're awake? We should go," Ning Chun said gently as he adjusted the little girl's cloth hat. "Where are we going?" Ming Yu did not understand. "The Great Xia Imperial Palace," Ning Chun said honestly. The little girl's body suddenly trembled. Her face instantly turned pale, and tears unconsciously flowed out. Ning Chen's heart ached. He gently pulled little Ming Yu into his arms and comforted her. "It's okay. I'm just negotiating with Emperor Xia. It has nothing to do with you." Ming Yu raised her tear-stained head and asked, "Really? Really?" Ning Chun nodded seriously. "All right, since he's awake, we should be on our way," the great sage said from the side. Only then did little Ming Yu notice that there was a stranger in the room. She quickly got up from Ning Chen's arms and wiped away her tears. She did not want others to see her weak side. She was the emperor of Northern Ming and represented the entire Northern Ming court. She could not show any weakness in front of the people of Great Xia. Of course, bad people were an exception. "Do you want to walk on your own or piggyback?" Ning Chun asked softly. "I'll walk on my own," Ming Yu replied. Little Ming Yu reached out and grabbed his big hand. She did not even look at the great sage and walked out of the room. Ning Chun sighed. When little Ming Yu was not familiar with him, she was also so proud and stubborn. Now that he thought about it, it was just a way for the little girl to protect herself. She was already an emperor before she could even remember anything. Moreover, she had to hide her identity as a girl. It was destined that little Ming Yu could not show any weakness at all. In this world, the easiest thing to be an emperor was also the hardest thing to be. The academy was not far from the imperial city. If they took a carriage, they could reach it in a little more than a day. The great sage was in a hurry, but Ning Chun was not in a hurry. Because little Mingyu was still a little scared, it took them 2 days to arrive. After arriving at the imperial city, Ning Chun brought little Mingyu out of the carriage. He did not choose to enter the palace immediately. Instead, he promised the great sage that he would personally bring little Mingyu there the next morning. Seeing that the former had made up his mind, the great sage had no choice but to nod and agree. He then left in the carriage. Ning Chun randomly found an inn in the city. After paying for the room, he went upstairs directly. In the room, Ning Chun had little Mingyu sit on the bed. Then he injected a little bit of vital energy from the life scroll into the little girl's body. There was a Khanate master in the palace. He could not be careless. The secret that little Mingyu was a girl could not be known by others. The vital energy could temporarily disturb her pulse. As long as eunuch Pei did not touch little Mingyu's body, he should not be able to tell. Mingyu, have a good rest. You may have to fight tomorrow, but I'm here. Don't be afraid, Ning Chun said softly as he rubbed the little girl's hair. Okay. Mingyu nodded and lay down obediently. Night fell. Ning Chun sat in the room and seized the time to cultivate. In his Dantian sea of qi, beside the 2 cyclones, a third aura gradually gathered. The blue light rolled like waves. Spiritual qi rolled and quickly formed a very small cyclone in his Dantian sea of qi. In the next moment, Ning Chun forced the vital energy he had suppressed that day into the cyclone, quickly filling up the weak third cyclone. Of the 10 years of cultivation the old Marquis had given him, more than half had been consumed when he had broken through. He did not dare to continue devouring the remaining half, because he was worried that his foundation would be unstable and affect his future cultivation. Now, it was the perfect time to use it to cultivate the Zhangsun branch's techniques. His talent could not be considered good. After cultivating for so many days, he could only be considered to have made some progress. In the end, the Zhangsun branch's techniques needed to be combined with the Zhangsun branch's techniques. There was no telling what would happen tomorrow. The Grand Xia's imperial palace was filled with experts, and there was not just one Khanate master. It was always good to be prepared. The spiritual qi fluctuations in the room grew stronger and stronger. The third cyclone was also constantly devouring vital energy. It was only when it was about the same size as the other 2 cyclones did it stop. However, this kind of cyclone that had not experienced any bottlenecks had an extremely unstable foundation. Once it started fighting, it would quickly consume its vital energy, and its recovery speed would be much slower. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How much effort you put in would be how much you receive in return. In the end, his greatest reliance was still the life scroll. It was also the foundation of his cultivation. In the northern main camp, an urgent letter appeared in the commander's tent. After reading it, Fan Lingyue's eyes narrowed slightly. He had finally returned to the Grand Xia's imperial city. Men, Fan Lingyue said. Present. A heavily armored general walked in. It was the leader of the heavily armored cavalry, Qing Wuyo. Ever since Yang Hong had stayed in Heaven's Gate, the task of protecting the military advisor had fallen on him. Tell Qing Wuhan that her chance is coming soon. Remember, there is only one chance. She must not fail, Fan Lingyue said solemnly. Yes. Qing Wuyo respectfully accepted the order and immediately turned to leave. Cough, cough. After Qing Wuyo left, Fan Lingyue covered his mouth and coughed violently a few times. When it landed, a bright red color appeared in his palm, so dazzling. Chapter 103. At dawn the next day, Ning Chun held Mingyu's hand and walked towards the Xia Palace. The little girl's hat covered her long hair. From afar, she looked silly, charming, and cute. The morning sun was so bright that it shone on the ground and dyed it a faint golden color. The imperial guards of the palace lined up from the south gate to the front of the heavenly mandate hall. Their armor clanged, and every one of them exuded an intimidating aura. They were the most elite soldiers of the Xia dynasty. Mingyu was a little nervous. Her little hand held the big hand beside her tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The palace of the Xia dynasty had been invincible for thousands of years. With every step they took, they could feel the unparalleled pressure. This was something that no era or dynasty could compare to. Ning Chun and Ming Yu walked between the two rows of imperial guards. Step by step, their bodies were straight, and they never lowered their heads. One was a descendant of Huaxia, and the other was the emperor of Northern Ming. Life could be lost, but dignity was priceless. In the heavenly mandate hall, Emperor Xia sat on the dragon throne. Zhang Sun sat beside him, and the three dukes stood quietly below. The five most powerful people of the Xia dynasty were all gathered, waiting quietly for the two who would come. Ning Chen came, holding Ming Yu's hand. He walked slowly from afar, and the moment he stepped into the hall, the atmosphere froze. Worry flashed in Zhang Suan's eyes. She should not have come today. The imperial harem should not interfere in politics. This was the rule of the ancestors. But she was really worried. Emperor Xia's attitude was the biggest variable today. No one could predict what would happen. Ningchen looked at Zhang Sun and smiled gently. He was still a little shy as usual. Zhang Sun shook her head without leaving a trace, indicating that he should be careful and not be rash. At this moment, Emperor Xia said calmly from the dragon throne, "Ning Chun, hand over the emperor of Northern Ming and the secret recipe of that thing, and I will let bygones be bygones." "Impossible," Ning Chun refused directly. "Then there is nothing to talk about," Emperor Xia said calmly. "Men, arrest this traitor." "Yes." As soon as he said this, two captains of the Shadow Dragon Guards appeared. There was also a huge commotion outside. Imperial guards rushed in groups and blocked the way out of the Heavenly Mandate Hall. They blocked all escape routes. Everyone's expression changed, especially Zhang Sun. She gripped her chair tightly, and there was anger in her eyes. How was this a negotiation? In the main hall, Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. The real qi around his body rose, and the temperature in the main hall dropped instantly. There was no wind, and snow was falling. It was as if winter had come again. The two Dark Dragon Guards also had grave expressions. They knew that the youth in front of them was not so easy to deal with. The two of them stood on opposite sides, secretly raising their martial arts, ready to attack. The situation was very unfavorable for Ning Chun. It was not because the two people in front of him were of the 9th rank, nor was it because there were imperial guards outside the hall. It was because he did not have a sword. Other than Prince Yin, no one else in the world could bring a sword to meet Emperor Xia. After a moment of confrontation, the two hidden dragon guards attacked at the same time. Relying on their 9th grade cultivation, their palm force pressed over. In the first palm strike, two powerful forces moved together. Their aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, and heaven and earth lost their color. Ningchen took a step back. His spirit shivered as he circulated the life scroll to its peak. Frost surged around his body as he flipped his left and right hands. He was fighting one against two. Ta! In a raging wind, there was an almost undetectable sound of blood falling. Looking over, blood slowly flowed from the corners of the three people's mouths. After a palm strike, they were all injured. On the dragon throne, Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would eventually become a big problem. The little eunuch who did not know martial arts in the past was now able to fight two 9th grade hidden dragon guards. The situation was not good. Ning Chun did not want to delay any longer. He moved his palm, and the silver light faded. Blue waves rose up, and the vigorous real qi turned into huge waves. It was the secret of the Zhang Sun family. The waves of the world flow to the east. The awe-inspiring might of God's descent turned the entire heavenly mandate palace blue. The huge waves pressed down like an ocean overturning. The two hidden dragon guards did not dare to be careless. They used their ultimate moves at the same time. Blue and white light shone brightly, and they met the shocking moves head-on. The ultimate moves collided. With a boom, the heavenly mandate palace was hit. Large pieces of stone flew up and hit the surrounding pillars, shattering all over the sky. The three dukes attacked together, blocking the remaining power in front of the empress. Their expressions were very serious. In the aftermath, the two hidden dragon guards took a few steps back. Then they groaned and vomited. The hidden dragon guards were actually defeated by this palm. Ningchen took a step back. With a wave of his hand, he blocked all the broken stones in front of little Mingyu. A bloody taste rose up in his throat, but he forced it down. Not bad. Just at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded out. Then, an emaciated and thin figure walked out slowly. His face was old and haggard, but it caused everyone present to feel an irresistible pressure. Old Eunuch Pei. He was the true strongest in the imperial palace. The next moment, the old figure disappeared. The withered hand reached for Ning Chun. There was no technique, but there was still no way to avoid it. At this critical moment, the Grand Advisor, who was already prepared, flashed between the two. The noble chi around him surged, and his palm met old Eunuch Pei's. With a boom, the two of them took half a step back. It was a draw. Grand Advisor, what do you mean by this? Old Eunuch Pei frowned and asked slowly. I promised him that if you attacked, I would be responsible for stopping you. The Grand Advisor replied calmly. Eunuch Pei's frown deepened. The Grand Advisor's status was special. Ordinary officials could not compare to him. It was indeed troublesome. Teacher, is this your decision? Seated on the dragon throne, the Xia Emperor spoke calmly. The Grand Advisor looked up at the Xia Emperor, sighed softly, and said, Your Majesty, this old subject will say the same thing again. The Grand Xia needs peace, and at this time, Ning Chun is the person most likely to bring about peace. Emperor Xia did not answer. Instead, he turned his head and asked, Empress, what do you think? What Grand Advisor says is my opinion. Zhang Sun replied with a grave expression. Very good. Emperor Xia laughed coldly. He then stood up and walked down from the high platform. He came before Mingyu, who was standing beside Ning Chun. Ning Chun has performed a meritorious service by bringing back the Northern Ming Emperor. He will be conferred the title of Ji Ming Marquis and be granted a residence in the imperial city. The sudden change made the three directors and Zhang Sun's expressions turn cold. For a moment, they thought they had misheard. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched violently. He felt uneasy. He felt that things were not so simple. However, the imperial edict was quickly passed down. The matter was settled, and he had to believe it even if he did not want to. Emperor Xia left after giving the imperial edict. Zhang Sun could only leave with him. Before leaving, her eyes were filled with confusion and worry. When she looked at him, she signaled for him to be careful. Ning Chen nodded. After thinking for a while, he left the palace with Mingyu. In the Grand Advisor's residence, the Grand Advisor stood in front of the desk with a grave expression. He was wondering if something had gone wrong. Emperor Xia's change was too sudden. A moment ago, he had given the order to kill, and now he had changed his mind and made him a marquis. Xia Zi arrived with an aura of righteousness. Step by step, his steps were slow and forceful. His clothes were as white as snow, and he wore a gilded crown. His hair was as black as ink, and his face was cold and stern. His back was straight, and his figure was like a divine tree that contained an unfathomable tenacity. The person who had come was none other than the first prince, who was most likely to inherit the throne. Teacher, Chu Zi bowed respectfully. He had been taught by the Grand Advisor since he was young, and he deserved to be called teacher. The Grand Advisor nodded. He was not surprised by Xia Zi's arrival. Zi, can you tell what His Majesty is up to? Xia Zi shook his head slightly and said, I can't tell for now. Father's temperament has changed greatly, and he does things differently. Other than Eunuch Pei, I'm afraid no one else in the world knows what Father is up to. Doubt. The Grand Advisor sighed and wrote 4 words on a piece of paper. He looked at the heavenly mandate hall in the palace with a puzzled expression. What was the Emperor of Xia thinking? In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun was also frowning. He had been thinking for a whole day, but he still could not figure out Emperor Xia's intentions. Qing Ning stood quietly to the side. She already knew what had happened in the heavenly mandate hall. She should have been happy that Ning Chan had been made a marquis, but all signs indicated that things were not so simple. If Emperor Xia could let go of his killing intent so easily, Xia Kingdom would not have fallen to its current state. Emperor Xia was no longer the original Emperor Xia. Ever since the war between the two dynasties began, Emperor Xia had changed so much that no one could recognize him. Today's situation undoubtedly showed that Emperor Xia still had a strong desire to kill Ningchen. But why did he suddenly change in the end? She still could not figure it out. The matter of Ningchen being made a Marquis was, without a doubt, a foregone conclusion. The next day, a eunuch came to the inn and led the two of them to the residence that Emperor Xia had bestowed upon them. Xia Kingdom had been established for thousands of years, and there were countless nobles. The titles of Marquis were also innumerable. Other than the title of Marquis, ordinary Marquis was nothing. The residence was not small, and there were maids and servants. After a careful inspection, they could not find anything unusual. There were at least thousands of such residences in the imperial city. It was not unusual. The uneasiness in Ning Chen's heart did not dissipate. He did not believe that Emperor Xia would let him go so easily. There must be something wrong. The eunuch returned to the palace to report the edict. The Marquis residence was busy but calm. Everything was so normal that it made people uncomfortable. The uneasiness in Ning Chen's heart grew more and more serious. After that, he did not let little Mingyu leave his side for even a moment. Even if the little girl ate, slept, or went to the outhouse, he did not leave her side. Mingyu could tell that Ning Chen's mood was not right. She obediently followed beside him, moving as little as possible. Night fell, and the sky gradually darkened. Emperor Xia slowly walked to the heavenly mandate palace in the imperial city. This was the highest place in the imperial city, and one could see everything in the imperial city. Old dog Pei, do you think he will like the gift I gave him? Emperor Xia said with a cold smile. If you want him to like it, he must like it, Your Majesty. Eunuch Pei walked out and said in a hoarse voice, I'm the Emperor of Xia Kingdom. Anyone who dares to go against my will must die. As he spoke, the smile on Emperor Xia's face grew colder and colder. It carried a trace of madness, and people could not help but feel cold. Chapter 104. It was late at night, but there were still many people who were not asleep. The Grand Advisor, the eldest grandson, Qing Ning, and the first prince were all looking in the direction of the manor of the Marquis of Jiming with worry in their eyes. An uneasy atmosphere was spreading in and out of the palace. No one knew what would happen tonight. Manor of the Marquis of Jiming. Red words were engraved on the plaque in front of the manor. Under the moonlight, they emitted a dazzling blood-red color. Ning Chun sat in his room within the manor, his brows furrowed in worry. He still couldn't figure out what Emperor Xia was planning. The night was getting darker, and the lights in the manor were gradually extinguished. Suddenly, light footsteps came from outside the door. It was a little hurried, as if something was going to happen. Ningchen walked forward and opened the door. He saw a girl dressed as a maid holding a candle and hurrying east. He could not help but frown. It was already so late. Where is she going? Little Mingwei was still in the room, and Ning Chun did not dare to leave. After closing the door, he thought for a while and did not take it to heart. There was no fluctuation of vital energy on this maid, and she was not a threat to him. Not everyone could hide their martial cultivation like Fan Lingwei. It was enough that there was one Fan Lingwei in the world. It was impossible for there to be a second one. Little Mingwei lay on the bed, tossing and turning. After a while, she sat up and said sadly, The candle is too bright. I can't sleep. Ning Chun was startled. He was so busy thinking that he had forgotten about this. Ning Chun got up to blow out the candle. At this moment, his body trembled and his expression changed. Candle, oh no. He was too careless. The moon was so bright outside. Why did the maid have to hold a candle? Wasn't it unnecessary? In this world, he was all too familiar with things that needed to use fire. After a moment of thought, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He picked up little Mingwei and rushed out of the manor without saying a word. However, he was still half a step too slow. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. It was as if thunder from the ninth heaven had struck the world. The loud explosion instantly woke everyone in the imperial city. Qing Ning and the Grand Advisor, who had been paying attention, suddenly changed their expressions. How could it be? In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia looked at the sudden explosion in the imperial city and laughed crazily. Old Dog Pei, what do you think of my gift? Emperor Xia laughed wildly and crazily. Although those useless people of the Celestial Workshop were unable to find the formula, they still found the way to explode. So what if they were not powerful enough? He had plenty of manpower and money. He had already ordered the entire Jiming Marquis residence to be buried full of medicinal stones. He had been waiting for this moment. Amidst the flames, Ning Chun, who was holding little Mingyu, was sent flying 10 feet away by the aftershock. As soon as he landed on the ground, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Xia Rui, you old man, seeing that the mansion behind him, along with hundreds of servants, was instantly engulfed in the sea of fire, a vicious glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he shouted furiously in the direction of the palace. At the same time, outside the firelight, 3 strong breaths appeared. Each of them was at the later stage of level 9 or the peak of level 9. They were the 3 commanders of the Hidden Dragon Guards. In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia's laughter gradually stopped, and he said calmly, Old Dog Pei, go and take a look. If they don't live up to your expectations, you can do it yourself. Yes. Old Eunuch Pei bowed respectfully, then turned into a streak of light and shot towards the sea of fire in the imperial city. In the Duke of Grand Wisdom's manor, the Duke of Grand Wisdom's feet moved. Just as he was about to move, he was blocked by Duke Shiyu. Duke Shiyu. The Duke of Grand Wisdom's expression was slightly angry as he shouted, Emperor Xia has ordered me to keep you here. My good friend, I apologize for the offense. Duke Shiyu retracted her feather fan and sent out a palm strike towards the Duke of Grand Wisdom. The Duke of Grand Wisdom had no choice but to use his own moves to deal with it. The righteous Qi of the Confucian school was a match of supreme arts, and it was difficult to determine who would emerge victorious. To the side, Duke Jingwu had also arrived. He sighed softly and did not help either side. In front of Weiyang Palace, the Imperial Guard quickly surrounded it. Several of the Imperial Guard leaders stood guard at the entrance, blocking Qing Ning's path. Zhang Xuan's expression was extremely ugly, and the flames of anger in his heart rose. Had Emperor Xia gone mad? In the Marquis Jiming's manor, Ning Chun carried little Mingyu on his back in front of the raging flames. Soon after, with a ripping sound, he tore open his clothes and tied the little girl to his body in circles. Today, whether dead or alive, little Mingyu could not leave him even half a step. Are you afraid? Ning Chun turned his head and asked softly. No. Mingyu shook her head and replied, All right, then let's kill our way out together today. Ning Chun pulled out the ink sword on his back and held it in his right hand, then walked forward step by step. The 3 commanders of the Hidden Dragon Guard surrounded him. Their expressions were cold, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Having already been injured in the previous explosion, Ning Chun knew that dragging the battle out would be disadvantageous for him. Thus, he moved his ink sword and attacked first. A sword light flashed past, sweeping towards one of the commanders. A peak 8th rank martial artist against a late 9th rank martial artist. This was a battle of a whole level, and 1 against 3. The result was almost obvious. With a bang, the sword and halberd collided, causing dust to fill the air. The stone floor beneath their feet cracked, and the yellow soil spread everywhere, obscuring their line of sight. Ning Chen's slightly inferior move changed again because of the arrival of a saber and a sword behind him. Ning Chen's body flashed and moved 30 feet away, barely avoiding the combined power of the saber and the sword. The 3 commanders of the Hidden Dragon Guard surrounded him again, their auras becoming more and more majestic. 1 was a peak 9th rank martial artist, and 2 were late 9th rank martial artists. Their strength was unquestionable. Ning Chen's expression was solemn. Even if he was at his peak, he could at most deal with one of these experts. Now that he was seriously injured, there was almost no chance of winning. However, after 1 move, he had basically tested the strength of the 3. The one holding the halberd was undoubtedly a peak ninth-rank martial artist. The other two were slightly weaker, but they were late ninth-rank martial artists. What was there to fight in such a battle? That old man Xia Rue, in order to kill him, had probably sent out the three strongest members of the Hidden Dragon Guard. Ningchen understood that he could not continue fighting. Now, the most important thing was to kill his way out of the encirclement. Thinking of this, Ningchen sheathed the black sword in his hand. With a flip of his palm, the Deathbreaker bow flew out. The bow bent like a crescent moon, and 3 arrows were shot in succession, all aimed at the commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard. The 3 arrow lights chased after the stars and the moon, each brighter and scarier than the last. The commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his halberd, and with a swing of the halberd, the sky was cut. There was a loud explosion. Even someone as strong as the commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard could not withstand the terrifying aftershock and retreated 10 steps. At this moment, the black sword and frost had already arrived in front of the other commander holding the sword. The graceful sword had thousands of changes, condensing into one. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. The second commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard's expression changed. He held his sword horizontally to block the attack, but he could not block it. The sword entered his body, and he retreated a few steps. Blood spurted out from the penetrated shoulder. The second commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard endured the pain, and with a flip of his palm, he pressed towards Ning Chen's chest. At the same time, the third commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard's blade light also arrived in front of him. Ning Chen took the palm head-on and retreated 3 steps. He took the opportunity to pull out the black sword, and with a flip of his left palm, a dark yellow light flourished. Thick earth chi exploded, and the third commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard's body became unstable, and a flaw appeared in his move. Waves of the World East. The moment he changed his move, blue waves surged around Ning Chen, and he pressed his palm towards the third commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard. With a bang, the third commander blocked with his blade, and his body retreated a few feet, but he was not seriously injured. Ning Chen's sudden change of move was not enough, and did not pose much of a threat. However, this was enough. Finally, there was only one commander left in front of him. Ning Chen moved his sword and used his final move. Raging waves roared out from the 9 heavens, and with a slash of his sword, the sword split open the raging sea. First defense, raging waves splitting 10,000 li. A world-shaking might roared out, and the third cyclone in Ning Chen's body instantly dried up, and he fell into a deathly stillness. The second commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard flew out with a bang, and blood sprayed out, dyeing half the sky red. Ning Chen's feet moved, and he was about to take this opportunity to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a withered hand appeared in the distance, quickly approaching, and in the blink of an eye, sealed off his escape route. Ning Chen hurriedly retreated, and was once again in a difficult situation. This old eunuch had actually come as well. Where was the Grand Advisor? Why did he not come as promised? Ning Chen's heart sank. This battle boded ill, and he was far from being able to fight with an innate stage master. Old eunuch Pei did not say anything, and with a flash of his body, he attacked again. Ning Chen's pupils constricted, and he was about to raise his genuine chi again, when suddenly a sense of weakness came over him, and he staggered. Imperial Palace, Heavenly Mandate Palace. Emperor Xia stood quietly in front of the palace, looking at the scenery in the firelight, and smiled proudly, with a hint of madness. However, a scene that no one expected happened. In front of Emperor Xia's chest, a ray of sword light shot out silently, without any warning. Emperor Xia turned his head with difficulty, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. West Palace, it's you. Your Majesty, you were careless. Imperial concubine Wan, or should she be called Qing Wuhan, said softly. As she spoke, the sword in her hand cut another 3 inches, and a large amount of blood splattered. I didn't expect it to really be you. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Xia coughed violently, and blood spilled from his mouth. He had been careless. He had suspected the West Palace, and had even thought that Wan Yunshang was the mastermind behind the internal strife of the Great Xia. However, after Prince Yu was killed, he had temporarily suppressed this thought. He did not expect that the one who betrayed him in the end would be someone close to him. "Have you practiced martial arts?" Emperor Xia asked, coughing up blood. "I've been crippled, or else how could I have come to your side?" Qing Wuhan's beautiful face flashed with a trace of emotion. She had waited for this day for nearly 10 years. "Haha, ridiculous, ridiculous." Emperor Xia suddenly turned around and pressed his palm against Qing Wuhan's chest. With a bang, blood spurted out, and the most beautiful woman in the world flew out like cotton in the rain. Her last shocked look faded as her scattered hair gradually faded. Attacks on the heart were calculated, and in the end, who would open their heart to the other party? Emperor Xia did not even look at the West Palace again. He staggered with each step, coughing up blood with each step. He dragged his dying body slowly and stubbornly toward the dragon throne in the heavenly mandate palace. The high and lofty steps, the majesty of the past, had become difficult today. Emperor Xia clutched at his bleeding chest, and with each step he took, he had to rest for a moment. After a long time, the stubborn figure finally sat on the dragon throne. The next moment, crazy laughter rang throughout the heavenly mandate palace, and it did not stop for a long time. He was Emperor Xia, the unmistakable emperor of the Great Xia. Chapter 105. Emperor Xia was dead. He died on the dragon throne. The smile on his face was still maniacal. He had no regrets, even in death. The empty heavenly mandate palace was cold and silent. No one came in. Outside the palace, Qing Wuhan lay there quietly. Her palace dress was stained with blood. Under the moonlight, she looked like a blooming rose. Two people who schemed against each other ended up being each other's last companions. How ironic and sad was that? Emperor Xia was skilled in martial arts. In the palace of Great Xia, there was a treasure that could hide the secrets of heaven. It hid the vision of old eunuch Pei when he broke through to the Khanate level. It also hid the fact that Emperor Xia was participating in the martial arts competition. However, Emperor Xia's martial arts cultivation was not strong. Long years of hard work had already exhausted his body. Instead of improving, his martial arts had regressed. Xia Rui was undoubtedly the most diligent emperor of Great Xia in the past 1,000 years. Because of his paranoia and suspicion, he had to make decisions himself, no matter how big or small the matter was. He would never hand it over to others. In his later years, Xia Rui was pitiful. The pressure of not wanting to be the most incompetent emperor of Great Xia, coupled with his increasing suspicion, finally made this conservative emperor a tyrant. In the 1,000 years of history of Great Xia, there had never been a tyrant. It only stopped when Xia Rui was born. It was both fortunate and unfortunate. Xia Rui never lacked powerful people by his side. Other than old eunuch Pei, there were also 3 commanders of the Shadow Dragon Guards. They were enough to deal with any assassination in the world. Unfortunately, the 4 strongest people were not by his side today. Qing Wuhan was from the West Palace. Therefore, other than these 4 direct descendants of Emperor Xia, no one dared to stop her. Who would have thought that Consort 1 of Great Xia was a spy planted by the military advisor of Beiming? Qing Wuhan's only mistake was that she had miscalculated the possibility of Emperor Xia participating in the martial arts competition. A momentary mistake caused her to die. As for whether Fan Lingyue had predicted this, no one in the world knew. A breeze blew, bringing with it a slight chill. It made the lonely heavenly mandate palace even colder. In the spring of the 2nd year of Great Xia, Emperor Xia collapsed. In the imperial city, the battle was still going on. Blazing flames soared into the sky. A withered hand covered the sky. Ning Chun, who was already exhausted, had no way out. Life and death was in an instant. Little Ming Yu closed her eyes in despair, unwilling to watch. However, at this moment, 2 streams of light, one green and one red, appeared in the sky and arrived in the blink of an eye. With a schwa sound, the 2 swords flew towards eunuch Pei's hands, blocking this deadly palm strike. On the other side, the first prince had also arrived. His overwhelming aura shook off the halberd, and he brought Ning Chun out of the battlefield. Ning Chun's body staggered once again before he could step out. His chest felt heavy, and he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Due to the excessive consumption of his jinqi, the injuries in his body could no longer be suppressed. Finally, they exploded at this moment. The sudden change startled old Eunuch Pei and the 3 Dark Dragon Guard commanders. Just as they were about to attack again, old Eunuch Pei's expression suddenly changed. "Your Majesty!" Old Eunuch Pei stamped his feet and turned into a stream of light as he rushed back. He could clearly feel that something had happened to His Majesty. The 3 commanders of the Dark Dragon Guards did not know the reason. They looked at each other with surprise and confusion in their eyes. "This battle is over. Everyone go back." Amidst the calm words, a green figure slowly walked over. The green and red swords stuck in the ground trembled as they flew towards the newcomer. Prince Yin. The 3 commanders of the Dark Dragon Guards squinted their eyes as they became fearful. Back when Prince Yin fought his way out of the palace, they had exchanged blows with him. They knew how powerful this legend of the Great Xia dynasty was. They even suspected that the legend of the Great Xia dynasty might have already stepped into the Xiantian realm. "Retreat." The commander of the Dark Dragon Guards made a prompt decision and said in a low voice, there was no chance of winning this battle. With Prince Yin around, they could no longer complete their mission. The other 2 commanders nodded. Their figures flashed, and they quickly disappeared from the battlefield. After the 3 of them left, Xia Zi looked at the person in front of him and bowed respectfully. "Third uncle." "Yes." Prince Yin nodded in response. He then walked to Ning Chun and gathered his jinqi into his palm to help him suppress his injuries. Ning Chun calmed his mind and closed his eyes. He activated the life scroll and used Prince Yan's jinqi to slowly suppress the surging blood in his body. "Third uncle, teacher is still waiting for my news. Z will take his leave first." Seeing that Ning Chun's life was not in danger, Xia Zi cupped his hands and said goodbye. He then turned and left. Ning Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the departing Xia Zi. He felt complicated. This was the first time he had seen the Crown Prince, but he could not help but sigh. The difference between the current Emperor Xia and the Crown Prince was too great. The Emperor Xia's ruthlessness and gloominess and the Crown Prince's benevolence and righteousness were 2 polar opposites. Z is not bad, but he's not suitable to be an emperor, Prince Yin said indifferently. Ning Chun did not refute. What the senior said was true. As an emperor, he could not lack either benevolence or ruthlessness. The Crown Prince was indeed not suitable. Of course, the Emperor Xia was even more unsuitable. "Let's go. Follow me back to the residence first." Prince Yin waved his hand, and a sword rack appeared in front of Ning Chun. Ning Chun did not say anything else. He carried the sword rack on his back and looked at it. Little Mingwei lay on Ning Chun's back and curiously pulled at the swords on the rack, but she could not pull any of them out. "Mingwei, don't be naughty," Ning Chun said softly. The little girl withdrew her hand and smiled embarrassedly. "Senior, please keep this a secret," Ning Chun said with a hint of pleading. "Okay." Prince Yin did not turn his head. Little Mingwei was confused. She did not understand what the 2 of them were talking about. Ning Chun rubbed the little girl's cloth hat and did not explain. When little Mingwei touched the sword on the rack, the fact that she was a girl was no longer a secret. In the world, only Prince Yin could sense the sword's aura. Back then, it was because he had touched the azure sword that his secret of being a fake eunuch was exposed. Fortunately, Prince Yan's temperament was indifferent, and he did not take this matter to heart. They quickly arrived at Prince Yan's residence. A beautiful maid brought little Mingwei back to her room to rest. Ning Chun followed Prince Yin to the study. "Senior, was the commotion outside northern Ming City caused by your battle with that sword in Sword City?" Ning Chun hesitated for a moment before asking the question that had been in his heart for a long time. "Yes," Prince Yin nodded. "Did you obtain that sand sword?" Ning Chun continued to ask. Prince Yan's hand moved slightly. Fine sand flew out of the rack and condensed into a light yellow sword. Ning Chen's pupils constricted. What a strange sword. There really were all kinds of strange things in the world. Did that sword in Sword City lose? Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Sword City sword was an invincible legend in the hearts of all swordsmen. It was hard to imagine that it would lose. He did not lose, but I won. Prince Yin waved his hand. The sand sword scattered and returned to the rack. Ning Chun was startled. He did not understand. I got there before him, so the sword must be mine. In other words, if he got there first, the sword was his, explained Prince Yin calmly. Ning Chun did not understand. His cultivation level was still very low. He could not imagine what had happened that day. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. An anxious voice rang out. Prince, news has come from the palace. His Majesty was attacked by an assassin and died. How? The sudden news caused Ning Chen's heart to tremble violently. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Let's go. Follow me to the palace, said Prince Yin. He quickly reacted. What about Minghua? Ning Chun asked worriedly. Don't worry. There are housekeepers in the residence. As long as they are not Xian Tian, no one can hurt her, replied Prince Yin. Ning Chun nodded. He carried the rack and followed Prince Yin out of the residence. At the same time, in the imperial city, those who stood at the top of the Xia dynasty all received the news of Emperor Xia's death. They were shocked and immediately chose to enter the palace. This was an earth-shattering event. Emperor Xia's death was too sudden. The Xia dynasty might once again be plunged into a bloodbath. Outside the heavenly mandate palace, the 3 chancellors, the 9 ministers, and the feudal lords of the imperial city had all arrived. However, at this moment, there were only 3 people who attracted the most attention. The first Prince Xia Zi, the third Prince Xia Yanwu, and the 10th Prince Xia Mingri. They were the princes of the Xia dynasty, most likely to become the new emperor. They would also decide the future direction of the Xia dynasty. The fact that Emperor Xia had not chosen a successor was the biggest hidden danger. Now that Emperor Xia was dead, the throne of the Xia dynasty was also uncertain. In the distance, Prince Yin walked over step by step. Behind him was Ning Chun, who was carrying a sword on his back. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. They had all heard the big explosion tonight, clearly. They were very curious about the main character of the night before. It had to be said that this newly appointed Marquis Jiming was very lucky. This was the first time that Emperor Xia had failed to kill someone. Greetings, Prince Yin. All the officials bowed. Although the legend of the Xia dynasty did not care about politics, it did not stop him from having the highest title. No one dared to miss this bow. Rise, said Prince Yin indifferently. Thank you, Prince Yin. All the officials stood up. Third brother, long time no see. At the same time, Prince Hua stepped forward and bowed. 7 years. Prince Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. 7 years was not a long time, but it was also not a short time. His fourth brother was gradually showing signs of age. Time was merciless. It made people grow old in the blink of an eye. Big brother? Looking at the heavenly mandate palace, Prince Hua sighed again. Although he had been put under house arrest by Emperor Xia in the imperial city for more than 10 years, he was still alive compared to his other brothers. After a person died, all grievances would vanish like smoke. All that was left was regret. The hatred of the past had faded after more than 10 years of house arrest. He was tired of hating and had come to terms with it. In life, one could not live with hatred in their hearts. Now that Emperor Xia was dead, only the 3 of them were left of more than 10 brothers. Let's go to the palace and send him off for the last time. With that, Prince Yin walked toward the heavenly mandate palace. Behind him, all the officials followed the 2 princes into the palace. After entering, they all knelt down respectfully. Not long after, Prince Zhongsun walked in wearing a crown of dragon and phoenix pearls. He wore a robe with golden dragon and phoenix patterns. Looking at Emperor Xia on the dragon throne, he sighed deeply. It was difficult to say whether he was happy or sad. They had been together for more than 10 years. Today, they were going to send each other off in luxurious clothes. On the dragon throne, Emperor Xia's eyes were wide open. He was laughing with a hint of madness. He had no regrets in this life. Chapter 106. Within 2 days, the news of Emperor Xia's death had spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked speechless. This time, Emperor Xia was truly dead. Moreover, behind this shocking news, there was an equally frightening truth. Emperor Xia had died in an assassination attempt. The assassin was Consort Wan of the Western Palace. Wan Yunshang had been in the palace for 9 years. No one expected her to act only now. Very few people knew that the Western Palace's consort, one was Qing Wuhan of the Qing clan, and those who knew would never say it out loud. The war between the two dynasties had gone through too many twists and turns, ups and downs. Today, neither dynasty had an emperor. It had to be said that it was a kind of irony. It was hard to say who was the happiest about Emperor Xia's death, but there were definitely people who were happy. Little Ming Yu was one of them. Ning Chun needed to recuperate, so he stayed in Prince Yan's residence for the time being. Little Ming Yu naturally stayed as well. Although the little girl was a captive, hostage in name, she was no different from an ancestor. She had a butler to protect her, so there was no need to worry about her safety. Ning Chun didn't restrict her freedom either. She could do whatever she wanted. Emperor Xia was dead, and eunuch Pei was in seclusion. No one in the imperial city would cause trouble for him and little Ming Yu for the time being. Now, everyone was paying attention to which prince would inherit the throne. The powerful officials in the court were also quickly choosing sides. It would probably take a while before anyone had time to care about them. Zhang Sun was probably having a headache. Emperor Xia's funeral and the appointment of the crown prince required her attention. But he couldn't help with these matters, so he was happy to be idle. As for the Western Palace's identity, he had a vague guess but couldn't be sure. But he was sure that Wan Yunshang was related to the Beimeng court. A few months ago, when he received the letter of Beiwu Marquis' betrayal, the Western Palace had sent people to kill him. But there was no point in worrying about Wan Yunshang's identity now. Emperor Xia's death was a fact. At this juncture, no one would admit it. There were too many mysteries in history. This one didn't make much of a difference. Prince Hin was rarely in the manor these days. He had probably been dragged away by Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was the best coolie in the world. If not for the fact that he could not help much, he probably would not have been able to escape. It could be said that the 2 days after Emperor Xia's death were the most leisurely days he had had since he came to this world. He didn't need to work, fight, or take care of his child. Bad guy, I'm back. At this moment, little Ming Yu ran back happily in her cloth hat. The butler behind her had a helpless look on his face as he carried a bunch of things in his arms. Ning Chan felt very good in his heart. Seeing others in pain was really a pleasurable thing. Uncle Rong, thank you for your hard work. Although he was gloating in his heart, Ning Chen still revealed a bashful and grateful smile. It's fine. Just focus on recuperating, Uncle Rong replied with a bitter smile. Uncle Rong, what's the situation outside? Is it still so chaotic? Ning Chen asked curiously. It's much better. The Marquis of Taiping and the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis dragged their injured bodies out to take charge. At least some of the restless people have some fear and temporarily restrain themselves, Uncle Rong replied. Ning Chen nodded his head in understanding. In the Grand Xia, the power of a Marquis was not something the other officials could compare to. With 2 marquises taking charge at the same time, there would not be much trouble in the imperial city. The biggest problem right now was who the throne belonged to. The Grand Xia could not be without a ruler for too long. The decisions of Zhang Sun and the 3 dukes were extremely important. However, this decision was not so easy to make. Every prince had their own officials supporting them. Even the 3 dukes were not united internally. Duke Taisher was the first prince's teacher, Duke Jingwu was the 3rd prince's martial arts guide, and Duke Shiyu admired the 10th prince. In short, the situation was a mess that could not be sorted out in a short period of time. Logically speaking, the first prince was the eldest son. Although he was not the son of Zhang Sun, he was still the son of the former imperial noble concubine and was raised under Zhang Sun's name. Thus, it was perfectly justifiable for him to inherit the throne. However, in the history of the Grand Xia, there are not many true elders. This seemingly justifiable reason was actually not very convincing. In addition, the other 2 princes were equally outstanding. The strength of their support was also not to be underestimated. It had to be said that with the death of Emperor Xia, the Grand Xia would indeed be in chaos for a while. Who knew what that woman, Fan Lingyue, would do that again? Women being too smart was indeed a scary thing. Ning Chun felt a headache coming on. He did not want to think about it anymore. With great difficulty, he sorted out his emotions. Just as he was about to reach out and snatch little Ming Yu's snacks, a voice that he did not want to hear rang out, announcing the Empress's imperial decree. Marquis Zhang's son is to enter the palace. A young eunuch walked into the prince's residence and directly read out Zhang Suin's decree. Ning Chun was immediately displeased. As expected, he did not escape. However, what made him even more displeased was that he did not dare to resist. Mingyu, are you going? Ning Chun turned his head and glanced at the little girl beside him who was eating a table full of snacks. I'm going. Mingyu threw down the snacks in her hand and replied. Let's go. Ning Chun took little Mingyu's hand and bade farewell to Uncle Ro. Then, he followed the young eunuch to the palace. The palace was now heavily guarded. The figures of the imperial guards could be seen everywhere. Every one of them had a faint, murderous aura. They must have dealt with many people these days. Zhang's son was waiting for him in the heavenly mandate palace. Now that he was no longer a eunuch, he definitely could not enter Weiyang Palace. It was very troublesome to meet Zhang's son. According to the rules of the Grand Xia, the imperial harem could not interfere in politics. Usually, even Zhang's son could not privately summon foreign officials. However, special times called for special treatment. Now that the Grand Xia was on the brink of crisis, if Zhang's son did not come out to help stabilize the situation, the imperial court would be in chaos. In the heavenly mandate palace, Zhang's son sat there quietly. Qingning was not by his side. It seemed that she had something to do and left. Ning Chun held little Mingyu's hand and walked over. He respectfully knelt down and saluted, causing little Mingyu to be stunned. Would a bad person salute someone? This was the first time she had seen it. That's enough. I don't usually see you following the rules so well, Zhang's son said irritably. Ning Chun got up. He felt a little uneasy. Zhang's son seemed to be in a bad mood. This time, he was most likely going to be struck by lightning. I'm very busy, so I'll make it short. The Northern Ming military advisor needs you to talk to him. How the discussion goes, you can consider it yourself. I can't be bothered to say threats like bringing your head to me. However, before I clean up this mess, I don't want to see the Northern Ming's army under my nose. There were no outsiders present. Zhang Suin's tone was very impolite. She only made requests and did not care about the specifics. She did not have the energy to care. These matters in the palace were enough for her. Just me alone? Ning Chun asked, puzzled. Why are you going alone? Do you want to die? Zhang's son was so angry that she wanted to kick him. Ning Chun's neck shrank after being scolded, and he immediately lowered his head. Zhang's son suppressed the irritation in her heart and said in an unfriendly tone, The Marquis of Blood-Clothed will go with you. In addition, I will send you 5,000 imperial guards to accompany you. In addition to the 70,000 soldiers in Beichue City, no matter what you do, you have to delay until Great Xia recovers. Ning Chun nodded fiercely and did not dare to say anything more. Go back and prepare today. We will set off early tomorrow morning. All right, you can go. After saying this, Zhang's son waved her hand and directly drove him away. Hearing this, Ning Chun did not say anything. After saluting, he quickly turned and left. Little Ming was also shocked by Zhang Suin's aura and looked a little silly. After leaving the heavenly mandate palace, the two of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. She's so fierce, little Ming said with lingering fear. I'm used to it. Ning Chun was covered in cold sweat. Do you think Sister Lingyue will withdraw the army? Mingyu looked up and asked. Ever since she saw so many soldiers who died in Beijiang Plain, she felt more and more that war was wrong. Ning Chun did not answer directly, but asked if he were still in Beiming Imperial Palace and ordered Fan Lingyue to withdraw the army. Do you think she would? Mingyu thought for a while and finally shook her head in frustration. No. Although Sister Lingyue doted on her a lot, it was impossible for her to compromise on this kind of matter. She had not taken over the government, and her power was limited. As long as Sister Lingyue insisted on not withdrawing, she could not do anything. Does Fan Lingyue look like a bad queen? Ning Chun did not want little Mingyu to be too depressed and joked. Just a little. Mingyu stretched out her little finger and secretly gestured. Ah, you've improved. Ning Chun chuckled. At least he did not tell her the story in vain. Was this considered educating her from a young age? Fan Lingwe had already grown up bad. He had to quickly grow a kind little flower. A day passed quickly. On the second day, the army set out. The 5,000 Imperial Guards headed north in a grandiose manner. Marquis blood-robed rode at the front of the army, wearing a dark red battle suit. He was the most hard-working martial Marquis in Xia. He had guarded the Western Territory for many years and fought against the entire Eternal Night cult. Marquis blood-robed was defeated in a battle with a martial monarch and was seriously injured. However, in this world, how many people could survive in the hands of a martial monarch? Marquis blood-robed was only a half-step Xiantian, but he was able to do something that even Xiantian could not do. This was the first time Ning Chun and Marquis blood-robe met. After meeting, Ning Chun respectfully bowed. This martial Marquis, who did not hesitate to strike a stone with an egg in order to protect the Xia's borders, was truly worthy of respect. Marquis blood-robed was not good with words and only nodded slightly. The mighty army rushed day and night and rarely rested. The Imperial Guards were all experts with a foundation in martial arts. This kind of intensity was still acceptable. However, little Mingyu was suffering. The little girl could not stand the bumpy ride on the horse. Ning Chen's heart ached when he saw this, so he got off the horse and carried little Mingyu on his back and followed the army on foot. A strange look flashed through Marquis Bloodrobe's eyes, but he did not say anything. 7 days later, the army that had rushed day and night finally arrived at Beitsue City. On the opposite side, Northern Ming's main camp had already been stationed for half a month. The soldiers and horses were orderly and could attack at any time. On this night, Ning Chen wrote a letter and sent it to Northern Ming's main camp, which was 15 kilometers away. The content was very simple. There were only 11 words. Mingyu is in my hands. Come out and talk.